This is Audible.
Wham Line. The Last Picks, Book 10. Written by Gregory Ashe. Narrated by Andrew Gibson. Chapter 1. "Bobby," I said, "validate me." Bobby, God bless him, only said, "Okay, babe. How?" It was a cold February night on the Oregon coast, which meant it wasn't objectively cold. I mean, most days it didn't even get down to freezing. But the damp and the gray skies and the wind cutting in off the ocean meant it felt cold. And as we crossed the parking lot, mizzen-mast glowed ahead of us with the promise of warmth. Hastings Rock's newest restaurant occupied a standalone building on a small rise in the heart of the tourist district. Its roof perched like a particularly ugly hat, and its plywood siding could, at best, be considered unpretentious. It had obviously been built at the creative intersection of architectural daring and very little money. And in the year and change I'd lived in Hastings Rock, it had become home to a steakhouse, an all-you-can-eat shrimp restaurant, and an artist's colony. It was the kind of place that, somewhere else, probably would have been torn down to make room for someone's expensive beach house because it had a prime location and looked out over the water. And now, it was mizzen-mast, locally sourced seafood, farm-to-table vegetables, and a Michelin star chef. It was kind of a big deal. Tonight was the soft open, and somehow we'd gotten a table. All of us, Keme and Millie and Fox and Indira and Bobby and I, because of Nalini. Indira's niece had been staying with us for weeks now, an extended visit that had never been fully explained. She had apparently gotten bored enough, though, to pick up a part-time job at the new restaurant, to our benefit, as it turned out. Right then, though, I had more important things to worry about. "How?" Keme snickered. Fox snorted. Even worse, Millie gave a consoling sound and patted my arm. Indira checked her watch. Bobby gave Keme a quick look, seemed to do a mental backtrack, although how he managed to tune out Keme heckling me on the drive over about my general lack of good boyfriend qualities I didn't know, and finally said, "You're a great boyfriend." "Nice save," Keme said, not quite under his breath. I chose to ignore that. "See?" "It doesn't count," Fox said. "You literally told him to validate you." "That's a communication preference. Bobby appreciates clarity." "Name 3 things that make him a good boyfriend," Fox told Bobby. Bobby opened his mouth. "I packed all those snacks for his lunches," I said. "Yeah," Keme said, "but Bobby doesn't like coconut." "And you opened some of the snacks first to sample them," Millie reminded me. I made a sound that can only be described as betrayal with a capital B. "I write him cute notes. I slip them in his pocket so he finds them later." "He slipped one in my pocket," Fox informed the parking lot at large. I assumed that Fox at a young age had internalized the saying, "all the world's a stage." "Thankfully, I do have, quote, lion-like thighs." "One of those notes ended up in my lunch," Keme said. "It made me puke." "Wow," I said. And the tone was wow with a capital W. "You know," Bobby tried, "I don't think—" "Oh, remember when Dash accidentally sexted me?" Millie asked, with, I must note, 100% innocence. Fox choked on their spit. "It wasn't a sext," I whispered furiously, glancing around the parking lot. "It was a picture of a quesadilla." I couldn't keep myself from adding, "and I apologized." "But it looked like a—" Millie glanced at Indira and flushed. And the text was very explicit. I said I apologized." "I think we're done now," Bobby said. "Dash, you're a wonderful boyfriend." I beamed. "Keme," Bobby said, "stop trying to make Dash feel insecure." Believe it or not, Keme beamed. "And I," Fox declaimed, and it was obvious to all of us in that moment that they wished they had a cloak they could fling dramatically over one shoulder, "shall refrain for the rest of the evening, but only so that I can eat my weight in shrimp." "Okay," Bobby said, resting a hand at the small of my back before I could step into a puddle. "Here we go." Indira's niece was standing at the hostess station when we stepped inside. There's probably a less sexist name for it. I'm going to look it up. She was beautiful, slender with a cupid's bow mouth and a cascade of dark hair that came almost to her waist and shimmered in the restaurant's low light. Even in her uniform of black pants and white shirt, she could have tempted a saint. Well, not the gay ones. And temptation, as I'd learned over the last few weeks of Nalini's stay, was definitely on the menu. "Oh my God, you're here!" The words emerged with an enormous and perfect smile. Nalini darted around the hostess stand, I'm going to call it an attendant stand, to hug Indira and kiss her on the cheek. Then she did the same to Keme. Here's the thing about Keme. He's a savvy young man. He's taken care of himself for a long time. For the most part, up until a few weeks ago, I would have told you that he knows which side his bread is buttered on. God, I immediately regretted writing that. Does it have another meaning? So, it was physically painful to watch the silly grin spread across his face as Nalini hugged him. Bobby nudged me, and I stopped my subvocal groaning. "You look so handsome," Nalini was saying, running her hands down the sleeves of Keme's bomber, on loan from Bobby. "Doesn't he look handsome, Millie? You're so lucky to have such a handsome boyfriend." Millie didn't look like she felt particularly lucky. Millie looked like she was thinking about reenacting that scene from that movie when someone screams and everything made of glass within a mile radius spontaneously shatters. "I saved you the best table." And without waiting for a response, Nalini looped her arm through Keme's and led him deeper into the restaurant. Millie's feet didn't actually leave the floor, but if you've ever seen a representation of a dark goddess, you know, the rage and the smiting and the lightning in their hair, that was pretty much the vibe. "How much longer is she here?" Bobby murmured. "God, don't even ask," I said as I started after them. "It's like a fairy tale. Or a dentist's visit. If you think about it, it lasts 100 times longer." "I'm going to have to talk to Keme." "Great, that sounds wonderful. While you're at it, mention that my Pop-Tarts are mine. They're not community property." Bobby, as usual, didn't even bother engaging with that last bit. "I mean, he's gotta know, doesn't he?" I opened my mouth to answer, but Nalini's enchanting giggle floated up, and I caught a glimpse of her collapsing against Keme so that he had to hold her up. Keme wore a rare smile, somewhere between embarrassed and delighted. I did a quick scan of the area around Millie for knives. "You tell me." Fortunately, Nalini recovered from whatever bout of witticism had left her helpless, and she managed to stand on her own 2 feet again and keep moving. Indira touched my arm, dragging my attention back to our group. "You two go ahead," she said. "I want to take a quick look around." And before I could answer, she was gone. Fox, who had dressed tonight in a black cardigan, a wreath of paisley scarves, and one of those World War I helmets with spikes on them, trailed after her. They had tucked the helmet under one arm, presumably out of good manners, and the whole thing was like Professor Trelawney meets the Kaiser. So, Bobby and I headed after Nalini and the others. The restaurant was larger than it had appeared from outside, and it had the comfortably low lighting that made anyone over 40 reach for their reading glasses. The nautical theme wasn't exactly original, but it was tasteful, and the little glimmers of brass and the black and white photos of old ships went well with the crisp white table linens and the dark stained beams. The bar was near the door on the inland side, followed by a large stone hearth where a fire was burning. Gas, but still cheery and warm. The rest of the space had been given over to tables and booths, with the premium seats located near the floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out on the water. Our table was definitely premium. It might have been, as Nalini had said, the best in the house. It was centered on one of the plate glass windows, below which ran a thin strip of sand, and the crashing surf. "You're going to love the rolls," Nalini said. "Let me get you some." And then she squeezed Keme's hand before darting off. I must have been groaning again because Bobby nudged me harder this time. Millie was staring daggers at Nalini's retreating form, and Keme had the faintly pleased but puzzled look of a sixth grader at his first dance. Bobby nudged me again. I nudged him back, or I tried to, but by then he was politely pulling out my chair for me, so I missed. "So," I said, "how was everybody's day? Millie, how was—" "Fine," she snapped. And then she unrolled her silverware and got a good grip on the knife. That was the end of that. For a boy who had kept himself alive all these years basically on his own, Keme seemed to have zero sense of self-preservation because he chose that moment to take out his phone and start scrolling. I decided now would be a good time to look somewhere else, mostly so that I wouldn't have to have the inconvenient responsibility of being a witness when this inevitably escalated to murder. I took another look around the dining room. The restaurant was already filling up. Opening night, even a soft open, was an exciting event at a time of year in Hastings Rock when not much excitement usually happened. Many of the patrons were locals, and I waved to Bliss and Althea Wilson. Bliss was helping Althea out of her coat, but Althea gave me a hearty wave back before digging her cell phone out of her bra. Sid Wofford was there with a woman I didn't recognize, and Gematha Green stood near the door dictating into her phone, probably her first impressions, which she'd write up for the town paper. With the instinctive sense for trouble most humans have, I found my gaze drawn to a couple at the bar. They were white, and I pegged them as being in their 50s. He had sallow skin and an almost aggressively full head of hair. It made me think of a dog's fur that had been rubbed the wrong way. She had short hair she had dyed too dark, and she wore a lot of earth-toned makeup. Like, a lot. They were leaning in toward each other, talking over each other, but quietly, and they were not happy. A burst of familiar giggles brought my gaze around in an automatic search for Nalini, mostly to make sure she hadn't somehow climbed into Keme's lap. But she wasn't anywhere near us. She was standing near the doors to the kitchen, talking to a man. He was middle-aged, but you could only tell by the lines around his mouth and eyes. His hair was glossy black and hung in expensively cut curtains, and he was still trim in his tailored suit. At least one of his parents had been East Asian, but one had probably been white. You could see that, too, in his eyes. And he was handsome, which might have explained why Nalini was leaning in, laughing again, while he smiled indulgently. The kitchen door swung open, and a young man rushed out, headed straight for Nalini. He was carrying a drink, and his head was down as he stared at his phone. At the last moment, he seemed to spot Nalini. He stumbled left, crashed into a chair, and fell to the floor. The sound of breaking glass ran through the restaurant. Nalini was the first to react with a little scream. The older man she'd been talking to took her by the arm and moved her aside, then crouched next to the guy who'd fallen. Bobby rose up in his seat for a better look, probably deciding if he needed to help, and as my gaze moved automatically in his direction, I caught a glimpse of the couple I'd noticed at the bar. The middle-aged man with the bristly hair was absorbed in his phone, but the woman with the earth-toned makeup was glaring in the direction of the recent disturbance. Not just annoyance at having her conversation, or whatever it was, interrupted. The look on her face was closer to rage. By the time I turned my attention back toward the kitchen, the middle-aged man was standing, dusting off the younger man, and Nalini was headed toward us with a breadbasket. I wasn't trying to stare, but something about the interaction between the two men held my attention a moment longer. The way the older man curled his fingers around the younger man's arms seemed too much, for lack of a better word. And then, as I was watching, the older man touched a stain on the younger man's white shirt where his drink had spilled. Without missing a beat, the older man took off his suit jacket and held it out, ignoring the younger man's protests. Too much was an understatement. The younger man was all right looking, nothing remarkable. He had olive-toned skin and wore his dark hair long, and he couldn't have been more than 20, with the mild acne to prove it. But some people didn't care about pretty. Some people cared about young, and frequently the younger the better. "Love what they've done with the eco-friendly materials," Indira said, her voice growing stronger as she and Fox moved toward us. "The reclaimed wood—" She cut off as she reached our table, staring toward the kitchen doors where the two men still stood. Her face went slack, and for several long seconds, it was like she was gone. She had one hand on the table, and slowly, automatically, she gathered a wad of the tablecloth. Then, something flickered, deep, deep down, and her expression tightened again. She released the tablecloth and smoothed out the almost invisible wrinkles she'd left. Her hand moved automatically again, adjusting the rolled silverware, straightening it in a line with the wineglass. Then her hand drifted to her side. "Excuse me." She turned toward the front of the restaurant. "Are you all right?" I asked. "Indira," Fox took a step after her. "What's wrong?" Indira waved her hand at us. "I need some fresh air. No, stay. I'll—" But whatever she meant to say, she left the sentence unfinished and strode toward the exit. Phone forgotten now, Keme followed her with his eyes and then turned a worried look on me. "I don't know," I said. Fox was staring at the front door. "Should I—" "I could check on her," Millie said. Bobby shook his head. "She wanted to be alone." His gaze moved to the man in the suit, now jacketless. "Any idea who that is?" None of us said anything, though, because none of us did. The kitchen doors flew open, and a woman stormed out. She was built big, tall, and generously proportioned. Her honey blonde hair was tied back in a bun, and beneath her chef's whites, her skin was pink from the heat of the kitchen. The sounds of pots and pans and voices calling out orders rose for a moment before the doors swung shut again. "Mal!" she shouted. "Are you insane?" The younger man, still wearing the borrowed suit jacket, blanched and scurried away, and almost knocked down a server in the process. The older man, with a look on his face somewhere between patience and resignation, turned to face the woman. "It's our soft open," he said in that "let's be reasonable, dear" tone that I was sure had led to a lot of episodes of Snapped. Men deserve it. "Whatever this is, don't you think it can wait?" "It's my restaurant. Mine. Who the heck do you think you are?" That's kind of what she said. Everyone else in the restaurant had forgotten about dinner because the show was so interesting. Mr. Ratcliffe, seated at a table for one, was so excited that his nose was twitching. Even the servers had paused, frozen in the middle of their ballet around the dining room. The only sounds filtered in distantly from the kitchen. "It's our soft open," the man she had called Mal said again, but his tone was harder this time. Taking the woman by the arm, never a wise idea in my opinion, especially when the woman in question is an expert with knives, he turned her toward the kitchen. "And you're making a scene." "I'm making a scene!" But that was as far as she got before he steered her through the swinging doors. For a moment, the silence in the dining room was total. One server, whom I recognized as a distant relation of the Archer clan, stood paralyzed, silverware clutched in one trembling hand. Then, someone started to laugh. It was the sallow-skinned man, the one I'd seen having that, intense conversation at the bar. He slid off his stool, still laughing, and turned toward the exit. He laughed the whole way, and even after he'd left, his laughter carried in from outside until the heavy doors fell shut behind him. That released the rest of us. The Archer cousin with the silverware sprang into motion, Nalini hurried toward a service corridor at the back, and the woman with the earth-toned makeup left the bar and made her way toward the kitchen. She passed through the swinging doors without missing a beat, and then she was gone. Fox was the first one to speak. "Well, not exactly what I was expecting." "That was so awkward," Millie said. Awkward wasn't the word I'd have chosen. Stressful came closer. I was sweating, and I hadn't even been involved in any of the confrontations. But Bobby's quiet, "It's over now, let's just have a good evening," went a long way towards settling the rest of us. Except for Keme, who chose that moment to kick me under the table and then look significantly at the restaurant's main entrance. "Ow!" But he was still glaring at me, so I amended it to, I guess I'll go check on Indira." Bobby put a hand on my arm and looked at Keme. To his credit, Keme did shrink down a little and mumble, "Sorry." "I'll be right back," I said, fighting a laugh. I was halfway to the front doors when a pop came from somewhere nearby. I glanced around for a champagne bottle and took 2 more steps. A second pop sounded in the distance, and my writer brain matched the sounds up with something else. Gunshots. By the time I'd turned around, Bobby was already out of his seat and running toward the kitchen doors. Fox and Millie were staring after him. Keme had on his most feral expression and was gripping Millie's arm. I sprinted after Bobby. When I passed through the swinging doors, the steam and smells of the kitchen met me, onion and hot oil and fish. I glimpsed stainless steel work tables and a walk-in refrigerator and the kind of ugly but practical tile that seems to abound in commercial kitchens. Men and women in mise-en-masse uniforms stared at me. Bobby was already halfway to a door marked "Exit" on the far side. I stumbled out into the alley on the other side about 5 seconds after him. It was dark, and the trickle of rain had thickened into a steady, soaking drizzle. Bobby knelt on the ground next to someone. At first, all I could make out was a white shirt. When I took a step forward, Bobby raised his head and waved me back. "Stay where you are. Call 911. I dug out my phone. "Who is it?" "Mal." Indira's voice made me jump. She stood under the eave, hidden in the thicker shadows there. In one hand, she held something silver that caught the light in long gray smears. Like the rain, I thought, as my brain struggled to process what I was seeing. Like a smudgy bit of light and rain that she'd somehow caught hold of. But it wasn't, of course. It was her gun. "Thomas Malik." And then, in the tone of someone answering a question, she said, "My ex-husband." Chapter 2. Bobby made her give him the gun. Indira didn't object. She didn't argue or fight or complain. She was sopping wet, her hair flattened against her scalp, her clothes pasted to her body, and the whole effect made her look smaller. I called 911, and then Bobby told me to take her inside. The stark brightness of the kitchen after the rainy darkness in the alley was unreal. Flushed, frightened faces stared at us. "I need a towel," I said. Several seconds passed before the woman in chef's whites shouted, "Someone give him a towel!" The world sprang into motion again. I helped Indira dry off as well as we could. Part of my brain, the part that couldn't help being a mystery writer, wondered if I was destroying evidence, and the rest of me thought I was a traitor for even considering the possibility, but there it was. I was distantly aware of murmurs spreading through the kitchen, and then a sharp cry. When I glanced over, the woman in chef's whites was sagging against a stainless steel counter, her face bloodless, while members of the kitchen staff plucked at her arms and led her out of the room. Indira didn't say anything. She let me help her, and then when she'd had enough, she caught my hand and stopped me. One of the sous chefs, or God, whatever they're called, carried over 2 folding chairs, and we sat and waited for the sheriff to arrive. Around us, the kitchen moved with broken rhythm, spurts of movement, sudden halts, wary gazes turned our way. Bobby didn't come back inside. He wouldn't leave the scene until someone else could secure it. Sheriff Acosta didn't take long to get there. She entered through the alley door, wearing a transparent poncho beaded with rain. Her hat was dark with water, and the tip of her ponytail looked damp too. She took one look at us and said, "Is either of you hurt?" I shook my head. Indira didn't respond. "Dash, go back to the dining room." The sheriff scanned the kitchen. "Who's in charge here?" The sous chef who had brought the chairs raised her hand. "I'm going to need somewhere to work," the sheriff said. "And, Dash, right now." I squeezed Indira's hand, but she didn't respond to that either. Then I left. The dining room was cool in comparison with the kitchen's heat. Cool and swallowed up by shadows, and much, much too quiet. Whispers moved through the crowd like ripples in a pond. Deputy Weiniger, pouch-eyed and grim, stood at the door, and to judge by the mixture of interest and unhappiness, the diners knew they weren't going anywhere anytime soon. Every eye in the room followed me as I made my way toward my friends. Millie was pale, Fox was twisting their cardigan, Keme's breathing was shallow, and if anything, his grip on Millie had only tightened while I'd been gone. I realized in one of those ultra-clear moments that sometimes came in the midst of disaster that the only thing worse for Keme than not being able to protect someone was having to choose who to protect. "She's okay," I said. "Indira's okay." Keme sagged, and he let Millie pull him into a hug. Fox released their cardigan and rubbed their hands on their knees. "It's pretty bad, though," I said. And then tears stung my eyes. The worst part was I didn't even know why I was crying. I hadn't been in danger, Indira wasn't hurt, I hadn't even seen the body up close for heaven's sake. But my throat prickled like I had the flu, and it took me several long seconds to fight back a genuine sob. "Come on," Fox said gently as they rose. Patting my back, they turned me toward the fireplace. "Let's get you warmed up." It wasn't until then that I noticed I was soaked too. Soaked and frozen to the bone. Fox got me seated on the hearth, and the heat of the flames made me melt. Millie held my hand, which I hadn't realized until then was exactly what I needed, and Keme used a series of napkins to dry my hair. He's nothing if not resourceful. He also got weirdly aggressive with the rubbing at the end, yanking my head back and forth, which I figured was his psycho-teenage boy way of working out his own complicated emotions. It actually made me feel better. I know, it makes zero sense. "I'm going to get you a drink," Fox said. "Millie, Keme, why don't you find Nalini and let her know Indira's okay?" Keme nodded, and in true boy fashion, he apparently still had no idea how much trouble he was in. I didn't actually see Millie's claws come out, but she did have a certain look that made me wonder if Nalini had medical insurance. After they left, I sat there, absorbing the heat from the fireplace, my muscles slowly relaxing. Yes, people were still staring at me, but it wasn't as bad now. I was caught up in a contemplation of my current state. Dry clothes were quickly becoming a priority, and my Mexico 66s were caked with some sort of grime from the alley, when someone sat down next to me. It was the woman from the bar, the one with the earth-toned makeup, and the hair dyed a shade too dark. She was carrying 2 glasses, and she held one out to me. "You need this more than I do," she said with something on her face that wasn't quite a smile. When I'd first seen this woman, the makeup and hair had taken most of my attention. I gave her a closer look now. Her face had a slightly blocky look to it, and something about it, in spite of what I assumed were expensive cosmetics and possibly a touch of surgical intervention, suggested a bulldog. Her clothes were definitely expensive. A silk blouse, high-waisted trousers, and the kind of heels that require professional certification to walk in. "It must have been awful," she said, pushing the drink toward me, and then without even pretending to wait a beat, "What happened out there?" Anything I said felt like it might have been too much, or confirmation, so I settled for shaking my head. I know, she said. She must have given up on the drink because she set it on the hearth. She even patted my shoulder robotically. I'm sure it was terrible. I'm sorry, I said, but I think I'd like to be alone. Sparky Sanchez, she said. God, you were so brave, the way you ran out there after those gunshots. She did something with her eyelashes and leaned in. I love a bold man. It took about 5 seconds longer than it should have. I blame it on the fact that I was still, to use a medical term, discombobulated. Then it hit. Someone must have thrown a few dozen logs on the fire, because I started sweating and I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. Why, Sparky said, you're practically a hero, and I don't even know your name. She did something again with her eyelashes, and let me tell you, pit stains were only the beginning of my problems. We're talking buckets of sweat. I glanced around for Fox. Now would be an ideal time for them to come back with my drink, but they weren't at the bar, and I couldn't spot them anywhere in the dining room. Dane, I said, and then because I will forever be Dashiell Dawson Dane, somehow I heard myself say, practicing homosexual. Sparky stared at me. Her grip on her drink loosened, and for an instant I thought she might actually drop it. And then she tittered a laugh. I laughed too, the way you might laugh, eyes rolling, when edging toward the closest exit. In my case, though, there wasn't anywhere to go, and so Sparky kept laughing, and I kept laughing, and I wondered if maybe I should have that drink after all. God, how embarrassing, Sparky said, her voice a trace brisker now, with a kind of self-deprecating amusement. I'm sorry. It works on straight men most of the time, I promise. Can we start over, and I'll act like a human being? She held out her hand. Sparky Sanchez. Something about the shift in tone, the slight hint of self-mockery, made me take her hand. Dane. You can't blame me for trying, she said. But a gal's got to do whatever she can. The restaurant industry is an old boys' club. You wouldn't believe how hard it is for a woman. I didn't know that. The chef here is a woman, isn't she? Sparky nodded and sipped her drink. But Talmadge is useless in a crisis, which is why the restaurant is at a standstill. I tried to think of a response to that, and then I realized something important was happening, something useful. Talmadge? I asked. The chef. Sparky tilted an unpleasant smile into the middle distance. The one who came out here and gave Mal a new bunghole. I mean, kind of. She did use the word hole, at least. Yeah, I said. What was all that about? Sparky shrugged. The usual, I suspect. Mal's never been able to hang on to a wife. Talmadge is his wife? Before she could answer, though, something about the way she'd said it struck me, and I said, Hold on. You were married to him, too. I told you, a gal's got to do whatever she can. Several questions came to mind, as well as the fact that Sparky, as an ex-wife, might make an excellent suspect. Why does everyone call him Mal? I asked. I thought his name was Thomas. Just a nickname. He's had it for years. His last name is Malik, and somebody shortened it. She studied me over her glass. Someone shot Mal, didn't they? Don't look so surprised. We all heard the shots, and he hasn't come back. For several seconds, I didn't say anything, and then I decided to gamble. You followed him into the kitchen, I said. Sparky gave me a more considering look. Finally, she said, I did, and I followed him out into that filthy alley and ruined a pair of heels. She displayed the shoes, which were stained with the same filth as my Mexico 66s. But I didn't shoot him. A little pause, and then slightly too casually, I don't suppose you saw anything while you were out there? I chose to ignore that question. Why did you follow him? Mal and I have had an unusual relationship." "What does that mean?" Sparky tittered again. "Not like that. The divorce happened years ago, and we're friends now. We move in the same circles. We have to be amicable." "Is that why you're here?" No. I'm here because I've got a fantastic idea for a restaurant, and Mal would be perfect for this project." "Like, as the chef?" "Mal? Oh, God, no. He's not a chef. He couldn't boil water. He's an investor, a restaurateur." A dark edge entered her voice. "And trust me, I'd go into it with both eyes open, not like a certain chef who thinks so highly of herself." "Talmadge?" Sparky threw me a smile I was sure was meant to be charming, but her next words jarred me back to high alert. "You didn't see anything when you found Mal, did you? The murder weapon, footprints, anything? Did it look like he'd been robbed?" Indira, standing under the eave, her gun in her hand. Somehow I said, "I don't know. I was only out there for a few seconds. What did you mean you wouldn't be like Talmadge?" "Mal's a shark," Sparky said airily. "He invests in a business. If it's successful, more often than not, he finds a way to make sure he's the one who walks away with all the money. There are some chefs in Seattle who'll tell you all about how Mal stole their life's work, if you buy them a drink." "That doesn't seem possible," I said. "How does he get away with it?" "Lots of ways. Sometimes the investment is a loan with ridiculous repayment terms. Sometimes he's got a buyout clause in the contract. You've got to remember most chefs don't care about business stuff. All they want is to have their own restaurant, so they'll sign whatever you put in front of them. I know a couple of chefs who got fired when Mal was tired of them. They thought they were owners right up until he pulled out the paperwork. Let me tell you, it took Mal a few years to get it right. At the beginning, he ran his first few investments into the ground. Awful stuff. One of the chefs killed herself. But eventually, he perfected the art of making money off other people." "Sounds like you know a lot about it." "If you work in the industry long enough, you'll cross paths with him, or somebody he stabbed in the back. Everybody who ever met Mal wanted to kill him. Everybody." The charming smile was back now, and she'd ramped it all the way up to kill mode. "I know what you're thinking." I raised my eyebrows. "I didn't kill him," Sparky said, smile sharpening. "I didn't say you did." Sparky opened her purse and removed a small tin. She opened it and applied some sort of balm or ointment to her cracked lips. "You saw Talmadge with him tonight. Larry hates his guts, and poor Jethro's his personal doormat." "Who's Jethro?" "Tall kid." Sparky pointed across the room. The young man I'd seen earlier stood there, still wearing the jacket Mal had given him, damp now from the rain, talking to the chef, Talmadge, and the sallow-faced man with the bristly hair, presumably Larry. "Bad skin, sweet kid, but he's an absolutely terrible personal assistant. He gets me confused with another of Mal's exes all the time." I barely heard her. Mal and Jethro standing near the kitchen doors, Mal holding the younger man by the arms in a way that seemed, at best, too familiar. Mal slipping out of his jacket, pressing it on the boy, and my own thought in that moment that some men liked younger partners. It wouldn't have been the first time that a boss's sexual advances built to a fatal conflict. Even puppies bit back eventually. Or, as soon as I thought the words, a memory drifted up. Mal's white shirt in the dark alley. It had practically been the only thing I could see. Two men, around the same height and build, both with dark hair and white shirts. Mal had given Jethro his jacket. I mean, was that even a possibility? Sparky must have sensed my deliberation because she said, "What? What is it?" I fumbled for something to say. And you said the other man's name is Larry? Rain pattered at the windows. An eddy of air shifted, bringing the smell of the candles' hot wax. Low voices filled the dining room with the rolling swells and troughs of murmured conversation. When Sparky spoke, her tone suggested she hadn't missed my evasion. Larry Lizard. She nodded to where he stood by the door, hair wet and bedraggled. I wasn't sure when he'd come back inside. Sparky gave me a moment, and then added, Live with Larry Lizard. Then it landed. Oh! I tried to come up with something and finally managed, I love that show. Which was the kind of thing you said in public to a stranger, like, what a cute baby, when it was one of those little old man babies, or, boy, he's really high-spirited, when observing a budding psychopath. Because even though I was clearly every cable food program's target demographic, did you know they have multiple shows about people making cakes that look like things that aren't cake? Live with Larry Lizard wasn't one I watched, like, ever. For one thing, because the show wasn't actually live, which annoyed me, and for another, because Larry was, well, Larry. He talked over the people he interviewed, he criticized their food right in front of them. Once he'd been interviewing a chef, super successful, her restaurant had reservations booked out almost a year, and on the air he'd been so casually dismissive of her opinion of how to cook lamb, the kind of arguing without bothering to actually argue that arrogant people sometimes did, that she'd walked off the set. What's he doing here? I asked. I gave Larry a closer look. He wasn't exactly handsome, but he had one of those faces that made you feel like you knew him from somewhere, in this case, television. His clothes looked like the kind of expensive you're meant to know is expensive without actually dressing up. A hoodie, jeans, and sneakers so clean and white, Bobby would have been proud. Is he filming? Sparky's laugh was surprisingly scornful. Hardly. There seemed to be more to that answer, but Sparky went on. God knows why he's out here. Middle of nowhere. Are you sure you don't want that drink? She helped herself to it without waiting for a response. As she drank, she gave me a long, considering look. I glanced around, but still no fox. I couldn't help noticing, Sparky said, and it had an easiness that was entirely too casual. An alarm began to ring somewhere deep in my brain. Whatever else Sparky had wanted out of this conversation, her flirting, her probing about Mal's death, the ham-handed way she attempted to direct my attention toward potential suspects, it had all been building up to this. This was what she really wanted. The rest of the patter had been meant to soften me up. When you came in, you were with Indira. She knew Indira. She'd recognized her. She referred to her by first name. What's that supposed to mean? I asked. Now, don't be that way, Sparky said with another titter. I'm in the same boat, you understand. The ex-wives club and all that. But she must have seen something on my face because she said, I'm not pointing any fingers. I turned toward her. The heat on my back was blistering even through my coat, and that hot wax smell clogged my nose. I think this conversation is over. I just want to talk to her. I've got the most wonderful idea. I got to my feet. Sparky sat up straight, words pouring out of her. Now, don't be like that. It's a perfectly reasonable request. This is what I do. I connect people. And do you have any idea what some people would pay to have her working back of house? I opened my mouth to tell Sparky to screw off, only I wasn't going to use the PG version. But before I could, the sheriff called from the kitchen doorway. Mr. Dane. For a few seconds, I wrestled with my need to defend Indira, or at least put this smug, manipulative woman in her place. The echo of Indira's words blew through my head, cold and clear. Excuse me. When I reached the sheriff, she gave me a considering look, and then held one of the swinging doors for me. The kitchen was busy again, Talmadge barking orders as the other chefs, or whatever they were called, worked. Apparently, murder wasn't going to keep Mise en Mast from its opening night. Was that strange? Maybe it was one of those situations where people simply didn't know how to act in the wake of tragedy, and so they did what they thought was normal. "What was all that about?" the sheriff asked. "I honestly don't know." I told her about Sparky. God, I just sat there like an idiot, wondering why she was blabbing so much. The sheriff only nodded, though. "Dash, I'd like you and Bobby to go home." "Aren't you going to interview everyone? Someone might have seen something." "Yes, I'm going to take statements." She watched me, but whatever she was expecting to see, she must not have found it, because she said, "I'm asking you not to get involved in this investigation." The pieces snapped together. "You think—" I glanced at the busy kitchen and lowered my voice so that it barely carried over the ambient noise. "You think Indira had something to do with this?" "I think that this is a complicated, sensitive investigation, and I think your feelings could compromise your judgment." I couldn't say anything. And then I could. "Sheriff, Indira didn't kill Mal. She wouldn't kill anyone." The sheriff cut her eyes away. "If you don't know that," I said, you're a pretty lousy sheriff." Her gaze came back to me. She was standing over a man who had been shot. She was holding a gun that had been recently fired. A sworn deputy found her like that. "Why don't you tell me, Dash? What am I supposed to do?" It took me several seconds, and when I finally spoke, my voice had a limping uncertainty that I hated. "Her gun had been fired?" The sounds of chopping, of pans scraping over burners, of shouted instructions floated between us. After the comfortable shadows of the dining room, the fluorescent work lights hammered against all that stainless steel. "Bobby is going to take you home now," the sheriff said. "I can't make you keep your nose out of this, but I want you to understand that I won't let you compromise my investigation." I nodded and rubbed my forehead. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. You're a good sheriff and a good person. I know you want me to go home, but I'm going to come to the station. I'm going to call a lawyer, and I want to be there if Indira needs anything." I couldn't help myself. "I know Indira, Sheriff. I know she didn't do this." The sheriff nodded. She didn't say anything because, at heart, she was kind, but I knew what she would have said if she were a character in one of my books. If my fictional detective Will Gower had found himself nose to nose with the chief of police, she would have said, "We never really know anybody," or something like that. And she would have been right. I might have said something else, but a shout from outside the restaurant interrupted us. It was loud enough to carry even inside the noisy kitchen, and a part of me recognized that meant it must have been very loud indeed. The sheriff turned toward the exit door at the back, and I followed. Outside, the rain was still coming down in that thick, miserable drizzle, but the gloom had been pushed back by portable LEDs that painted the alley in black and white. A protective canopy sheltered Mal's body from the rain, and plastic barriers screened him from view. Someone was moving around behind the barriers. At the mouth of the alley, a van marked District Medical Examiner was parked. All of that passed through my mind in an instant because then I saw Salk, Indira, and Keme. Salk, Deputy Salkanovic, who had been Hastings Rock's star quarterback in high school, and who had gone through a 3-month period of giving me noogies in a weirdly cute way, and who once, in a truly epic disaster of a conversation, had been way too encouraging about me dating Bobby, including such memorable lines as, "Bobby's so strong," and "Have you ever seen him back up a truck?" which it turns out was not a euphemism, was walking Indira toward a patrol car parked next to the medical examiner's van. Indira's hands were cuffed behind her, and her head was down. Keme walked backward in front of them, grabbing at Salk, trying to break his grip, lunging up into Salk's face and shouting, "Let go of her! Get your hands off her! What are you doing?" Salk, who had at least 6 inches and 50 pounds on Keme, walked resolutely, not fighting back, but also not letting Keme stop him. Keme must have realized he wasn't going to be able to stop Salk, because all of a sudden he went totally silent, stepped back, and gathered himself. My hind brain registered it before my conscious mind knew what was happening. Threat. Danger. The way you can tell when an animal is about to attack. Indira yelled, "Keme, no!" "Hey!" the sheriff shouted. I started to run. Keme launched himself at Salk. As far as I knew, Keme had never played football, but it looked like a textbook tackle. He buried his shoulder in Salk's stomach, and the force of the impact drove Salk backward. Salk released Indira, who stumbled and bumped up against the restaurant. Keme pressed his advantage, wrapping his arms around Salk's waist, forcing him along the alley. Salk, who was of the gentle giant variety, grabbed Keme by the shoulders, but that seemed to be as much as he was willing to do. He stumbled back, clearly trying not to hurt the boy. "Get off him!" I snapped, and I grabbed Keme's arms and tried to pull him free. Keme ignored me, but Salk must have realized what I was doing and started to help. He forced one of Keme's arms loose, and I got Keme in a bear hug and lurched back. Keme let out a wild noise that was more sob than shout, and he wiggled and thrashed for a moment before elbowing me in the side as hard as he could. Somehow I held on. "Stop! Stop it! Just stop! Let go of me! Let go! Let go!" And then Bobby was there. He caught Keme by the shirt, gave him a violent shake, and barked, "Keme!" Keme went limp in my arms. It had all taken less than 10 seconds. The alley was silent, except for the rain. Bobby was soaked to the skin, his glossy dark hair flattened across his forehead. He must have been freezing, but he didn't seem worried about himself. His gaze went to me first, and when I nodded, he glanced at Salk. The deputy was rubbing his chest, and his mouth twisted in something between anger and self-deprecating amusement. Indira had caught her balance. At the mouth of the alley, Millie appeared between the vehicles. She let out a cry and sprinted toward us. "Indira's going to be okay," I whispered to Keme, "but not if you get yourself arrested." He gave an angry shake that was more acknowledgement than agreement. I let him go anyway, and he staggered to meet Millie. They embraced, and Keme pressed his head into her shoulder. As quietly as I could, I said to the sheriff, "He's 18, which means he's a ball of hormones, and she's basically his mom and Dash," the sheriff said. I stopped. She glanced over at Salk, and he gave her a thumbs up, although he was still rubbing his chest. The sheriff looked at me, and I knew that look. I knew when I'd lost. I nodded. "I'll take him home." Chapter 3. Getting Keme home turned out to be the easy part. Getting him into his room, as a matter of fact, wasn't even all that hard. Getting out, on the other hand, was another matter. "You have to help her," Keme said as he paced. His long dark hair hung in tangles in front of his face, and he was still in his wet clothes, dripping on one of Hemlock House's expensive and irreplaceable rugs. He didn't seem to notice any of it. "You have to prove she didn't do it." Millie hugged herself and watched, misery and helplessness competing in her expression. "We're going to do everything we can," I said. "You have to help her," he said again as he ran his hands through his hair. He reached the end of the room and spun back toward me. "She didn't do anything wrong." "I know. You have to tell the sheriff she didn't do it." "Keme, you can make them see she didn't." "I'm going to try. I promise I'm going to try." He nodded, but it was like he hadn't heard me. "She wouldn't ever do something like that." I nodded. "She wouldn't," he said more sharply, as though I'd argued. "I know, Keme, I know. I'm on your side. I'm on Indira's side. We're going to figure this out. He mumbled something. Then he veered toward the door. This was his third attempt to leave, so I was now blocking his exit. When I didn't get out of his way, he growled and said, "Move. We talked about this. You can't go down to the station because I'm not going to the station because you attacked Salk. The sheriff could have arrested you, you know that? And you owe Salk an apology." "I'm not going to the station." He delivered the words the second time with the insultingly slow delivery that only a teenager can truly master. "You're not going anywhere," I said. And then genius struck. "You're grounded." Keme gaped at me. Millie's jaw dropped. "That's right," I said, warming up to the idea. "You're grounded, Buster. You're not going anywhere." For several seconds, the only sound was water dripping off three very wet people. "You can't ground me." "You better believe I can," I said. "I'm your, whatever I am, brother, dad, I guess, and kind of a foster parent. Wait, is den mother still a thing?" I was losing ground, so I rallied with, "And Indira's not around right now, so it's my call, and I say you're grounded, so no leaving the house." I waited for the shouting. I waited for the argument. I braced myself against the all-too-real possibility of Keme simply tackling me and then escaping. But 1 second passed, and then another. And then tears welled in his eyes. "Keme," I said, "come here." He dashed at the tears and tried to glare at me. "It's going to be okay." He gave a furious shake of his head. "Yes," I said, "it is. Come here." It took several more seconds before he slunk over to me, eyes downcast, shoulders stiff, hands balled into fists at his side. I hugged him. "We're all going to be okay." He shivered and shook his head again. I rubbed his back. It felt like a long time before, his voice cracking, he said, "She's gone." Then he started to cry. Keme wasn't really a crier, although the last few months had certainly put that to the test. Even now it wasn't outright sobs, more like these violent, intermittent shakes as he fought desperately to hold himself together and occasionally lost. I rubbed his back some more until the worst of it was over. "Shower," I told him. "Dry clothes. Get some rest." He sniffled. He glared. He dragged himself around the room with long, sulking, melodramatic pauses as he gathered what he needed. Then he touched Millie's hand, looked at her silently until she rubbed his arm, and gave me one final, murderous stare before retreating into the bathroom. Honestly, it was adorable. He was like a little wolf cub after a mama wolf licked his fur into a mohawk, or something like that. After the door closed behind him, I said, "Are you staying over tonight?" It wasn't something we talked about. They were both adults. Millie blushed, but only slightly. "He's pretty upset." "I know he's upset. That's why I want you to make sure he doesn't leave tonight." Millie nodded. "I'm serious." "I won't let him leave." "Good. Do you need anything?" She shook her head, but as I reached for the door, she said, "Dash, we couldn't find her." "Who?" "Nalini." The doorknob was cool under my touch. "It was a crazy night." Millie nodded, but she didn't look convinced. When I got to our bedroom, it was now all but officially our bedroom, since Bobby only ever slept in his bed when he worked an overnight. Bobby was naked. This wasn't uncommon. Somehow, I suspected because Bobby was incredibly attractive and had all those muscles, he'd grown up without the slightest compunctions about casual nudity. I also suspected that Bobby had never had a minor panic attack upon entering the boys' locker room. He stood near the bed, a towel hanging from his hand as he looked at his phone. He had broad shoulders that ran down to the tight V of his waist, and as Fox was fond of pointing out, he had a majestic, a derriere. Strong thighs, strong calves, and he did this thing when he wasn't thinking about it, where he curled his toes into the rug. He was doing it now. With a glance over his shoulder, Bobby asked, "Did you get him settled?" I nodded. Bobby tossed the towel in the hamper and set down his phone. He came over to me. His arms settled on my hips, and he pulled me to him. "He'll be okay. He's frightened." "I'm frightened." That made him laugh quietly for some reason, but when he spoke, his voice was serious. "Indira will be okay, too." I made some sort of sound, but even I wasn't totally sure what it meant. I nuzzled into Bobby's neck. "You're naked." He laughed again, squeezing me more tightly against him. His hand slid up my shirt to caress my back, the warmth of skin against skin. But that was all. The night had been so bleak, and my whole body felt heavy. He didn't even have to say anything. "Maybe not tonight," I said. "I know. It's not that I'm not interested. Because I am interested. Very interested." His laugh vibrated through me. Then he turned me toward the bathroom, patted my, rump, and gave me a push. I rinsed off quickly. The rain had left me clammy, and the hot water and soap felt wonderful. I toweled off as Bobby brushed his teeth. "Indira didn't kill Mal," I said. Bobby stopped mid-brush and fixed me with a look in the mirror. "She didn't," I said with a defensive chuckle. "And I'm not snooping or sleuthing or anything." "Yet," he bubbled around the toothbrush. "Rude." But I couldn't stop there. "It doesn't make any sense. Why would she shoot him? He's her ex-husband, okay, but she hasn't seen him in years, and then out of the blue they stumble into each other and she decides she can't wait another minute. She has to blow him away right now? That's crazy." Bobby made one of those toothbrushy sounds that could have meant anything. "And I know the sheriff has a legitimate reason to consider Indira a suspect," I said. "I mean, she was standing there with a gun, I get it. But there's an explanation for that." Bobby spat. He swished water in his mouth, and he wrapped the toothbrush on the edge of the sink to get the last drops of water off. "That's our Deputy Bobby." And he spat again. Wiping his mouth, he said, "Don't say it," I groaned. But he did say it because, again, he was Deputy Bobby. "I love Indira. She's a great person. But you know as well as I do, maybe better, that anyone, under the right circumstances, can do things they never would have done otherwise." "What circumstances?" I asked. "What made Indira snap? You saw her at the restaurant. She saw Mal. She was upset, I guess, but for heaven's sake, she straightened the silverware. It's not like she started blasting away right in the middle of the restaurant." Bobby, as usual, ignored all of that. "Let's wait. If you say, 'Let's wait and let the sheriff figure it out,' I'm going to scream." About 5 seconds passed. 5 seconds can feel super long when Bobby Maya's looking straight at you. "Let's wait," Bobby said gently, "and see what happens tomorrow. Then we can decide what we're going to do." Listen, I'm all about crusades. I'm all about fighting the good fight to the bitter end. I'm all about being completely, totally unreasonable in the name of doing what you think is right. But the way he said "we," knowing that Bobby would help me, that we'd figure this out together, took a lot of the wind out of my sails. I tried to put this into words, but what came out was, "I want to yell at you some more about why I'm right." That big, goofy grin shone out at me. "Okay, babe." And then he got out his floss. I left Bobby to his dental care, pulled on a pair of trunks. These were black, and they had a neon green design that looked like an Xbox power button right on the, front, and grabbed a sleep shirt. Then I hopped into bed. A quick check of crime cats caught me up on the news. There was this tuxedo cat who refused to let her human work and kept putting her paw on his hand. Really solid stuff. Bobby finished getting ready for bed and padded around the room for a while, doing some end-of-the-day straightening up. Yes, still naked. I was so caught up in reading that I only noticed in the background when Bobby answered the phone. It's not like I wanted to eavesdrop, but it also wasn't like Bobby was aiming for privacy. He stood a few feet away, phone pressed to his ear, his back to me. There wasn't much to the conversation. "Hi." And then a long silence, and then, in a flat, hard tone, "What do you mean?" "Indira?" I asked. But he didn't seem to hear me. Bobby's shoulders were tense, and combined with that terse little question, it was enough to make me sit up in bed. What had happened? Had someone else gotten hurt? Had the sheriff found additional evidence? But why would the sheriff call Bobby? Why would the sheriff say anything to him, knowing that it would put Bobby in a tough spot since I wasn't part of the official investigation? "Okay," Bobby said. "I'll be there as soon as I can." My phone buzzed and I glanced down at it. Some part of me expected disaster. It had been the right day for it. A text from Millie that Keme had flown the coop, a message from Fox about Indira. What could be worse? But it was an email from an agent. The month before, I'd started querying my novel. Yes, it was finished. Technically, it was finished. I still wanted to give the ending one last pass. And I wasn't thrilled about the title. A work in progress sounded very clever, and no, it wasn't because I couldn't come up with anything better. But it was done, and I'd been sending it out to agents. Querying was a fancy word for shooting off emails blindly in the hope of finding someone who would represent my work, more or less by sheer chance. One decision Bobby and I hadn't agreed on, if you could call Bobby's constant encouragement anything approaching disagreement, was my decision to use a pen name. I wanted to use one. Bobby said I should do whatever made me happy, but I could fill in the blanks, so I'd gone with Danny Locke. It was kind of an homage to my parents. Johnny Dane of the Talon Maverick series, and Patricia Lockley. Her latest hit was The Mistress in the Manor. The bottom line was that I didn't want to capitalize on my parents' reputations. I didn't want agents to pluck me out of the slush pile because of my mom and dad. I wanted to succeed, or not, on my own merits. Maybe it was stupid. Maybe I was making my life unnecessarily difficult. Maybe I was self-sabotaging because I was afraid of success. Bobby didn't say any of those things. I've just seen a lot of therapists. And so far, I'd gotten a lot of no's. All no's, in fact. Each and every agent responding with a polite negative, my little tracking sheet slowly turning red as I highlighted the rejections. This had been the last one. I didn't even have to open the email. The preview said, "Thank you, but..." I tapped the email anyway, but I couldn't read it. My thoughts were too loud. Well, that wasn't a surprise, was it? After all the other rejections, it only made sense. By this point, I'd been expecting it. My face felt hot. I put my phone down. Bobby turned around. He was hugging himself. I was already saying something about the email, something casual, something about how that was the end of that. And then I stopped. "What's wrong? What happened?" He cocked his head like he was surprised. "My mom died." Chapter 4. "Oh my God, Bobby," I said as I scrambled out of bed. "I'm so sorry." He stood still as I hugged him. "What happened?" I asked. He touched my arm. After a moment, he said, "They think it was a heart attack. My dad found her." "Oh my God," I said again. "Bobby." His hand was still on my arm, and now, carefully, he moved it, opening a path for him to slip free of my embrace. He moved to the dresser and began pulling out clothes, underwear, joggers, a hoodie. He dressed with his usual economy. He balanced on one foot as he pulled on his socks, and in my mind's eye I saw how only a few minutes before he'd curled his toes into the carpet. Tears welled up and I blinked them away. "What's going on?" I said. "What's happening?" "I need to go." "Right, yeah, of course, okay. Do you want your duffel?" But he was already passing through the Jack and Jill bathroom into the other bedroom where he kept most of his stuff. I followed. From the doorway, I watched as he dumped clothes into the bag. "What can I do?" I asked. "I've got it." I stared at him. He switched drawers, gathered more clothes, and dropped them in the duffel. "I'll pack your toiletries," I said. "I'll do it." And then, as though talking to himself, he said, "I need to call Kari." Kari, not Sheriff Acosta. "Okay, I can do that for you." He shook his head. In some way, he must have decided the duffel bag was complete because he gave it a final, considering look and slid the bag toward the bathroom. Then he turned toward his sneakers. Not the ones he kept on display in the special boxes I'd given him, but the ones he actually wore. These were neatly organized in cubbies, because of course they were. And he bent, hands on knees, and considered them. He took out a pair of Jordans. He put them back. He moved a pair of Adidas to a different shelf and made an annoyed sound like they should have been there the whole time. His hair was still damp from the shower, boyishly feathered across his forehead instead of its usual part, and he made that little sound again and pushed it out of his eyes. Something broke open inside me and I started to cry. Not a lot, but I had to wipe my eyes as I crossed to him. "Bobby." He made a questioning sound in his throat. I caught his wrist. "Bobby." It was like looking into someone else's face, someone who was wearing a Bobby mask. The same chiseled good looks, the same control and reserve. But a stranger. I remembered the Bobby I'd met when I'd come to Hastings Rock. The one who had been sure if he was just strong enough, tried hard enough, he could fix anything. "You need to sit down," I said. "You're not thinking clearly." He blinked, once, and then, with an easy turn of his wrist, he broke my hold. He picked up a pair of New Balance, loosened the laces, and said, "I'm fine." "Bobby, you're not fine." The sneakers hung from his hand, each one dangling from a finger. He took a deep breath, and for a moment it sounded like one of those rare moments I'd heard Bobby lose his temper. A hint of it showed in his face, too, the tightness of his jaw. Then something happened. His face changed, and it was the look of someone who had remembered something, or understood something maybe, a problem that he'd been banging his head against. He dropped the shoes, squared himself up with me, and put his hands on my arms. "Thank you." I waited for more, but nothing came. "Thank you for what?" Instead, I heard myself talking again. "Can we sit down, please?" He nodded, and his hands chafed my arms lightly. "Of course." But then he added, "Only for a minute. I've got to drive to Portland." Which, of course he did. He had to be with his family. So why was my first instinct to argue? We sat on his bed, the one only he ever used. It was made perfectly as you'd expect from Deputy Bobby, and a part of me fixated on how the bedding wrinkled under and around us as we sat. He'd hate that. He'd never let his bed look like that. Bobby took my hand. It took approximately 1,000,000 seconds for the first minute to pass. He shifted his weight slightly, and a spring ponged under us. I didn't know what to say. Big surprise. That was par for the course in my relationships. I mean, it wasn't for lack of words, but was I supposed to ask how he was doing? That sounded trite, if not downright stupid. Was I supposed to ask how I could help? I was his boyfriend. Shouldn't I know how to help? It was the kind of thing someone else would have been able to do instinctively, without all these layers of doubt and second-guessing and complete lack of faith in the ability to do something so fundamentally human as comfort someone they loved. Bobby's laugh was quiet, and he brought the hand he was holding to his lips and kissed my fingers. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to say anything. Bobby, I love you. Of course I have to do something. I just have to, figure it out first. With his free hand, he tweaked the ear of my glasses. He watched me for a moment, and then he said, I'm so grateful for you. I know you want to help me. There's nothing you can do right now, but I promise I'll let you know if there is. And I'm sorry I wasn't listening earlier when you were trying to let me know how you felt. He waited a beat. But I do really need to get on the road. When he stood, I released his hand automatically, and he went to put on the sneakers he'd dropped. I sat there. I smoothed the blanket where he'd sat, or I tried to anyway. They were there now, the wrinkles, and all I could do was try to make them better. Bobby grabbed his bag, and somehow that unlocked me. I slid off the bed. Let me grab a few things, and I'll be ready to go. Dash, you don't have to go with me. I'm your boyfriend. I know. I should be there with you. You're busy. You've got a lot going on. Indira, of course I'm going with you. What did you think I was going to do? Bobby transferred the bag from one hand to the other. There it was again, that look like something had clicked. Sure. Thank you, but only if you want to. It didn't take me long. I couldn't think clearly enough for any kind of list or plan. I had a backpack, and things went in the backpack. My heart beating faster and faster until finally, with no real sense of what I'd done, I yanked the zipper shut and blurted, I'm ready. Bobby nodded. He insisted on carrying my backpack and his duffel down to the SUV. I hopped into my shoes as I followed, because I was afraid I'd chicken out, not because I was worried he'd leave me behind. He wouldn't, not now that he'd remembered. See, the pieces had finally fallen into place, and I knew what was going on. The way he'd sat on the bed, those agonizing silent minutes, everything he'd said right up until the end. That's what Bobby had remembered, or realized, or whatever it had been. That look on his face, that he was supposed to take care of me. Chapter 5. The drive took us first through Clatsop State Forest. In daylight, it was a beautiful scenic drive. You followed a blacktop 2-lane through hills of Sitka spruce, Douglas fir, lodgepole pine, massively tall trees that shaded the road and made the air cool and resinous when you lowered your window. Ferns bristled along the edges of the road, and along the shoulder lay a thick duff instead of gravel or broken asphalt. Sometimes, when the light was right, you'd glimpse vibrant green moss carpeting the ground and fuzzing the trunks of trees. At night, it was a narrow black fork and a dusty scatter of stars overhead. I made a quick call to the sheriff to let her know what had happened, and then I texted the last pics. After that, we drove in silence because music seemed inappropriate. I had offered to drive, but Bobby had only shaken his head. I tried not to watch him, but I caught myself looking over from time to time, trying to read his face. The light from the dash only gave so much, but it was enough to make out the familiar lines of his face. Impassive, that was the best word for it. Not exactly calm, not relaxed. It was the kind of tension that, On somebody else, I might have thought meant a headache that wouldn't go away. Eventually, we left the forest and reached open ground. Ag fields spread out around us. The sky lost its few stars to light pollution, and what I could see of it through the windshield looked rippled and matte, like badly worked lead. At first, we passed farms, houses wearing rings of light, the dark silhouettes of outbuildings, a lone tree, branches bare under the February cold. Then, mile by mile, more and more buildings started to crop up. Light industrial buildings of corrugated steel, chain-link fences penning in backhoes and excavators. The back of a brick strip mall that housed a dentist and a real estate agent. The hot white of a high-pressure sodium lamp burning 24 hours in a McDonald's parking lot. Accompanied by nothing but the hum of tires with the world empty at this hour, it took on a surreal quality, like we'd left Hastings Rock and walked into someone else's nightmare. Bobby's family lived on the far side of Portland, a suburb, technically, which meant we had to go through the city and cross the Willamette and then go south. The homes here looked older, from the 50s and 60s, although I was sure they were still wildly expensive. The streets were old too, patched but free of litter. Yards were well maintained, the houses were cute, one that was Tudorish, with a steeply pitched roof and asbestos shingles, a cottage with a neat brick chimney, a little green ranch with scalloped siding. The trees were old and furred with moss, and big branches hung out over the street. The house that we stopped at fit perfectly on the street. It was a ranch built with one section at a quirky angle, either because it was an addition or because the architect had gotten a wild hair. The paint was tan and in good condition, and it had a low roof and minimalist landscaping. You could tell everything was taken care of. That seemed to be the primary objective, for things to be neat and orderly and in their place. It wasn't hard to picture a young Bobby being put to work mowing the lawn and making sure he edged and trimmed and got every single blade of grass the exact same length. A Range Rover was parked in the driveway, so Bobby pulled up to the curb. When he reached for the keys, I took his hand. I'd been thinking about what to say the whole drive, how to say it, how to make sure he heard it. I'd also been thinking about how to get through the last hour-and-a-half crescendo of nerves without throwing up. His eyes cut to me. Not annoyance, not even impatience, but I thought I could feel it welling up in him before he tamped it back down. "Hey," I said, and I tried for a smile. "You're going to get through this, I promise. No matter how hard it gets, you're going to get through it because we're in this together. I'm here for you, and I love you so much." Bobby closed his eyes for a second. He squeezed my hand. And then he switched off the pilot, pulled the keys from the ignition, and got out. He insisted on carrying the bags again, so all I could do was follow him to the door. Bobby tried the handle, and when the door opened, he knocked and called out, "Hello?" A man's voice floated out to us. "Back here." In the foyer, Bobby removed his sneakers, and I followed suit. I even made sure to line our shoes up on the tray next to the door. A pair of black flats waited there, and I couldn't help looking at them. Had Bobby noticed them? Should I move them before he did? But Bobby was already heading into the house. It took me about 5 seconds to realize that, A, in spite of what had clearly been expensive and thorough upgrades, this house had some serious Brady Bunch vibes, and B, whoever had designed it had been cuckoo. The little foyer flowed into the main living area. That wasn't the weird part. The weird parts were the massive fieldstone fireplace that had been painted white, and the fact that every room I could see was at a different height, which meant there were steps going up and down at every transition, and the spiral staircase leading down to the basement directly off the foyer. It would have thrilled 9-year-old Dash. Present-day Dash wondered if anyone had ever fallen down it. That, of course, immediately made me think of Bobby's mom, and I swear to God my heart stopped beating for about 3 seconds. Bobby was already stepping down into the living room. He set our bags on the floor and kept walking, so I hurried after him. We had to take 3 steps up and pass through an archway into the kitchen, which had the same updated Brady Bunch aesthetic, a large open space with a breakfast nook, double-wall ovens, a stone veneer that, like the fireplace, had been painted white. Swap out the countertops for laminate, paint a few things orange, and pick up some Danish modern seating, and Jan and Marcia and the rest would have felt right at home. 2 men sat at the table in the breakfast nook. One was clearly Bobby's brother. They looked too much alike for him to be anything else. Eric was a few years older, and he had the same heart-shaped face, the same straight nose, the same glossy black hair. Bobby was bigger, not taller, but he carried more muscle, where Eric was trim and clearly in shape but slender. The clothes were different too. Bobby's hoodie and joggers were, I'm not kidding, ones he had picked up at the Keel Hall, Hastings Rock's only grocery store. Eric's sweater was cashmere, and I recognized the brand of his jeans and knew they were in a price range I liked to describe as stratospheric. I had an idea who owned the Range Rover in the driveway. The other man was older and had to be their dad, although the features weren't the same. I realized at that moment I didn't know Bobby's dad's first name. He'd always been Bobby's dad in my head, and since I hadn't met Bobby's family, it hadn't been an issue. He was smaller than both his sons, thin to the point of looking frail, with a worn-out donut of salt and pepper hair and a scalp speckled with sunspots. A pair of frameless glasses perched on his nose. There was no expression on his face, nothing I could read anyway, and his eyes were clear. He had both hands around a mug of tea that looked like it hadn't been touched. Without a word, Eric stood. I thought maybe he and Bobby would hug, but they didn't. Bobby's dad stood too. That was it. Everybody was standing now. Eric was inspecting me and making 0 attempts to hide it. Bobby's dad didn't seem to be looking at anything. My face heated and I got that I'm trapped in a wool sweater feeling that's the charming prelude to such things as, a panic attack. "This is Dash," Bobby said. Then to me, "This is my brother Eric and my dad." Bobby's dad shook my hand. "I'm so sorry," I said. He nodded. "Nice of you to come," Eric said when he took his turn. His tone was difficult to parse. It might have meant exactly what he said, or it might have meant I'd surprised him somehow, like maybe I was the kind of boyfriend who couldn't be bothered to deal with inconvenient things, like his partner's mom dying. "Sit down." We all sat. Then the house was silent. It was an oppressive, staticky silence that seemed to build and build, a combination of ambient noise and the whisper of blood in my ears, until the so-called silence was like this incessant, shimmering chime. "Dad came home from the store," Eric said. "She was already gone. A heart attack, maybe a stroke." It wasn't clear if this was meant for me or for Bobby, and there was no way to tell from Bobby's face if it was new information. But after a moment, Bobby said to me, "Eric's a doctor." That seemed to call for something, so I took a page out of the family book and nodded. Eric's eyes tightened and he looked away. More of that silence came pouring in. What did good boyfriends do in this kind of situation? What would I want someone to do for me and my family? I'd want them to be attentive. I'd want them to be compassionate. I'd want to know they cared about my family. So I said to Bobby's dad, "How are you doing? Can I get you anything?" Nothing. He stared out over his mug of tea. "We've had the police all over the place," Eric said to Bobby, like this was somehow Bobby's fault. "And they're not saying when the medical examiner will release her, so that's great for trying to plan a funeral." Bobby nodded. And then we dropped into another of those conversational troughs. I tried not to, but I found myself looking around the kitchen. Neat, clean, everything put away, not that I'd expect different from a family of mice. Everything except the reusable grocery bags on the counter. One lay on its side as though it had been left unattended and fallen. Bok choy spilled out of it, and a package of rice noodles and 3 dark plums. A framed photo of the Mai family hung on one wall. It showed Bobby and Eric as children. Their dad looked a little less stooped, with a little more hair, but not much different otherwise. The woman in the photo was petite, her hair worn in a short, sensible bob, in a skirt and blouse combo that made her look older than she probably was. The picture was small, and it was on the other side of the kitchen, but it was hard to see Bobby in her. And still no one had said anything. Something clicked in the fridge, and the sound of running water came briefly, incongruous, disorienting. Maybe by some miracle we were about to get flooded out. Mr. Mai's tea gave off a faint, malty aroma. It was barely 11, and somehow it felt like this was one of the small hours of the morning, the middle of the longest night I'd ever lived. Bobby had his hands folded in his lap. Mr. Mai held his mug. Eric ran a finger over his jeans. I was the one who broke first. Big surprise. Besides, this was something I actually knew something about. Something that might be helpful for them to know too, if only to give them context for what must have been one of the most awful nights of their lives. I know that must have been difficult, having the police here, but I think it's protocol. Eric looked at me. Mr. Mai didn't. With any unattended death, I said. Eric was still looking at me, and the room felt hotter. In case, just to be sure. Okay, I told myself, that's enough. But my mouth kept moving. And, of course, don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. But the word I was trying not to say popped out anyway. The autopsy is required to determine the cause and manner of death. Sweat popped out across my face and under my arms. A flush prickled my neck and down my chest. Mr. Mai was looking at me now. It usually doesn't take more than a couple of days, although you'll probably have to wait several months for the full report. The room tilted. I tried to take deep breaths without looking like I was taking deep breaths, and it worked about as well as you'd expect. I couldn't get enough air, and the room kept tilting. That familiar white noise started up in my ears, a high, rushing sound that made it feel like I couldn't hear anything. But Eric pushed back his chair and the legs scraped the floor, and I heard that fine. As he stood, his gaze swept over me once with the expression of someone who had turned over a rock and found a new kind of bug. "I've got to get home," he said. "Alice is alone with the kids." He gave me one last look and added as he started for the door, "You should probably call West. You know he and Mom were close." Chapter 6. It wasn't a great night. It was hard not to take Eric's parting shot personally, although in a weird way it had felt directed at Bobby as much as at me. And on top of that, the fact that Bobby's dad wouldn't say anything, like nothing, was increasingly oppressive. Not that Bobby said much either. In fact, after Eric left, we sat there with the malty scent of the tea and the occasional click from the refrigerator, followed by the sound of running water, in a kitchen that was too well lit for the hour and the moment. Checking the time on my phone seemed like the ultimate rudeness, and holding Bobby's hand felt like it would bring down the wrath of God. So I sat there, and from time to time, when I couldn't help myself any longer, I brushed my knuckles against his knee to let him know I was there. Eventually, Bobby told his dad, "I'm going to get Dash settled." Mr. Mai nodded. As we left the kitchen, I heard him behind us, pouring his tea into the sink. Bobby carried our bags down the spiral staircase. The basement was completely finished with a beautiful walkout that had tall windows. Night pressed up against the glass, and dull little amber nubs of suburban light were the only thing out in the big black. His childhood bedroom had been stripped down to a bed with a white comforter, a dresser that I could tell just by looking at it was empty, a lamp with a dusty jute shade, and plastic storage bins stacked along one wall. The closet door was open, and inside it was full of clothes in dry cleaner bags that clearly weren't Bobby's. No photos of Bobby, no posters on the wall, no jerseys or trophies, not even a rock collection. The bathroom down the hall was equally impersonal. No cute soaps, no seashells or air plants or nice towels, the kind you knew you weren't supposed to actually use. Before long, we were in bed together. It seemed too small, and although Bobby was the major cuddler in our relationship, now I had the sense that I was the one infringing on his space. I tried to lie normally, to remember what it felt like to be in a bed without this. Bobby's breathing was soft and even against the empty backdrop of the darkness. I didn't want this to be the way we went to sleep, not tonight. It took me a few minutes to work up the courage. This was Bobby, I reminded myself. This is the man you love. He's hurt. He's hurting really badly, as a matter of fact. I found him in the dark and laid my hand on his stomach. It rose and fell with his breathing. His bare skin was warm. I wanted to say, you don't have to be this person, not with me. I wanted to say, you don't have to fight it so hard. But I didn't. The silence in the house was like an infection, and it had gotten into me too somehow. I moved my hand in small circles, and the soft friction of skin on skin warmed my palm. His hand swallowed mine, stilling me. And then he rolled onto his side, his back to me, and I listened to his breathing, until something like sleep took me. Movement woke me sometime later. I lay with my eyes closed for another moment. The sun was up and warm on my face. My brain rebooted, details from the night before filtering in. It probably wasn't that bad, I told myself. You were tired, emotions were high, everything seems worse in the dark. He's still processing everything. And of course your first meeting with his dad and brother didn't go great. They're grieving. Just get through today. You both just need to get through today. A hand on my leg made me open my eyes. Bobby sat on the edge of the bed. He had already showered and dressed, and the faint perfume of unfamiliar soap was jarring, a kind of cheap drugstore floral that wasn't my Bobby. His hair was combed, but not combed, if you know what I mean. In a fresh set of hoodie and joggers, he looked about as close to a bad boy wild child as my Bobby could get. The only change was that at some point in the night, he'd bitten his lip hard enough to split the skin. It was freshly scabbed, and I was immediately certain of two things. First, it must have hurt like the dickens, and second, in absolutely no way was I permitted to bring it up. Squinting against the day's unrelenting brightness, I tried not to, and then asked anyway, through a yawn no less. "What time is it?" 9, he said. "I know you're still tired, but I think we should get moving." Normally, I was a big believer that nothing good happens before 11, and nothing great happens before noon. 9 o'clock, in my opinion, was for the birds. But then the rest of what Bobby had said penetrated, and I asked, "Get moving? Oh, God, is your dad waiting for us?" Bobby shook his head. Again, I couldn't help the "thank God" that escaped me. I sat up, groped for my glasses, and squinted through them at this more rebellious Bobby, who I now noticed hadn't shaved. Not that he grew much facial hair, and not that I minded, since a scruffy Bobby is a decidedly rakish and handsome Bobby. but still. "Right," I said. "What do we need to do? Do you know if your dad already found a funeral home? Oh wait, I bet there's a checklist online." "Not that. Indira." He gave my leg a little shake and stood. "We'll get breakfast on the way." I tried to follow, but I was tangled in blankets. Wait a minute. What do you mean, Indira?" I kicked one leg free. "Bobby, there's a lot to—" An overly optimistic hop finally got me free of the bedding. "There's a lot to do. Your family needs you right now." "Eric's taking care of most of it." Bobby crouched to fold his clothes, his dirty clothes, because of course he would fold them. He tucked them under his duffel, and just like that, the room was pristine again, if you didn't count my pile of dirty clothes and the fact that it looked like someone had wrestled an alligator in the bed. Bobby had even found time, apparently, to clean the grime from the alley off his shoes and mine. "I've only got a few things to handle, and I can do them on the phone." "Right, but she's not under arrest, by the way. The sheriff let her go home last night." "Okay." I tugged on the shoulder of my sleep shirt to adjust it. "But shouldn't you be with your family?" Bobby's back stiffened. He stood. "Indira's still a suspect in a murder investigation." "I know. I thought you wanted to help her." "I do, but I'm on leave from the sheriff's office. Bereavement. The sheriff didn't really give me a choice." Before I could follow up on that, he said, "I might as well do something productive." "Bobby," I said, but then I stopped. The silence went on until he said, "What?" My heart was beating too fast. I swallowed and said, "Just let me get ready." The drive back to Hastings Rock was quiet. Bobby stopped long enough to pick up coffee and breakfast sandwiches. I asked him half an hour later if he was going to eat his, and he said he wasn't hungry. And that was all the talking we did. When we got to Hemlock House, the sky was ultra-bright behind it, and it made the old building look like something cut out of a magazine. Gulls wheeled in flickers of gray and white. When Bobby stopped the pilot and I opened my door, the faint screech of their calls floated in with the crash of the wave and the faint brininess of the ocean. I had to remind myself I'd been gone less than 24 hours. Bobby turned toward the coach house, but as I followed him, the front door flew open and Millie rushed out. "Nalini did it!" She stopped to gulp air. "Nalini did it! She killed that man!" "Hi, Millie. Nice to see you too." "What do you mean?" Bobby asked. "Why would she—" Millie's face changed, and she squeezed Bobby in a hug. "Oh my God, Bobby, I'm so sorry about your mom." For a moment, his face was like ice about to melt, the way the color and texture change. He stood awkwardly for a moment as she continued to hug him, and then one hand came up, and he stroked her hair. "It's okay, Millie. Thank you. What's this about Nalini?" "I have proof," Millie said as she stepped back and pulled out her phone. "She didn't come home last night, and she kept texting Kemi to ask if Indira was back yet." The outrage and volume of those last words suggested they were somehow the proof in question, so I said, "That's it?" "Dash, she didn't come home! You know what that means, right?" "I know what it means in like a rated R sense, or like one of those HBO movies you can only watch after your parents have gone to bed, but it means she was destroying the evidence." "That seems like a stretch." Millie's stare suggested new levels of disbelief for my stupidity, but she rallied. "Look, I took pictures of the messages. Is my auntie back yet? Just checking if she's home. Do you know when she's supposed to be back?" "Right. Okay. If she was really worried about Indira, why wasn't she at the sheriff's station? Or if she didn't want to do that, why not come home and wait here? Why would she keep texting unless whatever she was doing was a secret she didn't want Indira to know about?" This ear-shattering conclusion wasn't as airtight, in my opinion, as Millie's, gusto seemed to imply. But Bobby was the one who said, "Did Keme ask where she was?" "No," Millie said. And then, with a look that seemed to take in both of us, she added crisply, "He's a boy." "But why would she want to kill Mal?" I asked. "She was working for him. She seemed to like him." Although like was a bit of an understatement, with all the giggling and touching I'd seen. "Because something happened," Millie said, with obvious frustration at my lack of gusto. "Something we don't know about." "I don't know," I began. "If she didn't kill him, then where was she?" "Where's Nalini now?" Bobby asked. "She went into town," Millie said. A hint of a blush rose in her cheeks. "I told her Keme went to hang out at the surf shop." "Let me guess," I said. "Keme is not hanging around at the surf shop?" Millie burst out. "She won't leave him alone! And Keme's such a boy that he doesn't even know what's going on." I had my own thoughts about how much Keme knew, or didn't, but I kept them to myself. "We'll take this into consideration," Bobby said. "If you notice anything else, please let us know." Millie looked oddly gratified. Then she turned a disappointed glance in my direction as though my failure to be appropriately enthused about these revelations suggested a more fundamental lack in my character. Then she bounced back into the house. As we started toward the coach house again, I said, "You don't seriously think Nalini did it, do you?" "I think we should keep an open mind. It is strange Nalini disappeared last night and kept checking on her aunt's location." "It's not weird. She's a young, attractive girl who clearly enjoys attention and has been sent to spend a few weeks with her, let's face it, terrifying aunt. She probably thought Indira being questioned was a misunderstanding and, took advantage of the opportunity." Bobby shrugged. "Bobby, why would she kill Mal? What could have happened in 5 minutes to make her go from rubbing against him like a cat to murder?" "Lots of things. And maybe she never liked Mal. Maybe she was putting on an act. Maybe she finally saw an opportunity. With the gun she somehow acquired in the few weeks she's been here? All I'm saying is we shouldn't close any doors." I chose not to respond to that. Yes, Bobby and Millie were technically right. There was no reason to make up my mind about Nalini right now, and I couldn't help hearing in Bobby's words an echo of what Sparky had said to me, that everyone who had worked with Mal had wanted to kill him. Indira's flat was on the second floor of the coach house, and it was accessible via a flight of interior stairs. If Indira had owned a car, it would have been perfect, because she could have parked on the ground floor and gone upstairs without having to go out into the weather. Bobby and I let ourselves into the coach house through the pedestrian door. The familiar smells of old wood, motor oil, and cold concrete met us. We made our way up the steps, with the treads creaking comfortably underfoot. A little burr of anxiety was starting to tumble in my chest. I'd never been invited inside Indira's flat before, and I hated that my first visit was going to be to interrogate her about a murder. If Bobby felt any of the same compunctions, though, they didn't show. He knocked on the door at the top of the stairs, and then waited. The spill of his hair and the faint hint of stubble seemed more pronounced in the oblique shadows. His eyes, I noticed for the first time, had the beginnings of circles. I was used to seeing Bobby tired. The last year had been particularly hard, as he'd picked up extra shifts at work. The Hastings Rock Sheriff's Office was perpetually understaffed. Although that situation had improved and Bobby's work life had gotten significantly easier, I was reminded that at one point in our relationship, Bobby had sought to escape from difficult feelings by keeping himself busy, and more importantly, by doing tremendously stupid things like surfing alone in the middle of winter. How long before the numbness faded and he started to hurt? How long until the hurt got so big that Bobby, who hated feeling out of control more than he hated anything else, began to feel overwhelmed and started to panic. A check-in was on my tongue. "How are you doing?" sounded painfully banal, but I couldn't come up with anything better. Before I could ask, though, the door opened. Fox stood there, dressed today in a pair of dungarees and a striped silk top that looked like it had come from a pajama set. They had on a checkerboard fedora and wore a necklace that consisted of a bright pink whistle on a silver chain. I wanted to say they were some sort of fantasy train conductor who might also sing in a nightclub. Their eyes studied us with unfamiliar wariness. "Took you long enough," Fox said. And then their expression flickered. "God, Bobby, I'm so sorry." "It's all right," Bobby said. "There's a lot going on." Fox retreated into the flat, and we followed. It wasn't what I was expecting, and yet somehow it was. The space was low and intimate, the ceiling following the roofline, but tall enough that I could stand up straight, if only barely. On 3 sides of the room, windows allowed sunlight to enter and offered views of a stretch of woods, the ocean, and Hemlock House's main drive. The walls and ceiling were painted white, which gathered light and made the space feel bright and alive. The furniture was all clean lines and modern touches, in comforting neutrals with texture. A fuzzy pillow, a decorative marble block, a blanket of such coziness it had tremendous napping potential. None of this had been Vivian's. I knew it immediately. This was Indira's, and it was her space which she had guarded so carefully. She sat in an accent chair, a cup of tea on a side table next to her. She was dressed, as always, sensibly, practically, and still somehow fashionably, in a black blouse and dark jeans, with a single heavy gold pendant to break up the austerity. She didn't have the unwashed, red-eyed, manic energy I remembered from my own brush with the law. She didn't exude panic or shame or dismay. She looked a little tired, not that I'd ever think of saying that to her, with a faint cast to her expression that I didn't know if I should call defensiveness or distance or maybe simply caution. I was painfully aware of the noise Bobby and I made as we trooped into this private space, but Indira simply rose from her seat and let us hug her. "Sit down, please," she said. "Would you like some tea?" We both declined. "I'm so sorry about your mother," Indira said. "How are you doing?" It didn't sound banal when Indira said it. It sounded like she meant it, and like she expected an honest answer. Bobby shifted in his seat. He looked out the window and then back, not quite at Indira, but somewhere in between. "We'll get through this." Indira nodded. "If there's something I can do to help, please let me know." "Thank you." He only let a heartbeat pass before he said, "Indira, I want you to know that I'm on leave from the sheriff's office. I'm not here in any official capacity. But Dash and I want to get to the bottom of this." Taking a sip of her tea, Indira watched us over the rim of the cup. When she lowered it, she said, "That's very sweet of you, but there's no need." The gulls turned in a pinwheel above the cliffs, and the way the light hit them robbed them of color so that they looked like black dots spinning against the backdrop of the sky. "I'm sorry," I said when I finally found words. "What?" "There's nothing to worry about, Dashel," Indira said. "Everything is fine." I'm not sure about that," I said. Not exactly my strongest opening, but then this was Indira. "I am," Indira said with what I almost thought was coolness. "I appreciate that you want to help, but I promise that I'm perfectly all right." I glanced at Bobby, but he didn't say anything, so I spoke again. "The sheriff pretty much told me last night that you were their prime suspect. You had a gun that had been recently fired, you were standing in the alley where we found Mal, and not to put it too bluntly, but Mal was your ex." And the sheriff released me, Indira said. This time there was no mistaking the frigid tone. Because the bullet they recovered from Mal's body did not match my gun. As I explained to the sheriff, and as I'll explain to you now, Dashiell, since you seem to think it's necessary, I heard the shot as I was coming back to the restaurant, so I drew my weapon. When I reached the alley, I saw a man standing over someone on the ground. I called out. The man turned toward me. I saw his gun. I fired a warning shot. Bobby didn't say anything, but he pressed his lips into a thin line and gave a tiny shake of his head. Even I knew that you weren't supposed to put your finger on a trigger, much less fire a shot, unless you were prepared to kill. Warning shots were something they made up in the movies. Seizing the most important part of Indira's statement, though, I asked, "The bullet didn't match your gun?" "No. Is that sufficient for you, Dashiell? Do you agree that I don't need your help?" That didn't sound like Indira at all. She was never petty, never sarcastic. A flush rose in my face. "I don't know if it's that simple," Bobby said. "The sheriff released you because she wasn't ready to make an arrest. But that's not the same thing as clearing you as a suspect." "I understand the difference," Indira said. "If I were the sheriff, I'd be trying to find the murder weapon to see if I could tie it to you. The fact that you had a gun that had been recently fired is a big red flag in any investigation. The sheriff's not just going to turn her back on it because the bullet didn't match. Until she has something else, you're going to stay at the top of her list." "I'm not concerned. I didn't do anything wrong. I have nothing to hide, and the physical evidence already proves that. Indira, we're—" I almost said, "trying to help," but Fox jerked their head in a no, so I changed it to, "We're trying to consider all possibilities. Have you thought about the fact that someone might be trying to frame you?" "How would someone frame me?" she snapped. "Nobody knows I live here." "But that's not true. We all know you live here, and tourists come through. They buy from you at the farmer's market and during the holidays. You're using your legal name. People write reviews online. They share travel tips on social media. It's not impossible that someone was raving about an amazing baker and chef named Indira on the Oregon coast. It's not like Seattle is on the other side of the world." Indira's lips parted. Then she shut her mouth again, the muscles in her jaw flexing. "Sparky certainly seemed interested in you," I said. "She spent a lot of time chatting me up after we found Mal. At first I thought she just wanted the inside scoop, but she spent a little too long trying to convince me she was helping me, and then she was a little too sloppy when she started asking about you. I don't know if she knew you were in Hastings Rock before she came, but she definitely recognized you." The wind wrapped itself around the coach house, rising to a howl before dying away again. Indira's color worsened, but her voice was firm as she said, "Sparky can do whatever she wants." And then I realized what was going on. "Indira," I said, "we're not trying to pry into your life. I know you're a private person. I hate that we're in this situation. I know you've been through a lot in the last 24 hours, and I know you already had to go through this with the sheriff, and I know you hate having to give up the things you've protected for so long. I'm your friend, and I love you, and I'm being honest when I tell you that I'm worried you're still in a lot of trouble. But I also think you should know that whatever you don't want to tell us, people will probably find out anyway. I'm not saying that as a threat. I'm telling you so that you can prepare yourself." Indira looked away. Her cup chittered on its saucer, and when she returned it to the side table, her movements were uncoordinated, and tea slopped onto the wood. "I don't think there's anything left to talk about," Fox said. They reached to take Indira's hand and sent a challenging look in my direction. "You should go." "No," Indira said. She patted Fox's hand, but she didn't pull away. "No," she said again. "It's all right. I'm acting like a child." She drew a deep breath and said for a third time, No. The waves broke out against the cliffs. Where the water sprayed above the line of the bluffs, it caught the day's light and burned white hot. The same white lines burned farther out on the water, like everything to the horizon was roiling metal. Mal and I met when I was young, Indira said. Younger than you, Dash. Almost as young as Nalini, as a matter of fact. A hint of a smile touched her voice, if not her face. And nearly as silly. He was handsome, even though he was barely more than a child, too. He was still breaking out, even into his 20s, and he hated that it made him look like a teenager. You didn't meet Mal, did you? I shook my head. He could be very charming. Smart, knowledgeable, interested in you. He had money, and he was on his way to becoming wealthy, which has its own appeal. And he was... She stopped, and this time a bent little smile did curve her lips. He was a bad boy. Fox groaned. Stop, Indira said with a laugh, but her hand tightened around Fox's. No one's thinking clearly at that age. The comment must have meant something because Fox groaned again, the tone slightly different, and said to me and Bobby as though in explanation, A red-faced tuba player. My God, I dressed up like Willy Wonka for him. I laughed, as much out of surprise as anything. Amusement flitted across Bobby's face, and just like that, whatever strange tension had been growing broke. In my defense, Indira said, at that time Mal didn't have the same reputation. He'd only barely gotten started, you understand. There were rumors, a restaurant he burned down for the insurance money, a young chef who killed herself after he forced her out, even stories that he would get the servers pregnant and pay exorbitant sums to make the babies disappear. But as I said, I was young and silly, and the rumors were only rumors, and Mal was very handsome. You fell in love, I said. We fell in love, or so I thought, and it all seemed perfect, like something out of a modern-day fairy tale. I'd made something of a name for myself in Seattle. I wanted to open my own restaurant, and Mal wanted to invest. Partners in love and in business. What more could anyone ask for? What happened? Bobby asked. The restaurant did quite well. Fox shook their head. She's being humble. It was a phenomenon. You can still read the articles about when it opened. Waving a hand, Indira said, It was a different time. I wasn't doing anything all that special, but the moment was right. She was on her way to a Michelin star, Fox said. Indira turned a gentle look on them, and Fox harumphed and settled back on the sofa. Just so you know, they literally said harumph, which goes to show Fox never misses an opportunity. You said things were going well, Bobby said. They were. We were in love, we were happy, we were young, we had money, we made a dashing couple, and life seemed limitless. She turned her cup on its saucer, china scraping against china. And then I miscarried. Gulls banked and turned, a dizzying, dark scattershot against the bright sky. Indira, I said. I'm so sorry. She nodded. It was a long time ago. The room lapsed into silence again. Fox was holding on to Indira's hand for dear life. Bobby squeezed my knee. Not a warning or a message, just this iron grip, like he was afraid I might fly away. The faint earthiness of the tea soured on the air. It's hard to explain, Indira said, her gaze now directed out the window, looking south toward the forest of spruce and hemlock and pine. What happened next? The grief. She stopped again, her fingers dancing along the rim of her cup. Stopped. Bobby saying, "I'm fine." Bobby rolling onto his side. Those horrible hours in his parents' kitchen, with the silence building like static electricity. Looking back, Indira said, I think I didn't understand how much he was hurting. He wanted a child so badly. Of course, now I suspect that Mal would have lost interest quickly, as he did with many things in his life. For Mal, it was always about the acquisition, not about the thing itself. But that didn't make his pain any less real. And at the time, I don't think I knew that. "You're not being fair to yourself," Fox said quietly. "No," Indira said, "I'm not trying to excuse him, and I don't blame myself. In my whole life, I've never felt pain like that, before or since. It was so much that there wasn't room for anything else. Even if I'd wondered what Mal was feeling, I don't think I could have brought myself to find out." Her fingers were still poised on the cup, tented above it, tense. "I turned in on myself. I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep." A spiky laugh, low in her throat. "I couldn't work." Mal was the opposite. He threw himself into the restaurant. Other nights he went out, trying new places, looking for more investment opportunities. Some of it, too, was an excuse to drink. And eventually, he got tired of a wife who wouldn't open the bedroom door to him. And so then it became an excuse to spend his evenings with pretty, uncomplicated girls. He was never there. That thorny laugh again. And in my own way, neither was I. "Indira," Fox began. "It's all right," Indira said. "It's over, and I'm not telling you this so you'll feel sorry for me. I worked hard to build the life I have now, and I'm happy. But I need you to understand this so that you'll understand what happened next." And all of a sudden, I did know, because of what I'd seen the night before at mizzenmast, because of what Sparky had said, because of Indira's own story about the early rumors surrounding Mal. "He took your restaurant." Indira's startled look morphed quickly into a fresh assessment of me, but she nodded her head. "Yes. Very good, Dashiell. He had invested most of the money. He'd drawn up the paperwork to make sure he had the upper hand. He moved out of the house and fired me." Indira gave a one-shouldered shrug. "I thought I couldn't." She stopped. "I had to leave." She stopped again. "I left." South of us, the trees rippled in the wind off the ocean, branches shaking in violent tremors. "Did you talk to a lawyer?" Bobby asked. She shook her head. "I wasn't thinking clearly, to say the least. I wanted to be away from him, away from everything. I considered it later, but so much time had passed that I knew I didn't have a chance. I divorced him. At the time I was living in Portland. I had a very good lawyer, and by then I was very angry. And then that little twist of a smile came again. Faster than I could believe, it was over, and I was very well off and still very angry. Mal was eager to have the divorce finalized. I think, too, he felt guilty," Fox snorted, "because he had made a great deal of money off the restaurant we'd started together." "Did you ever think about starting your own restaurant again?" I asked. Indira shook her head. "How long ago did you come to Hastings Rock?" Bobby asked. "Before I did, I know that much." Only by a few months. Close to 6 years now. Because of the job with Vivian? A laugh, a real one, spilled out of Indira. I don't know what I was thinking. I'd loved her books, and as you know, she can be quite charming when she wants to. I might have been having a midlife crisis. How very white, middle-aged man of you, Fox said. Indira laughed again and squeezed their hand. It didn't take long for me to realize Vivian was nothing like her public persona, but she was relatively undemanding as an employer, and I liked the work. To be honest, I liked the privacy, the seclusion too, and then I began to make friends. She smiled at Fox, who rolled their eyes before squeezing her hand. Who knew you were moving here? I asked. The question seemed to take Indira by surprise. I don't know. My social circle in Portland was limited, but I told a few people. My parents died young, my brothers knew, but by then they'd given up trying to tell me what to do, and our relationship wasn't good. Nalini's visit is as much a peace overture as anything else. Nobody else? I asked. Nobody from your old life? Nobody from Mal's life? It had been more than 15 years by that point. I wasn't in contact with anyone from Seattle. I hadn't talked to Mal since the divorce. Fox frowned. You think someone planned this? You think they knew Indira was here and, what, decided she'd be the perfect person to frame for Mal's murder? I don't know, I said. Bobby said, it's a possibility. If they wanted to frame me, Indira said, they didn't do a very good job. The only reason I was in that alley was because I'd changed my mind and was coming back. I didn't want to let Mal run me off again. It doesn't make any sense, Fox said. What was their plan? I don't know, I said, but... A knock at the door interrupted me. We all traded looks. Keme, Indira said doubtfully as she rose. But when she opened the door, it wasn't Keme. It was Deputy Dahlberg, and standing one step below her, Salk. Hi, Indira, Deputy Dahlberg said. She held out a sheaf of papers. I've got a warrant here to search your flat. What? I said. I'm going to need all of you to step outside. Indira's back was to me. Tension tightened her shoulders, but when she spoke, her voice was calm. Yes, Deputy Dahlberg. I can grab my coat, I assume. A bit shamefacedly, Dahlberg patted down the coat and turned out the pockets before letting Indira slip it on. What do you mean, a warrant? I asked. On what grounds? You can take a look at it yourself, Salk said, and there was no hiding the note of misery in his voice. But you need to leave the flat right now. Bobby! Let's take a look at it, Bobby said, his hand on my back, urging me to my feet. Fox, your coat. Fox grabbed a padded engineer's jacket, and the four of us made our way down the stairs. We clustered on the empty concrete pad of the coach house's ground floor. The warrant was 4 pages long, and it included the affidavit that Sheriff Acosta had written in order to receive authorization to conduct the search. It listed Indira's flat as the location to be searched. The items to be seized and examined were listed as any firearms. The affiant's qualifications, meaning the sheriff's qualifications, were listed in the next section, which was fairly straightforward as well. Then we got to the section dealing with probable cause. In a few short paragraphs, the sheriff outlined the basis for the search. She had received an anonymous phone call from an eyewitness. The writer in me suggested that this was A, bunk, and B, hokum. No judge worth their salt would authorize a search based on an anonymous tip. But as I read on, I saw why the sheriff and the judge had been willing to gamble on this one. The caller had known details about the shooting in the alley that no one would have known except an eyewitness. They described Indira's return to the alley and watching her fire the gun in a warning shot. That was when the story changed. The witness stated they saw Indira hide the real murder weapon in the dumpster before Bobby and I emerged from the restaurant, then claiming, quote, an intimate knowledge of the suspect's residence, end quote. The witness suggested Indira might have returned to the alley, recovered the gun, and hidden it more securely at her flat. Bunk was the politest word I could come up with for it. The fact that Sheriff Acosta had written out an affidavit suggested either additional knowledge, some reason to believe this ridiculous story, something I didn't know, or desperation. And who had intimate knowledge of the suspect's residence? Fox? But obviously Fox wouldn't have made that anonymous call. The only other person I could think of was Nalini. Above us, the quality of Salk's and Dahlberg's voices changed. The words were indistinct, but the next exchange had a tension that was almost excitement. I couldn't help myself. I crept toward the stairs. Dash, Bobby said. I waved for him to be quiet. Instead, he said more firmly, Dash. Ignoring him, I darted up the steps, praying no one would hear the creak of the ancient treads. Dahlberg and Salk didn't seem to notice my approach. Their backs were to me as they looked down into a drawer set into the coffee table, and they were talking quietly to each other. Dahlberg was using a digital camera to take pictures. You can't interfere with a legitimate search, Bobby said behind me. I hadn't heard him come up the stairs. He took me by the arm and started to turn me. And Salk, now wearing a pair of disposable gloves, reached into the drawer and lifted out a gun. One that was definitely not Indira's. Chapter 7. After Salk and Dahlberg found the gun, it didn't matter what I said. No combination of, this is a setup, and can't you see she's innocent, and, but this doesn't make any sense, had any effect. Salk made a brief call to the sheriff, and then he asked Indira to go down to the station with him. Dahlberg stayed to finish documenting their discovery of the gun and to secure Indira's flat. And that was it. The end. It happened so quickly that as I stood at the top of the drive and stared after Salk's cruiser, all I could say was, did he just arrest Indira? He took her to the station for an interview, Bobby said. She's not under arrest. He didn't have to say, yet. This is impossible, I said. How can this be happening? Bobby gave a grim shake of his head. I've got to call Lyda. Lyda Hayashi was the best defense attorney in Portland, as far as I was concerned anyway, and she had a great payment plan. And someone needs to tell Indira not to say another word until she has a lawyer. Fox's raised voice erupted from the coach house. Bobby and I traded looks and headed toward what sounded like an escalating argument. Fox stood at the top of the stairs, where a grim-faced Dahlberg blocked their way into Indira's flat. Don't understand why I can't get her purse. It's her purse. Now get out of my way, you absolute fanny. What's going on here? Bobby asked. Until I hear from the sheriff, Dahlberg said, and her voice managed to be both professional and surprisingly compassionate at the same time. Nobody's coming in here. I'm sorry, Fox. I understand. You don't understand, Fox cut in, but the words wobbled with the sound of tears, and they wiped their face. Bobby took the stairs two at a time. What do you need from Indira's purse? Or what does Indira need? Her ID, her phone. Fox ran their hands over their face again and gave a despairing laugh. Money. Her wallet and phone aren't listed on the warrant, Bobby said to Dahlberg. Dahlberg's expression softened. Stay here. A moment later, she was back, passing a small leather wallet and a phone to Fox. What about medication? Fox sniffed, but they shook their head. Dahlberg gave Bobby a look, and Bobby walked Fox down the stairs. We went outside into the bright chilliness of the day. It was disorienting. It was still morning, and the sky was clear, and the sun was high. It felt like it should be night again, that endless dark full of broken lights where Bobby and I had been the night before. "We'll drive you to the station," Bobby began. "No," Fox said. Their face was drawn in the thin winter light. Their mascara had run. They adjusted their heavy jacket and looked around as though trying to place themselves. "I'll just—" They stopped, swallowed, and touched Bobby's arm. "Thank you." And then they hurried toward their van. "Do you want to call Lyda on the way?" Bobby asked. "Someone needs to tell Keme." "I'll text Fox her information. I think Keme can wait, actually. You saw how he freaked out yesterday. Let's find out what the sheriff intends to do. The last thing we need is Keme and Fox trying to mastermind a prison break before Indira even gets arrested." Bobby gave a grunt that was almost a laugh. "It would obviously involve Fox trying to seduce the sheriff. Good luck. There would be a file baked into a cake." His hand was warm on the back of my neck as he steered me toward the pilot. "And I want to say, Keme would either be in a laundry cart or tunneling his way through concrete with a spoon." "You had a lot of time alone as a kid, didn't you?" "Bobby!" "Watched a lot of cartoons." "This is the rudest of rude." His big, goofy grin splashed out, a bit dimmer than usual, but still so genuinely Bobby. It was such an easy, normal moment that when I remembered his mom, it was like hitting a brick wall. He must have seen it on my face because his own expression sobered. "It's all right, Dash." I nodded. The wind picked up, raking my hair, and I shivered inside my jacket. Bobby gave my neck a squeeze, and that helped a little. "I was thinking," I said. Bobby cocked a sideways look at me. "Since you're currently suspended, on leave," Bobby said and gave me a shake, "and since Fox is already going to the station, and since, someone is clearly trying to frame Indira. Well, not to put too fine a point on it." Bobby sounded like a man running out of patience. "What, Dash?" "Something about Indira's story, about how Mal helped her start the restaurant and then took it away from her." "Yeah, he was a real jerk." Jerk is my word, not Bobby's. "Mal and Talmadge got into an argument when we were at the restaurant last night. She said, 'It's my restaurant.'" Bobby opened the pilot's door for me. You know how some guys can do that thing where they stand with one hand on the car door and it does something to you, like in your tummy? It made it hard to focus on what Bobby was saying. "You think Mal was trying to take Talmadge's restaurant away. But weren't they married?" "That didn't stop him before, and the spouse is the most likely suspect." Bobby did some more of that manly hand-on-the-car thing. It's like they grow extra muscles or something. I'm a big fan. "Do you want to talk to her?" "I mean, if you think it's a good idea." Bobby's not really the eye-rolling type, but sometimes, like when he shut the passenger door, the same energy is there. Chapter 8. Mizzenmast was open before noon, which surprised me a little. Even more surprising, and also annoying, the lot was full. "There's a spot," I said helpfully. "Hydrant," Bobby said as he took the pilot around the corner again. "Oh, right there." Red curb. Wait, bingo, jackpot, straight ahead." "The one that says expectant mothers?" "Isn't that more of a suggestion?" Bobby stopped at a stop sign. He looked at me. "Just to be clear," I said, a trifle nervously, "I would never dash." "Oh my God, I wouldn't!" On the other hand, I didn't always read the signs. There were so many, and sometimes they felt very judgy. We ended up parking a couple of blocks away in one of the town's visitor parking lots. Fortunately, February wasn't exactly a busy tourist season for Hastings Rock. Bobby and I hurried back toward the restaurant, the wind shrieking in my ears and propelling us along and occasionally threatening to tear off my glasses. Bobby, on the other hand, only acquired a tousled look that, along with the stubble, made him look even more like a snack. On the outside, nothing indicated that the restaurant had recently been the site of a murder. In fact, aside from where a dog had been digging in the landscaping, it looked picture perfect. When we stepped inside, mizzenmast felt like a different place. Sunlight flooded in through the plate glass windows, making the space warm and mellow and open. The same light turned the reclaimed wood silver and ran a prismatic band along the wine glasses hanging over the bar. People crowded the bar and almost every table was full. More people waited in the small vestibule. Raised voices competed with the pop of a cork, the clink of glasses and cutlery, and the high, whinnying laughter of a thin, white thoroughbred of a woman who looked like the definition of ladies who lunch. It smelled like garlic and lemon and the slightest hint of fish, but in a good way, and between the sunlight and the crush of bodies and the gas fireplace, it was sweltering, all of which, I have to add, spiked my anxiety into the red. "Are you kidding me?" I asked, trying to make myself smaller in the crowd. "What are all these people doing here?" "Trying to get lunch," Mr. Ratcliffe said. In the scrum, Hastings Rock's nosiest neighbor was standing at my elbow. His beady eyes glittered. "I hear you found Indira after she shot that man." "Indira didn't kill anyone," I said. "Is it true he was her ex-husband?" Is it true she shot him so many times he looked like hamburger, and they had to use the kitchen spatulas to get him off the ground, and then the spatulas broke, so they had to use the snow shovels? Listen, I've read and written some pretty gruesome stuff, but my jaw dropped. "Excuse us, Oscar," Bobby said. His hand was already at the small of my back, steering me into the wall of bodies. "If you have any questions about an ongoing investigation, you should direct them to the sheriff's office." "And when you saw him, you passed out," Mr. Ratcliffe called after us. "I did not pass." I twisted around, or tried to, but Bobby kept steering me forward. "I did not pass out," I told Bobby. "I know. Even if she had shot him into hamburger, and they had to get the snow shovels to scrape all the blood and guts." A woman who must have been from out of town gaped at me. "Indoor voices," Bobby murmured, and went back to pushing me ahead of him like an icebreaker. When we finally reached the hostess stand, attendant stand, guess who was there? Nalini's eyes got huge, and then, clutching a stack of menus in her arms, she scuttled toward the kitchen. I went after her. But she was fast, and she passed through the swinging doors to the kitchen a moment before I caught her. I followed. On the other side of the doors, the chatter of restaurant patrons died away and was replaced by shouts in English and Spanish, the sound of metal on metal, the hiss of hot oil. Sous chefs and line cooks and prep boys, I made that last one up, danced a frenzied ballet, often narrowly missing each other, saved at the last minute by someone barking a warning. One little guy, who couldn't have been older than 20, was so locked in on the celery he was slicing, he looked like an island in all the chaos. "Don't care! Get back out there and do your job!" Talmadge shouted at Nalini. The head chef, and now full owner, of Mizzenmast was pink-cheeked from the heat, and her honey-blonde hair was damp with sweat. Then Talmadge caught sight of us. "Hey, you! Stop bothering my staff and get out of my kitchen!" Nalini darted past us, trying to hide behind the menus as she ran. "Mrs. Malik?" I tried. "We were hoping to talk to you." The chef surged toward us. "What didn't you understand about get out of my kitchen?" "Excuse me," Bobby began. "Get out!" It was a full-throated scream. In its wake, the kitchen fell silent. No one moved, and the only sound came from the gas burners. Face reddening, she screamed again. "Get out! Get out! Get out!" Bobby tilted his head, and I headed through the swinging doors. A hush gripped the dining room, dozens of eyes fixed on us, and a cold, sweaty prickle climbed my chest. Behind us, Talmadge's screams continued to ring out, now directed at the staff. "Let's get out of here," Bobby muttered. Every gaze in the room followed us as we made our way to the door. Mr. Ratcliffe's nose was practically quivering. Running footsteps and a low-pitched "Hey!" made me turn. A young man in a kitchen uniform jogged toward us, waving to flag me down. When he reached us, he offered an uncertain smile. "Sorry about that. Chef wanted to know if you could wait." Bobby's eyebrows went up. "That's what she said." The young guy's ears pinkened. "Well, she said, make them come back." He gave a nervous chuckle. "I can get you a table. You can have something to eat on the house." "Did she say that?" Bobby asked. "Yeah, she did. She's actually not like that. You just caught her at a bad time." Bobby looked at me. "Yeah," I said. "Yes, sure." And then, because you have to ask the hard-hitting questions. "Does that include dessert?" The young man laughed. Bobby did not. We ended up at a small table near the kitchen, and yes, we got a lot of dirty looks from the people who were still waiting. Slowly, the dining room returned to its clamor of voices and cutlery. The noise and heat from the kitchen filtered out from the swinging doors. Things had returned to normal there, too, and the sounds of people working in tandem, along with the smell of good food, were unexpectedly comforting. After a few minutes, Bobby took out his phone and glanced at it. "We don't have to stay," I said. "We have to talk to her sometime." "But if we don't have time, if there's something else we need to do." He shook his head, but I got the impression that it had more to do with what he was reading on his phone than with me. He began tapping out something. A message, a search, I couldn't tell what. "Everything okay?" I asked. He made a sound of agreement. "Bobby?" "Huh? Did something happen?" "Everything's fine," he said vaguely, and went back to his phone. At that moment, Nalini approached the table. She handed each of us a menu and started to squeak. "I'll be right back," I cut her off with. "We're ready to order. Bobby will have an iced tea. I want a Coke. Oh, and can we get some bread?" "Yes, Bobby, what do you want?" He had the phone pressed to his ear now, and he shook his head. "You have to eat something," I said. Tilting the phone away from his mouth, he whispered, "Not hungry." Of course he wasn't hungry. He hadn't eaten anything in over 24 hours. Why would he be hungry? "A hamburger," I said, "with fries, and the fish and chips." Okay," Nalini said, sidling away from the table. "And where were you last night when Mal got shot?" Under other circumstances, the look on Nalini's face would have been comical. Her jaw sagged. Her long, thick eyelashes batted furiously. I had a horrifying moment when I realized her default defensive maneuver was to flirt, and now she was going to try it on me. But then she recovered herself and stammered, The bathroom." "Do you want to try that again?" "I went to the bathroom. I didn't even know." For a moment, emotion swamped her, and her eyes filled with tears. "I didn't know. When I came back, everything had gone wrong." "What do you mean, gone wrong?" She blinked to clear the tears from her eyes, but some of the emotion still made her voice raspy as she said, "Mal, I don't know why someone would." Her shoulders slumped. "He was so nice." "Was he?" Nalini was too busy trying not to cry, though, and I wasn't sure the question mattered. I gave her another second and asked, "What about after?" Sniffles. "After everything that happened," I said. "You didn't come back to Hemlock House." "Yes, I did, but I was extra quiet because it was late." "Nalini, don't lie to me. You spent all night checking in with Keme to make sure Indira wasn't home yet. Where were you?" "I was upset," she said. "I don't know. I went for a walk." "The whole night?" "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know?" "Yes, I went for a walk. All night." She glanced around, wiped her eyes, and said, "I have to get back to work." She disappeared into the kitchen, and I leaned back with a grunt. That was a load of horse plop. You get the general idea. "Fine," Bobby said, although his tone conveyed the impression that it was anything but fine. He disconnected his call and tapped the screen of his phone again. "Nalini lied to us about where she was last night," I said, "and she said something uber suspicious." "Uh-huh," Bobby said as he put the phone to his ear again. "She's definitely hiding something." Bobby nodded and held up a finger. I mean, when someone says everything had gone wrong, it kind of gives the impression of nefariousness and general villainy, right? "Bobby, I'm on the phone," he said. "Yes, do you carry lotus flowers? Can you order them?" Okay, thank you." "What's up?" I asked. Bobby said something you can't say in a public restaurant. I mean, you can, but they definitely frown on it. And then he went back to his phone. "You need lotus flowers?" I asked. He tapped something on his screen, pushed a hand through his hair, and held the phone to his ear again. I opened my mouth to ask one of those questions upon which strong relationships are built. In this case, "Did you hear me?" Before I could, though, a raised voice cut through the dining room's chatter. "Don't talk to me like that! Don't you dare talk to me like that!" At the bar, Sparky Sanchez was sitting stiffly on her stool, glaring at Larry Lizard. Sparky was dressed more casually today, although still expensively, in a blouse and slacks combo and enough makeup to choke a horse. That has to be an expression. Larry, for his part, looked worse in the daylight. His skin was even sallower, if that was possible, and his shoulders stooped. Only that thick, bristly hair was unchanged. The bartender was watching them, but for that matter, everyone was watching them. Larry glanced around, and in a low voice that nevertheless carried, he said, "I'm trying to explain—" "I don't need an explanation, thank you very much." Sparky, for her part, made no effort to moderate her volume. She swiveled on her stool to face the mirror hanging behind the bar. She pulled out a small tin, opened it, and, considering herself in the glass, began to rub a salve across her chapped lips. "This conversation is over." After another wary look around the dining room, Larry slid off his stool and headed out of the restaurant. I wasn't sure exactly what had just happened, but I knew one thing. Oscar Ratcliffe was going to be dining out on these stories for a month. "Who does have it, then?" Bobby asked next to me. "I'm asking you because it's your job to know. That's your job, isn't it, to sell flowers?" "Whoa," I said. "Bobby." He let out a wordless sound of frustration and slammed his phone down on the table. The empty glasses jumped, silverware rattled. Another of those prickly flushes ran through me. I forced myself to take a deep breath. "What's going on?" "What's going on," Bobby said without looking at me, "is nobody in this whole state has lotus flowers. They're sold out, or they don't carry them, or they want to ask me why I want them, which is none of their business." His volume slipped its leash at the end, and several diners turned in our direction. He wasn't angry at me, I knew that. He was stressed and exhausted and hurting. Still, a high-pitched whine started in my head. I planted my feet and drew air deep into my belly and breathed it out again. "Okay," I said. "That sounds really frustrating. Let me help you." "I don't need anyone to help me." More heads turned. I put my hands on the table and pressed them down lightly. Bobby's phone buzzed. "What about an online delivery?" I asked through that high-pitched noise in my head. His phone buzzed again and he snatched it up. He gave me a shamefaced glance and mumbled, "I've got to deal with this." I nodded, and Bobby slipped away from the table. On the other side of the windows, big white-capped waves continued to roll in. The light reflecting off the water was so bright that I had to squint, and it was easier to turn my gaze away. Around me, the rest of the world seemed to be continuing along just fine. A woman in a coat that looked like it was made out of wet felt was cutting a single scallop into smaller and smaller slices. A man in an outrageously bad toupee was demonstrating something with a butter knife. It looked like a fencing move. Two girls who had to have been sisters and were both under the age of 9 were looking at an iPad, laughing at whatever they were watching. The kitchen doors swung open, and Nalini emerged carrying a tray of food. She hurried past me, obviously flustered. It wasn't until she was crossing the dining room that I noticed the hamburger and the fish and chips. "Nalini!" I called after her, but not too loud because, crowded restaurant. She carried the food to the bar, had a quick conversation with the bartender, and set the fish and chips down in front of Sparky. Sparky said something, and the bartender said something, and Nalini said something. Nobody seemed to know what to do about the hamburger because, as I could have told them, the hamburger was for Bobby, and the fish and chips were for me, not for Sparky. But Sparky said something, and the bartender laughed and said about mixing a drink for her, and Nalini returned the hamburger to the tray and hurried back toward the kitchen. As she passed me, I tried again. Nalini, I think that hamburger..." But she so purposefully didn't notice me and practically sprinted through the swinging doors. Yeah, that wasn't obvious at all. I wondered how well she'd be able to avoid me once we got back to Hemlock House. Even if Nalini didn't want to tell me the truth, I had no doubt that Indira could get it out of her. Of course, I was assuming Indira didn't end up in jail. I'd all but given up on my Coke and fish and chips, and for that matter on getting Bobby to eat something, when Talmadge emerged from the kitchen. Whatever anger had fueled her before, it seemed to have burned itself off. Now she looked tired more than anything. Wisps of her honey blonde hair curled at her temples. She had a towel over one shoulder, and she dabbed at her forehead with it as she took one of the chairs. "Where's your friend?" she asked. "He had to make a call." That was about as far as that conversation opening was going to go, so I said, "I'm sorry for your loss." She waved the words away. The ambient noise settled between us. At the bar, a red-faced man was talking too loudly about his love for grouper. "Business seems good," I said, "for a restaurant that hasn't officially opened." Talmadge made a face. "Ghouls. They all want to be able to say that they ate at the same restaurant where that man got gunned down." It didn't seem a particularly fair accusation, especially since there was nothing in the restaurant to indicate any sort of grief at Mal's passing. I wasn't sure what that might look like in a restaurant, but the vibe seemed to be business as usual. "I don't know. Hastings Rock has a lot of good people, actually, and it's only human to be curious." She looked at me for a long moment. Then she said, "I grew up here." "What? You know the Archers?" I did know the Archers. The best word for the sprawling conglomeration of aunts and uncles and cousins was clan. The week before, in the Keel Hall, I'd gotten caught in the crossfire of 2 little Archer hellions who had been throwing grapefruits at each other. The look on my face must have communicated some of that because Talmadge laughed. "I lived in Seattle for a long time." "That's why you're opening your restaurant here?" I said. "I thought you were just trying to take advantage of the tourism." "I am, but I wanted to be closer to my mom, too." A thought that should have occurred to me earlier now popped its head up. "What about Mal?" Talmadge raised 2 fine blonde eyebrows. "Aren't most of his businesses in Seattle? Was he going to move here with you?" She sat back in her chair and looked away. When her gaze came back to me, she seemed to have decided something. "It's not exactly a secret. Mal and I were having problems." More of that pink came into her cheeks. "I didn't kill him." I raised my hands in surrender. "We met when my dad was sick." She reached out and took one of the glasses by the stem and turned it slowly. The sea light cast its prismatic spray along the rim. "I needed someone, or I thought I did. And Mal? She stopped turning the glass. Mal always needed someone. And then my dad passed, and... I'm sorry. She shook her head. He was in pain, and he had been for a long time. She released the glass and sat back again. Now she ran the towel along the back of her neck. Mal didn't understand. It sounds like he was a difficult person. But she only sat there, gazing warily at me. Sometimes people like to talk. Sometimes people can't wait to tell you every bad thing they know about another person. I'm sure you've met people like that. It's exhausting, unless you're sleuthing, and then it's incredibly helpful. But some people are less, communicative. If you read enough police training manuals, one of those quaint little hobbies my parents introduced me to at a tender age, you learn that an interview is only over if the other person stops talking. So, the key is to keep them talking. What's the deal with Sparky and Larry? I asked. Talmadge shifted in her seat at the question, and she glanced over automatically to the bar, where Sparky was eating my fish and chips. She's a narcissist, and he's a deeply unhappy man who has channeled his own failings into a career picking away at other people's success, like most critics. Is that what you mean? I burst out laughing. Talmadge's eyebrows went up again. I'm sorry, I said. I didn't expect... I'm a writer, and you have no idea how often I've had some version of that thought. Some of the tension seemed to go out of her. Right? At least you don't have to deal with agents. She gave a small laugh. I think restaurateurs might be worse. Tilting my head toward the bar, I said, They seemed pretty close the other night, but today they had some kind of spat. Talmadge absently smoothed a hand over the tablecloth. The gesture made me think of Indira and how she had straightened the silverware. I don't know if they're close, she finally said, but they go way back. They've both been on the scene for a long time, and Seattle didn't used to be so big. Someone told me they even worked together at some point. Is that true? No idea. I filed it away for further consideration. Do you know what Sparky and Larry might have been arguing about? Money, Talmadge said dryly. Sparky's probably trying to get Larry to invest in her stupid mushroom idea. What's that? Farm-to-table mushrooms. Everything's mushrooms. God, I think she wants to have the restaurant be on the farm and the diners go out and pick their own mushrooms, clean them, that kind of thing. It's a whole experience. She wouldn't let up about it with Mal. What did Mal think? Mal likes other people to take the risks, Talmadge said with a strange little smile. That seemed like as close to an opening as I was going to get. I heard a few stories about Mal. About his business practices, I guess, for lack of a better term. Talmadge stilled in her chair. I was wondering if you'd tell me about Mizzenmast, I said. How it's incorporated, what kind of financing you had to get, how Mal fit into the picture. No. It wasn't silence, because the din of silverware and voices and a shrill, drunken giggle made the air sharp. Please? I'm not stupid. I know what you're trying to do. Those other restaurants? I know. I didn't kill Mal, and I'm not going to help you frame me. I'm not trying to frame you. I don't know Ms. Singh. I never met her. I feel sorry for her, and I think what Mal did to her was awful. I didn't know about that until later. But from what I can tell, she's the one who had a reason to want Mal dead, and the sheriff seems to think the same thing. Some of the sting went out of her voice as she added, I know you're trying to help your friend. I'm trying to understand what's going on. Mal had a history of shady business dealings that left a lot of chefs in the dust while he stole their hard work. Those are facts. And last night, when you and Mal were arguing, you said, "This is my restaurant." So I think it makes sense to ask you what you meant. No, Talmadge said, and stood. You can either talk to me about it or to the sheriff. Then I'll talk to the sheriff, she said, when my lawyer tells me to. She turned to go, and then she whirled toward me. She gripped the back of the chair until her knuckles went white. I'm not the only one who argued with Mal, just so you know. Mal argued with everyone. He and Larry got into a huge fight yesterday. Why aren't you asking Larry if he killed Mal? Jethro was there. He heard the whole thing. And Sparky followed Mal out into that alley. What about that? Talmadge, I'm not accusing you. Yes, you are, she said. Because you think I'm just like your friend, and you think I let Mal take advantage of me. But you don't know me. And frankly, you didn't know Mal. If Mal was taking advantage of anyone, it was... She stopped herself. Who? I asked. She peeled her fingers free from the chair and took a step back. I've got to get back to work. Please don't bother me again, Mr. Dane, or I'll have to talk to the sheriff. With a final glance around the dining room, Talmadge headed for the kitchen. I pushed back my chair and got to my feet. Nalini had never brought our drinks. Our food had gone to Sparky, and after that conversation with Talmadge, I'd be lucky if the only thing the chef did was spit in my food. I was going to find Bobby, and we were going to pick up burgers somewhere, and... Out on the restaurant's deck, which wasn't being used in the winter, a lanky young man with dark hair scurried past the plate glass windows, head down and obviously hoping not to be seen. Jethro was huddled into his coat, clearly trying to make himself as small as possible. If anything, it only drew more attention to him. His cheeks were flushed under what appeared to be a fresh breakout, and he kept looking over his shoulder as though checking that no one was behind him. Bobby reappeared from the short hallway that led to the restroom. He came across the dining room and joined me in time for both of us to watch Jethro walk out of sight. I'm sorry about that. It's okay, Bobby. You can do whatever you need to do. No, I meant, I'm sorry for how I talked to you. It's okay. It's not okay. But a crash from the bar interrupted him. Sparky lay on the floor, arms and legs akimbo. Shock rippled through the crowd. A woman said, "Oh my God!" Bobby and I ran toward her. Bobby reached her first, of course, and he knelt next to her, leaning down to check her vitals. She's not breathing, he said as he began to check her airway. Call 911. Chapter 9. Bobby tried CPR. The ambulance came. Derek, that is Deputy Lanby, came. And none of it mattered, because Sparky Sanchez was dead. Derek, who had all the grace and charm of chewing gum stuck to the bottom of a shoe, started bossing people around. To be fair, he had an impossible job, simultaneously trying to keep his witnesses from disappearing while also protecting a crime scene until the medical examiner and the sheriff arrived. But it was painful to watch Derek bumble through the whole affair while bellowing things like, "Hey, you," and "Get away from there," and "I swear to God I'll slap a pair of cuffs on you." Bobby lasted about 5 minutes before he jumped in, and after that it got better. I watched him as he worked. The fatigue showed in little ways. The burnt bronze of his eyes was duller than usual, and his reactions were microseconds slower than normal. Among other things, Bobby Mai was the master of compartmentalization, and he used work to distract himself when he was feeling overwhelmed emotionally. But was he feeling overwhelmed? I mean, he had to be, right? The night before, Bobby rolling onto his side, his back toward me like a wall. He was hurt. He was grieving. Obviously. Of course. And he'd be the first one to admit that he had trouble expressing his emotions, especially when they got too big, when he started to feel like he was losing control. So it all made sense. If someone had asked me how I thought Bobby would handle a tragedy, I would have said exactly like this. Which didn't help at all with the fact that I felt like somehow I'd done something wrong. Or maybe better said, I hadn't done the right thing. Whatever he'd needed me to do, I'd dropped the ball, or maybe I'd done something I wasn't supposed to do. Because if I had done the right thing, what? What would be different? I didn't know. It wasn't like I expected Bobby to sob uncontrollably for days, but maybe some touching, some cuddles. Bobby had so many feelings, and his favorite way to share them was through physical contact, a hug, or simply his hand finding mine. Of course, that wasn't Bobby's responsibility. Bobby was grieving. I needed to be the one initiating. I needed to be the one reaching out, literally and metaphorically. The conclusion probably would have been obvious to anyone else, but since I had the relationship skills of, to borrow Keme's favorite word, a donkey, I was kind of proud of myself for figuring it out. Now that I had that settled, I could watch him work. He was shuffling an indignant blue hair away from her platter of coconut shrimp, and enjoy the familiar sights of Bobby doing what he did best, being kind and firm and literally the best deputy in the history of the world, even though this lady was really mad about her shrimp. The fish and chips. The thought popped into my head. My fish and chips. Cold sweat made my underarms clammy. The voices in the room dropped away to nothing, and then swelled until they were too loud. That wasn't possible, I told myself. There was no way. This wasn't some Agatha Christie novel. This was the 21st century. This was an upscale restaurant. This was Hastings Rock, for heaven's sake. People didn't just get poisoned. Except it was a restaurant owned by a potential suspect in another murder, someone who had a great deal to gain by her husband's death, someone with anger issues, someone who had access to the food. I shook my head at myself, the gesture reactive, instinctive, and automatic no. It had to have been a heart attack, or a stroke, or some other equally accidental and unexpected death. People died like that all the time. They bent over to pick up the paper, or they twisted the wrong way, or they tried to lift a heavy TV. Maybe I was thinking of back pain. But it did happen. People could die from all sorts of things, all the time. It was basically one of the foundational rules of human existence. On the other hand, my brain suggested, you're investigating the murder of a restaurateur, and everyone around him has some connection to the food industry. Poison might not be too much of a stretch. I found myself moving through the crowded dining room toward the bar. Clothing whispered against me as I brushed against winter coats and heavy jackets, the different textures brushing the back of my hands. Cool, slick polyester, the nap of microfiber, ruffled faux fur. The bartender had dark hair spiked up in front and the kind of nice guy face that wasn't quite the same thing as handsome. I thought I'd seen him at the Otterside once or twice. "Excuse me," I said. "Dash Dane, are you the bartender?" His eyes widened, and he said a word you can't say in church. I began. "No way," he said. "Is this a murder?" Around us, ears pricked up, and a little vibration worked its way through the crowd. I lowered my voice. "Okay, well, I don't know about that." "That's insane!" Again, not really sure. "What happened? Who did it?" Panic flashed across his face. "It wasn't me!" A matronly woman who had donned earmuffs for the occasion was watching us with beady bird eyes. Two young women were whispering to each other. An old man who, if he'd had a mustache, would have reminded me of a walrus, was leaning toward us. He'd overextended himself and was about to topple. "This town," I said under my breath. In a slightly strained voice, I added, "Can we talk over there in private?" The bartender didn't look too sure about that, but he let me lead him away from the crowd. We ended up near one of the sun-filled windows giving onto the ocean, where the water was restless and tipped with gray teeth. "This place is cursed," the bartender said. "2 deaths? That's gotta be a ghost, right?" "Ghosts aren't really my area of expertise. I wanted to ask you about the woman who died, Sparky. Did you know her?" He shook his head. "We've only been open a couple of days. Today's the first day I saw her." "You weren't working last night?" Another shake of the head. "Let's start at the beginning. When she came in, was she alone?" The bartender screwed up his face in concentration. Yeah, I think so. Okay, but not for long. I remember I was mixing a drink when she sat down, and then I went over to help her. But by then a guy was sitting with her and they were talking. She waved me away. Older guy? The one she was arguing with? The one with the bristly hair? That's him. Did you hear what they were arguing about? Nah, it's been busy today. Another thought occurred to me. Do you think someone sitting next to them might have heard? Maybe, he shrugged. It was loud and they were talking pretty quietly. The only times I heard them were when she raised her voice, and it wasn't much. All right. When did she finally order her drink? After that guy left. You sure? The bartender nodded. I checked on her a couple of times, but she was still talking to him, all intense-like. Then, when he left, she wanted me to get her a drink right away. What did she have? Negroni, I think. Definitely a cocktail. Do you remember if any of the bottles looked tampered with? He gave me that wide-eyed look again. Never mind, I said. What about food? Did she have anything to eat? Yeah, fish and chips. Before that? I don't think so. I mean, we put out bar mix, so maybe? I shook my head at that without meaning to. There you are, Bobby said. He came across the dining room toward us. You're the bartender. The man nodded. Sheriff wants to talk to you. She's using the manager's office. Do you know where that is? He gave another nod and said, Listen, if it is a murder, is there like a reward if I help you catch the killer? No, Bobby said. With a final disappointed nod, the bartender slunk away. Are you okay? Bobby asked. Yeah, fine. You? Okay. But he didn't look okay. His breathing sounded higher and thinner than it should have, and tiny drops of sweat beaded at his hairline. He gauged my look and tried for a light tone. I think you were right. I need to eat something. Yeah, but maybe not here. I glanced around. Even though we were removed from the throng of patrons, I lowered my voice. Bobby, I know this is going to sound crazy, but I think someone might have poisoned Sparky. It tells you a lot about Bobby that all he said was, why? Well, I don't know. Because we're in Talmadge's restaurant, and this whole murder was somehow revolved around food and restaurants and chefs, and Sparky was arguing with Larry about something, and I'd bet dollars to donuts it was about Mal's death. Also, the fact that she suddenly collapsed and died even though she looked perfectly healthy, and I know it could have been a heart attack or a stroke or whatever, but still. The sweat at Bobby's hairline was beginning to roll down his face. Right. Are you sure you're okay? Sit down. To my surprise, Bobby let me bully him into a chair. So, you think Talmadge poisoned her? Maybe, but not necessarily. It might have been Larry, but I don't see how. She didn't eat or drink anything while he was there, that's what the bartender told me. Or it might have been Jethro. He was sneaking around here too. Rubbing his chest, Bobby said, Why? See, that's the thing. I'm not even sure Sparky was the target. I think maybe someone was trying to poison us. Nalini got confused and took our food to Sparky. She ate the fish and chips that were supposed to come to me. I think somebody knows we're trying to help Indira and... Bobby? He was touching his cheek, probing gently. His breathing was shallow and labored, and when he spoke, he sounded confused, and the words were thick and almost unintelligible, like he'd been shot full of Novocaine. My face feels funny. Bobby giving Sparky CPR. Bobby's mouth on Sparky's mouth. Sheriff! I shouted. Somebody get the sheriff! I took Bobby's head in my hands. You're going to be okay. Just keep breathing. Faster than I could believe, the sheriff was there next to me. What? He needs to get to a hospital right now. He's been poisoned. Chapter 10. Everything happened in broken instants. The paramedics, the ambulance ride to Clickamuck's General Hospital, Bobby on a gurney disappearing behind closed doors. And then time locked down again, and it went on forever. I'd been in the hospital before. The clean, Scandi-style design, the pale wood and the chrome accents in the windows that let in the bright February day. But I'd never been here like this, helpless and useless, and feeling like something feral was working its claws in my guts. Was I Bobby's emergency contact? Probably not, but I had no idea. I didn't have phone numbers for his dad or his brother. I thought about texting Keme and Millie, but then I didn't. Keme was already freaked out to the max by what was happening with Indira. I didn't want to add to that. Fox wasn't an option either. They were at the sheriff's station right now, doing their best to help Indira. This childlike part of me wanted to call my parents, but that would have been worse than doing nothing. I had a powerful vision of having to discuss every potential poison that might have been used, with pros and cons. Actually, my mom answered on the second ring. "Did you hear back from an agent? Don't give them more than 15%. "Mom, I need your help." It took me a moment to be able to say it again. "I think someone poisoned Bobby." Normal parents would have cried out in shock, or asked how I was doing, or heck, asked how Bobby was doing. My mom said, "Your dad knows some that I don't. Give me a moment." Sure enough, a moment later, the sound of the call changed, and my mom said, "We're here on speaker." I gave them a brief version of what had happened at the restaurant. "It might be cyanide," my dad said, "the rapid breathing." "Were his lips unusually red?" my mom asked. "No," I said, "and I didn't smell almonds." "What about ricin?" my mom said. "That can affect breathing." My dad said, "Not unless he inhaled it, and it takes too long. Are you sure it was the food, son? It seems like a stretch that there would be enough of it still on her lips." "Tetrodotoxin," my mom said. "It has to be. The sweating, and his face was numb." It happened all at once, like someone had cut the signal from my body, because I knew what tetrodotoxin did. I mean, look who my parents were, of course I knew. And I knew there wasn't a cure. "Oh, God," I said. "I've got to talk to the doctor." "He's going to be all right, Dash," my mom said. "That's right," my dad said. "It's going to be okay." I disconnected. It's a strange feeling when one of the kindest things your parents have ever done is lie to you. I found a nurse, and I asked and insisted and demanded until I got a doctor. He was older, with a haircut like George Washington, but he listened. Then he hurried away, his curls flapping against the side of his head. And then there was nothing to do but wait. 15 minutes stretched out into an hour. And then that hour ballooned into 2. It was still somehow the same day, mid-afternoon. I stood at one of the windows, the light dazzling, and closed my eyes. I was shambling past a nurse's station when it all became overwhelming. The antiseptic smell, the beeping, the cool, impersonal air. I had to get outside. I spun around. Jethro stood behind me. He was slouching along the hallway, shoulders down, dark hair hanging in his eyes. Instead of the white shirt and slacks I'd seen him in the other night, he was wearing a striped pullover and jeans. It was actually pretty cute, and it made him look less like Dracula's special little guy, and more like, well, a normal 20-something who still needed to find the right skincare product. When he realized I'd spotted him, he froze. He'd been following me. He'd been watching me at mizzenmast. "Hey," I said, "you!" A petite black nurse looked up from her paperwork. Sorry, I didn't mean to." "Oh, no, you don't." The last bit slipped out of me as Jethro scurried away down the hall. I went after him. He didn't exactly run, and neither did I. This was a hospital, after all, but he was power-walking fast enough that his rear end was about to catch fire, and I did my best to keep up with him, stage-whispering, "Jethro! Jethro! I see you! Don't make me call the sheriff!" Somehow he managed to make his shoulders slump even further, and he stopped. He slowly turned to face me. He shot his eyebrows and mumbled, Hi, do I know you?" "Yes, you know me. You've been following me since mizzenmast." He swallowed. To his credit, he gave it another try. "You must have me confused with someone else. I'm visiting my friend—" "Honky-tonk," I said. Sort of. Jethro blanched. He shook his head, and more of the dark hair fell in his eyes. "Why are you following me, Jethro?" "I'm not." "Fine. I'm sure the sheriff would love to know about this. You'll shoot right to the top of her list for killing Mal and Sparky and poisoning Bobby." "No!" His shout echoed down the hall. A balding patient care tech poked his head out of a room to look at us. I gave him my most charming wave, which for some reason only seemed to make him angrier. "Then start talking," I said in a low voice. Jethro pushed at his dark hair. It fell back to hang over his forehead again, but at least it gave him something to do. "Okay," he said. "I was following you, but I didn't do anything to anyone. I just want to know what happened to Mal. And everyone says you're this amazing detective, and I thought if I watched you, you'd eventually figure out who did this, and then I could, help." It got a little weak and fumbly there at the end, and I had a hard time not rolling my eyes. "Who told you I was an amazing detective?" He squirmed. "People, "No, I don't know. That's why I'm asking." Larry?" That was interesting, but I couldn't spare time to consider what it meant. "So why were you at mizzenmast today?" "To watch you. Like I said, you're a detective." "No, Jethro. How did you know I was at mizzenmast?" He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. 5 seconds passed. Then 10. He shut his mouth, and he looked like he was about to cry. "For God's sake, did you try to poison me?" "What? No, I was looking for clues, because that's where Mal got shot. And then you showed up and I thought I could help." "Okay, well, that's obviously a lie." Jethro shoved his hands in his pockets and glared at the floor. "Fine," I said. "You're looking into Mal's death. Do you want to tell me why?" "He was murdered," Jethro mumbled. "Yeah, but that's a lot of loyalty from somebody Mal treated like dirt." Jethro whipped his gaze up. "Mal didn't treat me like dirt." "That's what everybody told me." "He didn't. He was great." "That's interesting, because people seem to think you weren't a very good assistant, and from what I gather, Mal wasn't a particularly kind person, so I find myself wondering why Mal's not very good assistant got special treatment from his hard-nosed boss, and why that same assistant decided to stick around after his boss got murdered." "Nobody told me I could leave." "That's weak. What about this? Were you and Mal sleeping together?" Jethro's face turned bright red. He stammered a few incoherent noises, and then he finally managed an outraged, "No!" "It makes sense. You're not great at your job, so Mal must have been keeping you around for some reason. He's not a particularly nice guy, but he seemed to treat you pretty well. I saw him at mizzenmast when he gave you his jacket to cover the stain on your shirt, and I saw him touch you." "We weren't sleeping. We weren't doing that." "I'm gay, Jethro. It doesn't bother me." "We weren't." It was the first real sign of backbone from him in the whole conversation. He barked a laugh. "God, we were not sleeping together. I know everybody hated Mal. I'm not an idiot." He ran a hand through his hair and added, "Even if it looks like I am, Mal was really good to me. I don't know what to tell you. I know how he could be, but he wasn't like that with me." It was a strange dead end to the conversation, almost as strange as Jethro's mixed reactions. Finally, I said, "Where were you when Mal was killed?" "I went out to the car." "Why?" He seemed to shrink down inside his pullover. "To play on my phone." It took me a second to say, "What?" "I needed a few minutes. Restaurants are always so busy, it's too much. I can't think, and there are so many people moving around, and then I do something stupid like spill something or bump into someone, and sometimes it's better if I'm not there." I don't like to judge. Okay, who am I kidding? I love to judge. But it was probably the worst alibi in the history of alibis. "I'm sorry. Just to be clear," I said, "you were in your car, alone, playing on your phone, when your boss got killed. That's your story." Tears welled in his eyes. "Why are you being like this? I thought you were supposed to find whoever hurt him." "Someone didn't hurt Mal, Jethro. Someone killed him." I didn't say the next part out loud, but I couldn't help thinking that whoever had killed Mal had done it in such a brazen fashion that it suggested either pathological self-confidence or desperation. "Who do you think did it?" Jethro was wiping his cheeks. "Huh?" "You were around Mal a lot. You were his assistant. You knew what was going on in his personal life and in his professional life, right? Did he have any legal troubles, debts? Had he gotten into a fight with anyone recently? Did he ever tell you he was worried about his safety? Did anything major change in his life recently?" I was rattling off the questions, so when the change came to Jethro's expression, I wasn't sure which one had triggered it. "What?" I asked. "What are you thinking?" When he answered, he sounded distracted, as though his mind was fixed on something else. A fight. He got in a fight with Talmadge." "When?" "A few months ago, I guess." That hadn't been the answer I'd expected. I'd been waiting for Jethro to mention their argument at Mizzenmast the night Mal died. "Do you know what they were arguing about?" "Uh-huh." But that was all. The words were automatic, and Jethro's gaze was turned inward. "Jethro!" He blinked and seemed to remember me, and I said, "What's going on?" For a heartbeat, he stared at me as though he had no idea what I was talking about. Then he said, "Talmadge wanted to get divorced. Mal wouldn't let her." "What does that mean?" "That's what he said. He wouldn't let her." "He can't stop her, Jethro." "That's what he said." "Do you know what he meant?" The boy pushed his hair out of his eyes again. "I didn't hear all of it. He didn't want me to hear, but I listened anyway. She said she was leaving. He said something like, 'Go ahead, but you won't get anything.' And Talmadge said she had good lawyers and she didn't want it to turn into a fight. And Mal said, it was really strange, he said, 'You should have been more careful.' And Talmadge didn't say anything, and Mal said, 'It was a little too convenient, don't you think? He wouldn't go, wouldn't go, and then you stayed the night and he was gone.'" Jethro squirmed inside his pullover again. "Her dad died like a week before that. They said it was respiratory failure, and he'd been sick a long time." For several seconds, I tried to wrap my head around Mal blackmailing his grieving wife. The money was the obvious reason. It seemed like for Mal, everything had been about money. Talmadge wouldn't have been the first wife to stay because she didn't want to walk away from financial security. But had it been more? That had only been a few months before Mizzenmast's opening. Maybe Talmadge had thought she could hold on until she was established, and then make another bid for divorce. The memory of the night before swam up to me, the way Talmadge had said, "It's my restaurant." What had changed? Had she learned that Mal had once again found a way to cheat a chef out of her steak in a restaurant? Would that have been the tipping point? It wasn't hard to imagine Talmadge flying into a rage. I'd seen it myself earlier that day. It wasn't all that hard to imagine her with a gun, for that matter. But she'd been in a busy kitchen, and Bobby and I had responded to the shots right away. It would have been impossible for Talmadge to leave, shoot Mal, and come back into the kitchen without someone noticing. "Okay," I said. "That's helpful. Was there something else?" "There you are!" The words came from behind me. A solidly built woman with Pacific Islander features and some sensible clogs marched toward me like I was a sock that had gotten lost in the dryer. "We've been looking all over for you. Mr. Mai's resting now if you want to see him." There was a lag in my processing, a gap between the words and the rush of relief. He was okay. Bobby was okay. He was resting. My knees didn't actually buckle, but I did get a rash of goosebumps, and there was this swelling feeling like a wave was lifting me up. "Right," I said. "Okay. He's okay. He's doing much better." "Okay," I said. "Okay." Cut me some slack. I was borderline in shock. I turned to Jethro, with the vague idea of taking him with me so that at some future point, after lots of kisses with Bobby, presumably, I could resume my, interview. But Jethro had skedaddled. I caught a glimpse of him at the end of the hallway, and then he turned the corner and was gone. It was hard to care too much. "Okay," I said to the nurse. She patted my arm. "Okay." Either Bobby's status as deputy or the rareness of his diagnosis rated him a private room. It consisted of a single hospital bed, the usual bulk of monitoring equipment, textured gray wallpaper that must have been easy to clean, and a window that gave a view of a stretch of trees. It was late afternoon and the shadows were long and crisp, like they'd been traced with sharp-tipped pencils. All of that in a heartbeat. And then everything was Bobby. He had raised the bed so he could sit upright, and he wore a hospital Johnny, and he had all sorts of wires and tubes snaking around him, an IV, one of those oxygen thingies they clip to your finger, blood pressure cuff, and an EKG. There were lots of beeping. There were lots of electrical humming. A cannula hung across his cheekbones, and his color was bad. His dark hair was plastered to his forehead with drying sweat. He looked smaller inside the Johnny, wrung out, and I thought how long it had been since he'd eaten or slept. He smiled at me, and I started to cry. Chapter 11. "It could have been much worse," the doctor said. I squeezed Bobby's hand and fought the urge to shift my chair closer to his bed. Not that it could get much closer. The next step would be to climb onto his lap, and around us the machinery continued to hum, and from the hall came a steady, high-pitched beeping that didn't seem to alarm anyone. Sunlight fell through the window in a warm oblong across my back. Bobby's hand was stiff in mine. "Was it tetrodotoxin?" I asked. "We don't know," the doctor said. "The tests take time and aren't always accurate, but the symptoms are certainly suggestive of it. The tingling numbness, respiratory difficulty, sweating." He paused and shook his head, and his George Washington hair swung with him. "You were very lucky." "Can I go home?" Bobby asked. "No," I said. "You can't." "I'm fine now," Bobby said. The doctor frowned. "Your breathing is better, and it sounds like the other symptoms are fading. They're gone." And that at least seemed to be true. He was no longer wearing a cannula, and when the doctor had run through a series of tests and questions, Bobby's responses had been normal. "I'm just tired. I think it would be wise to stay overnight for observation. But I don't need to," Bobby said. "If I start to feel weird again, I'll go straight to the hospital." The doctor considered both of us. "Are you going to have someone with you?" "Yes," I said. "I'm going to be glued to him, right here in the hospital." "Dash, I'm fine," Bobby said to the doctor. "I have a family emergency to take care of." "Your family will understand if you need to be in the hospital." Something flashed across Bobby's face. He twisted his hand free of mine and sat forward, his gaze intent on the doctor. "As long as you're not going to be alone," the doctor finally said. "But don't you think one night—" I tried. "Thank you," Bobby said. "Rest," the doctor said firmly, "and lots of fluids." "That's great. I appreciate it." In surprisingly short order, a nurse unhooked Bobby from all the monitoring equipment, and Bobby took his clothes into the bathroom to change out of the hospital Johnny. I sat in the chair next to the hospital bed and tried not to look and feel like a spoilsport. A rap on the door brought my head up, and the sheriff stepped into the room. She was still dressed in a leather coat with the Ridge County Sheriff's Office seal on the breast, and a Ridge County Sheriff's Office baseball cap hung from one hand. Her cheeks were pink, and her eyes were tired. She looked like a woman who had 2 murders to solve in a town that was supposed to be quiet and peaceful and charming. When she cocked her head at me, I pointed to the bathroom. Sheriff Acosta said. "Mind if I sit?" "The better to yell at us, I assume?" The tick at the corner of her mouth wasn't exactly a smile. "I'm checking on my favorite deputy." "I bet you say that to all the boys." "Not really." She turned the baseball cap in her hands. Inside, sweat stains showed against the dark fabric. "How's he doing?" "He should be staying overnight for observation." The sheriff made a sound of understanding and nodded. "Maybe you can talk some sense into him," I said. She nodded again, but she said, "I didn't get a chance to take your statement at mizzenmast." So I told her what had happened. Everything from the moment we'd arrived and Nalini had tried to run, through my conversation with Talmadge and ending with spotting Jethro through the window right before Sparky collapsed. After I finished, I asked, "How quickly are you going to be able to tell what killed her?" "It'll take some time," the sheriff said. "It had to be poison," I said. "You saw what happened to Bobby. He tried to give her mouth to mouth." "Why do you think someone would want to poison her?" the sheriff asked. By that point, Bobby had emerged from the bathroom in a hoodie and joggers. "They weren't trying to poison her. They were trying to poison Dash." I hesitated. "Okay, yes, maybe." The sheriff hung her baseball cap on her knee and studied Bobby. "How are you feeling?" "Fine." That little tick touched the corner of her mouth again, and the sheriff seemed to make a point of not looking at me. I decided to take the high ground. "The problem is, if someone was trying to kill Sparky, I don't know why. I mean, it's probably the usual reasons. She knew something or she saw something. She followed Mal out to the alley, remember? She might even have been a witness." "We'll look into it," the sheriff said. That sounded like code for, "This could take months and months." "But this is good news, right? I mean, Indira couldn't have been involved in the poisoning, so now you know she's innocent." "Dash, I'm not going to comment on an ongoing investigation." "What? What does that mean? Sheriff, she was at the station when this happened." Bobby said, "Dash. What about Larry? They were arguing right before Sparky died. Have you talked to him?" "From what I understand," the sheriff said, "Sparky didn't have anything to eat or drink while he was with her." "But he could have found a way. He could have snuck into the kitchen after he left." "And poisoned her food in front of the kitchen staff." My cheeks heated. "What about Talmadge then?" "I thought she was talking to you." "She could have done it before she came out of the kitchen. There was enough time." The sheriff nodded, but she didn't say anything. The faint smell of leather rose from her coat. The room was too warm now, and the sunlight glancing off the chrome bed rail made me want to squint. "And Jethro was there, I said, but even to me it sounded like a petulant afterthought, like I couldn't just let it go. The staff knew him. Maybe he had some story about why he was supposed to be in the kitchen, about helping. The sheriff waited a beat too long before saying, "That's a possibility." I swallowed a scream. Yeah, it's a possibility. Lots of great possibilities. So I don't understand why you won't let Indira go. Dash, I know that you care about Indira. You're a good friend and you're loyal. She's lucky to have you in her corner. But my job is to find whoever did this. It's not Indira. The sheriff took the baseball cap off her knee. The moment grew longer and longer, until, when she spoke again, her voice was low and hard. I have to go by the evidence. Right now, I'm trying to figure out if the gun we found in her flat is the murder weapon. I can't assume that these two incidents are connected. If you want to talk about possibilities, then one possibility is that these events are unrelated. If they are, then I've got two separate killers I need to track down. And another possibility is that Indira had an accomplice. I opened my mouth, and then I shut it again. Until now, the fact that the sheriff was seriously considering Indira as a suspect hadn't seemed real. Yes, I knew things looked bad. Yes, I'd seen Indira in the alley. Yes, I'd been there when they'd found the gun. But some part of me had still believed that it was all a misunderstanding that would be cleared up in a few hours. I mean, this was Indira. Sheriff Acosta had bought a birthday cake from Indira for her niece a few weeks ago. Indira had made cupcakes for the station on Bobby's birthday. She and Dahlberg were in a wine club together. You mean Nalini? I said. My voice sounded surprisingly normal somehow. You think Nalini is helping Indira? Or maybe you think Indira is covering for her? I mean, I'm still investigating, the sheriff said. And I'm not going to debate an ongoing investigation with you. You need to let me do my job, and you need to trust that I'm going to do the best I can. But I knew I'd been right. Indira wouldn't do that. She wouldn't help someone cover up a crime. Someone is framing her. Dash, I'm not going to talk about this with you, the sheriff said. I wanted to keep arguing, but my brief flare-up of anger had fizzled out, and now all I felt was sick and anxious. I'm going to repeat what I told you yesterday, the sheriff said. Stay out of this. I know you think you're helping your friend, but you need to understand that if there is exculpatory evidence, and if you tamper with it, you might make things worse for her. And if Bobby's right, and that poison was meant for you... She let the sentence hang. My neck was too stiff for me to nod. I fought my inner teenager's urge to ask how much worse it could get. Snapping the baseball cap against her thigh, the sheriff stood. You're supposed to be on leave, Deputy Mai. Do I need to explain to you what that means? No, Chief. She snapped the cap against her leg again a few more times. God's sake, Bobby. Go home and be with your family. Chapter 12. The drive back to Portland was long and quiet. Bobby's bravura, in the hospital room, culminated in a complete and total refusal to leave the hospital in a wheelchair, in spite of every effort by the doctor and nurses to explain, persuade, and encourage. It made perfect sense, then, that once they left us alone, he'd barely been strong enough to make it to the pilot, which, to my infinite gratitude, Salk and Dahlberg had dropped off at the hospital for us. On the walk to the elevator, Bobby did all right, but as we rode down, he started to tremble, like his legs were about to fold under him. I had to help him the rest of the way, and by the time we got to the SUV, the back of his hoodie was soaked with sweat. I got him in the passenger seat. He didn't even try to argue. Then I shut the door. The wind ran a cold, damp hand through my hair and I shivered. Clouds were rolling in, and the bright February day was dropping into shadow. He fell asleep before we were on the highway, collapsed in his seat, his head lolling with the movement of the SUV. For the first few miles, I was fixated on his breathing. Did it sound right? Too shallow? Too high? But eventually I decided it sounded the way it always did when he slept, and I turned my attention to the narrow winding road beneath the spruce and pine and cedar. The shadows were deep under the trees, and the air that filtered into the pilot smelled like balsam and wet wood. Even with the heat cranked up, I was cold. Sparky Sanchez was dead. Someone had tried to kill me. Worse, someone had almost killed Bobby. Who? I ran through the same arguments I'd made to the sheriff. Larry, Talmadge, Jethro. Talmadge had told us that Larry and Mal had argued shortly before Mal's death. Was there a motive there? But even if Larry had then tried to poison me to keep me from discovering the truth, how had he done it? The sheriff wasn't wrong about the kitchen staff. If Larry had gone into the kitchen, someone would have seen him. Talmadge certainly had reason to get rid of Mal. He'd been blackmailing her, and if my guess was right, he'd found a way to cheat her out of her restaurant, the same way he'd cheated so many people before her. I was fairly sure that Mal's next move would have been to divorce Talmadge on his own terms and leave her with nothing, as he had tried to do with Indira. Talmadge had also had the best opportunity to poison me, or Sparky, as it turned out. But with Talmadge, there was another problem. How could she have killed Mal? There was no way she could have stepped out into the alley, shot Mal, and returned without her staff noticing. I liked the other options even less. The sheriff's theory that the killings were unrelated seemed impossible to my writerly brain. Writers usually like everything to tie up neatly. And while Jethro was a good suspect, in theory, there was definitely something hinky about his relationship with Mal, and his alibis for the shooting and the poisoning weren't exactly rock solid. I had a hard time imagining Jethro swatting a fly, much less killing a human being. Nalini? Jeez, I hated that idea. For Indira's sake, what it might mean for her niece, on the one hand, and on the other, because of the sheriff's suggestion that Nalini might be helping Indira cover up the killing. I had a hard time reconciling Nalini's overly flirtatious behavior with a cold-blooded killer. But the fact was that people killed all the time, for all sorts of reasons. Maybe Mal had gotten a little too aggressive. Maybe Nalini was just as trigger-happy as her aunt, and all it had taken was for Mal to push her too far. If she'd been trying to poison me, she'd done a terrible job at it, but maybe I hadn't been the target. And it didn't help that Nalini's alibi for the night of Mal's shooting was even weaker than Jethro's. As you can tell, it was a very productive drive back to Portland. But I made one decision. I was going to talk to Larry. I hadn't talked to him yet, and more importantly, I wanted to know what he and Sparky had been arguing about. When we got to the Mize neighborhood, dark had settled over the city. We drove past quaint homes and under the branches of old trees, streetlights humming around us and shedding their pale glow across dormant lawns. The windows of the Mize house were dark, and the Range Rover was absent from the driveway, so I pulled in and parked. Bobby was still doing that soft, fuzzy breathing. The engine ticked as it cooled. Up and down the street, everything was quiet, frozen into place on a February night. Bobby made a noise and raised his head. "We're home," I said quietly. We're at your parents' place." He wiped his mouth. "If you want to rest, though, we can stay out here." He shook his head and reached for the door. I hurried around and helped him down from the SUV. Then, together, we made our way inside. The foyer front room was dark, with only a weak yellow light slanting in from the kitchen. If you've never helped someone down a spiral staircase, let me tell you, it's an experience. I wasn't even sure how much I was helping. About 90% of it felt like just plain old being in the way. But in spite of the grim resolve on his face, Bobby still moved at a fraction of his usual pace, and he gripped the rail tightly as he lowered himself down each step. When we reached the bottom, he was sweating again, and his color was bad. "We should have stayed upstairs," I said. "You could have slept on the couch." He put a hand on the wall and started toward the bedroom. And all I could do was flutter around him in case he fell. Somehow, tonight, the room felt even starker. The empty dresser, the stacks of plastic storage bins, the closet full of a dead woman's extra clothes. Bobby lowered himself onto the mattress. He sat there for a moment, exhaustion swimming in his face. "Lie down," I said. And when I touched his shoulder, he let me press him onto the bed. He closed his eyes and took slow, deep breaths. I sat next to him. I rubbed his stomach. That was what I liked when my stomach hurt. And then nausea roiled up inside me, and a wave of heat followed, because Bobby didn't have an upset tummy, he'd been poisoned. Accidentally, sure, but poisoned nonetheless. The doctor had said we'd been lucky. The doctor said it could have been so much worse. When I forced myself to speak, my voice was thick. "Let's get you out of those clothes." He didn't respond, so I shucked his sneakers. His joggers came off easily. Beneath them were the boringest, boyiest boxers you can imagine. Blue, that's it. He liked to buy the 12-pack that had only 3 colors: blue, black, and gray. A little prodding and nudging got him to shift enough that I could strip him out of his hoodie. His skin pebbled. The basement was cool, bordering on cold, which I hadn't noticed until then. "Under the covers." It took some more cajoling. He must have been exhausted, because it took him a couple of squirms up the mattress before his legs weren't hanging off the end. I undressed quickly, slid in next to him, and pulled the covers over us. Usually Bobby was like a mini space heater, but not tonight. Resisting the urge to wrap myself around him octopus style, I fluffed pillows and wiggled around until I was stretched out against him so I could rub his stomach again. He made a soft, pleased sound. His lids were closed, but his eyes moved. In the restaurant, it had all seemed so clear. Bobby had a hard time verbalizing his feelings, and so the obvious thing to do was to meet Bobby where he was, with touches and proximity and spending time together, all patented Bobby my ways for communicating. Now, lying in a bed that wasn't his, in a bedroom that was no longer his, in a house that wasn't really his, it felt like so little. Even pressed up against him, touching in as many places as I could manage, it felt like nothing. I couldn't even tell if he was awake. "I love you," I whispered. "I was so scared, and I'm so happy you're okay." His chest rose and fell with his even breaths. "I want to say this because I know it's not always easy for us to talk to each other. I know it hurts right now, Bobby. I wish I could make it better for you. I wish—" My throat closed. "I'm here. If you want to talk about it. If there's anything I could do." I waited for— I don't know. I waited just in case, I guess. But he was asleep, so of course there was nothing. My hand stopped moving on his stomach, and after a while I rolled onto my back. For a while I lay there, staring up at the ceiling. This will be impossible to believe, I'm sure, but I wasn't ready to go to sleep. It was barely 6 o'clock for one thing, but even if it had been 2 a.m, I don't think I could have closed my eyes. There was a lot happening inside me, stuff I couldn't even put a name to. and it made me think of when they hot-wire a car in movies, the crackle of electricity, again and again, as they cross the wires. I got up and turned off the lamps. Back in bed, I propped myself up with pillows. Bobby was sleeping soundly, so I got my phone. I hadn't checked Crime Cats in over 24 hours, but I told myself no. I hadn't done any writing that day, and there was no reason for me not to do it now. Then I took out my laptop. I did a few searches and found a chain florist who could get lotus flowers in a reasonable amount of time. With that done, I did what I'd been avoiding for the last day and a half. I updated my spreadsheet of agents. It shouldn't have been so painful. After all, it was just the last in a string of rejections. But it was surprisingly soul-crushing, and when I'd finished, I closed my laptop and set it next to the bed. One of the things they tell you about writing, they being the melting pot of people on the internet who give advice, and most of the time you have no idea who they are or why they are qualified to give advice, or if they're crazy people living in their basements surrounded by dozens of glass cages with hamsters running on tiny wheels, is that the best thing to do when you get a rejection is to write something new. Okay, that's not quite true. The best thing to do is to send the story out again. But since I'd exhausted my list of potential agents, that wasn't an option. The other thing you were supposed to do was keep writing. Always be writing. If someone wanted to be rude about it, they might have pointed out that this wasn't my strong suit. On the other hand, though, writing had always been a way for me to process my emotions, and telling stories about things, putting what happened to me into a narrative, giving it a beginning and ending, making sense of it, had always been a trick that got me through the bad times. The word I kept coming back to was grief. I didn't have a lot of first-hand experience with grief. I'd been sad when my grandparents had died. I'd loved them, but I'd been much younger, and the memory of that loss was distant. It certainly wasn't equivalent to losing a parent or a child. Breaking up with Hugo had been hard, but it had been the right thing to do. Even the anguish of all my ups and downs with Bobby, however intense it had been at the time, hadn't been grief. It had been hurt and embarrassment and maybe even sorrow, a broken heart for sure. But not grief. And the more I thought about it, the less sure I was that mystery novels ever dealt with grief. Sure, there was often someone grieving, a relative of the victim, for example. There was loss. Mystery novels were full of bereaved parents and lovers and even occasionally children. But their pain was always external, and it usually didn't occupy more than a chapter. In some novels, true, the detective was the one grieving. Sometimes this was a loss from a long time ago, a psychological wound that had never healed. Sometimes it was directly related to the case at hand. The detective had a personal relationship with one of the victims, for example. Often, the so-called dark night of a mystery novel occurred when the detective failed to save someone he cared about. So it wouldn't be true to say that mystery novels didn't contain grief. But at the same time, most mystery novels didn't deal with it. They didn't dwell on it. They didn't ponder it or examine it. Or even, I saw now, even understand it. Not really. Because in most mystery novels, grief was like the trigger of a gun. It was something you squeezed to fire off the next part of the plot. Grief in a mystery novel was nothing more than a stepping stone toward justice, or revenge. How did you get justice when the killer was a heart attack, or a stroke, or whatever it had been? What kind of revenge could you have when you came home and found your wife dead? She'd been to the store that day, and she'd still been unpacking groceries. The writer part of my brain understood that grief wasn't the focus of mystery novels because, well, the focus was the mystery. And in that same way, I knew that trying to capture the nature of grief was tricky. For one reason, grief looked different for everyone. It wasn't consistent. It wasn't linear. I had seen it firsthand with Bobby a few hours before, when things had seemed almost normal, and he'd been playful, and I'd almost forgotten what had happened. And then the abrupt swing to anger. Or worse, the icy nothingness I'd seen more and more, like a bottomless well that had frozen over. And for another reason, grief was devastating. It was incapacitating. And when you need your detective to solve a mystery, they can't shut down. They can't start responding in one-word answers. They can't suddenly be cut off and adrift on the ocean of their own pain, where you can't reach them no matter how hard you try. In a mystery, you need a detective who's sharp and interesting and a pleasure for the reader to be with. They can't be a zombie who forgets to eat, who shambles through the day barely making it from one small task to another. So, if I'm being totally honest, part of me wanted to find a way to write about grief to help myself, to work my way through what I was feeling, to understand what was going on with Bobby. And, this is less admirable, part of me wanted to write about it because it seemed like a challenge. The thing about writing mysteries, though, is that you're up against some pretty stiff competition, and I suspected that one of the masters of the genre had done something with grief, something thoughtful and insightful and true, which meant digging into the wealth of my intimate knowledge of the genre, aka I got on my phone and looked at Wikipedia and Goodreads and did a lot of Googling. One title that caught my eye was Murder on the Orient Express. Big surprise. If anyone could have done grief, it was Christie. Most people remember Murder on the Orient Express because it has a classic Christie twist. Spoilers incoming. After wading through a veritable lake of clues, intrepid detective Hercule Poirot eventually realizes that everyone was involved in the murder. And, even more stunning, he offers them a way out. The reason for Poirot's leniency, and why readers weren't bothered to see a gang of murderers get away with their crime, is, in a way, because of grief. The murder on the train is justice, payback for the kidnapping and killing of a child decades earlier. Some of the killers on the train are related to the girl by blood. Others worked for her parents. They've spent years trying to find the man responsible, and when they do, they take things into their own hands. Some of them have changed their names, or they hide their true identity, which makes it even more difficult for Poirot to spot the hidden associations. When he does, his response is a rare one in the canon of crime fiction: compassion for their pain, understanding of what they've lost and can never get back. Chandler, too, had his own spin on grief, for himself as much as for the characters in his story. Like most of his books, The Long Goodbye is intricately plotted, with layers of deceit and an underlying web of connections. For precisely that reason, it's difficult to summarize. Obviously, that's not going to stop me. More spoilers ahead. At the beginning of the book, Detective Philip Marlowe meets and befriends a man named Terry Lennox. He helps Terry flee to Mexico when Terry is accused of killing his wife. Later, he learns that Terry has been killed in Mexico. In a separate storyline, Marlowe gets involved with the Wade family. Both Mr. and Mrs. Wade are desperately unhappy. One night, drunk, Mrs. Wade makes a pass at Marlowe, mistaking him for her first husband, who died in the war. The truth comes out after Mrs. Wade kills her husband. Terry Lennox was her first husband, who had faked his death in the war and come back under a different name. Then, in one of those coincidences that defy belief, Terry's second wife had begun having an affair with Mr. Wade, which led to the first murder, and Terry fleeing to Mexico. Not complicated at all, right? Here's where it gets even trickier. The last bit of the book is about Marlowe's conversation with a Mexican man who claims to have witnessed Terry's death. Marlowe reveals that this man is Terry, and that he has had plastic surgery and faked his own death twice now, which is kind of impressive. Marlowe rejects Terry, acting as though Terry is already dead, and the book closes on that loss and regret. There's a lot of grief happening in the book. Mrs. Wade's grief for a husband who came back into her life, pretending to be a different man. Mr. Wade's grief for his failure as a writer and a husband. Marlowe's grief as he slowly realizes that he has been manipulated by a man he thought was a friend. In that final scene with Lennox, Marlowe says, "I won't say goodbye. I said it to you when it meant something. I said it when it was sad and lonely and final." It's impossible not to hear the loss in those words. But the book is also about Chandler's own grief. He wrote the book while his wife was dying and his own writing had stalled, and in the book the tragic characters of both Mr. Wade and Terry Lennox mirror the author's life in important ways. The last title that came to mind in terms of grief and mystery fiction wasn't actually a book. It was a movie, Alfred Hitchcock's Vertigo. Like so many of Hitchcock's stories, it's full of passion and erotic obsession, and a downright nuttiness that somehow seems to make sense within the confines of the film. Here's your final spoiler warning. The film follows former police officer Scotty Ferguson. Left with a fear of heights after the death of a fellow officer, Scotty now makes his living as a private detective. He's hired by Gavin Elster to follow his wife, Madeline, who he claims has been acting strangely. Scotty follows her to the grave of a woman named Carlotta Valdez, and then to an art museum where Madeline stares at Carlotta's portrait. Scotty learns more about Carlotta, who died by suicide. Worse, it turns out Carlotta is Madeline's great-grandmother, and Gavin is afraid his wife is possessed by Carlotta's spirit. After Scotty saves Madeline when she jumps into the San Francisco Bay, they fall in love. Of course, not long after that, Scotty witnesses Madeline jump from a church bell tower and die. I'll spare you the full summary, but it turns out Madeline was a fake, a woman hired to impersonate Elster's wife as part of a murder scheme. Elster threw the real Madeline off the bell tower, and Scotty, because of his vertigo, was the perfect witness to see Madeline's death by suicide. Scotty has a complete breakdown. His love for Madeline, his grief, and his fear of heights land him in a sanatorium. That's when the movie really gets weird. After Scotty recovers, he happens to see a woman who resembles Madeline. He becomes obsessed. He convinces her to change her hair, her clothes, everything. And then she is Madeline. Which makes sense, since she's the woman who was hired to impersonate Madeline. I told you, this film is nuts. The movie culminates with Scotty forcing her to reenact the events of Madeline's death. They reach the top of the bell tower, and Scotty overcomes his fears and learns the truth. But then a nun startles them, and not Madeline falls to her death. Yeah, that wasn't a plot I was going to steal from my cozy noir. As I looked over my notes, I tried to spot patterns among the three titles. The most obvious thing I could come up with was the fact that guilt made people do crazy things. Plan an elaborate dinner for 12 murder on a train, for example. Kill their husband's lover and then their husband and then themselves. Or obsess about the person they lost until that obsession led to the loss of the very thing they loved. The other thing I noticed was that in all three of the titles, someone is complicit in the crime in a way that makes them a victim as well. Pretty much everyone in Murder on the Orient Express qualifies for this description, with the distinction that they were victims first. In The Long Goodbye, Terry is part of the crime even though in many ways he's also the victim. And in Vertigo, the woman hired to help cover up Madeline's death eventually becomes a victim as well. Did that help me? I wasn't sure. Mostly because I wasn't sure why Mal had been murdered. Certainly, Mal had done enough harm to people in his life that something like the Murder on the Orient Express plot was possible. Someone from his past might have finally shown up for revenge. But if so, why now? And an even bigger problem was that the only people from Mal's past who might have had reason to hurt him were Indira and Sparky. And I was sure neither of them had done it. The idea that the killer was also a victim was tempting for a few minutes. Maybe Sparky had killed Mel, and then she'd, accidentally poisoned herself? Killed herself out of guilt? Or maybe a specific kind of serial killer, one who only poisoned people at new restaurants, had made Sparky his latest victim. It wasn't my best brainstorming session. After banging my head against the wall for a while, I opened a new tab and did some research on tetrodotoxin, if that's what had killed Sparky, and my parents had jumped to that possibility fairly quickly, so it seemed like a safe bet. I wanted to know more about it. Tetrodotoxin was a neurotoxin derived from several types of fish. Pufferfish were the most notorious, and other animals. It killed you by paralyzing you, and you died because you couldn't breathe. Just reading that made me stop and listen to Bobby's soft, sleeping noises. The toxin could enter the body by ingestion, injection, inhalation, or abraded skin. That made sense. Sparky had eaten my food and ingested the poison meant for me. Then, when Bobby had given her CPR, enough of the toxin must have still been in Sparky's mouth to enter his system through his split lip, but not enough to kill him. Thank God. I sent up another prayer to the patron saint of little gay boys who had finally found the man of their dreams. Before I could think about what I was doing, I opened another tab and typed, "Am I a good boyfriend?" Let me tell you, the internet had a lot to say about that. But that wasn't actually what I wanted to know. I typed, "How to be a good boyfriend." Somehow that was even worse. I glanced at snippets of the results, because I honestly couldn't bring myself to click on them. Most of it was geared toward the straights, and the advice ranged from the obviously bad, "Don't be too available, make her work for it," to the blush-inducing, "There's no such thing as too much sex," and even less helpful, 7 ways to make her scream, to the probably correct but not exactly helpful, "Work on yourself and give as much as you get," and, this one made me want to scream, "Keep the romance alive." Of course I wanted to keep the romance alive. That was the whole reason I was reading these stupid search results. None of this helped, probably because, yet again, I hadn't asked the question I really wanted answered. How do I help my boyfriend after his mom died? And because this was the internet, there were so many results. I spent a while reading, uncomfortably aware of Bobby's breathing next to me. If he woke up and saw me reading these, well, I didn't know what would happen, but a flush prickled from my belly up to my throat when I thought about it. None of the answers shocked me. If anything, as I read them, I found myself thinking, yeah, oh yeah. Stuff I should have thought of myself. Stuff I should have recognized immediately as correct. Spend time with him, be willing to talk, but don't pressure him. Let him know you're there. All things I'd tried to do, obviously, and all things that had ended with Bobby either A, nodding, or B, acknowledging verbally, or C, not responding at all. As I kept reading, though, I found more specific and more helpful answers. He's going to be overwhelmed with decisions, so try to take things off his plate, or narrow down his options. Or, all the little things that go into daily life are going to feel too hard, so pick a chore to help him with. Sweep, do the laundry, wash the dishes. Or, even, food. He's probably not eating, and he needs you to put something in front of him and tell him to eat. Okay, that last one was eerily accurate. Bobby hadn't been eating, and the doctor had told us he needed fluids and rest. I slipped out of bed. Part of me waited for Bobby to roll over, to stir, to mumble a question, but he was totally zonked, so I pulled on my clothes and padded upstairs. The living room was still dark except for that weak yellow light coming from the kitchen. Somewhere a fan was spinning and the faint odor of sandalwood hung in the air. I made my way down, and then I made my way up again. So many stupid steps in this house. The kitchen looked the way it had the other night, although someone had put away the groceries. I glanced at the photo of little Bobby as I made my way to the fridge. The same serious expression, the same dark eyes. What had he been like as a child? I wanted to know. I bet he had put all his toys away. Or maybe not. Maybe little Bobby had been a terror, and I was in a relationship with a reformed man. My gaze widened to take in the full photo. Bobby stood next to Eric and slightly in front, as though he'd been shoved forward a step, or as though he'd run into the frame late. It was even easier to see the similarities between the brothers as children. Behind them stood their parents. Bobby's mom had one hand on Eric's shoulder. His dad had his hands behind his back. It was impossible for anyone outside a family to truly understand their unique dynamic, I know. But when I looked at that picture, I thought I knew some of it. The fridge held a surprising amount of food. The bok choy I'd seen yesterday, blocks of tofu, chicken breasts that had thawed inside a plastic bag, a few small apples, bottles of condiments, every shelf filled to the edge. Indira probably could have whipped up enough meals to get Bobby and his family through a nuclear winter. The thought brought a pang and a wave of guilt. In the chaos of the poisoning at mizzenmast, and then taking Bobby to the hospital, I hadn't checked to see what had happened with Indira. I hoped that silence meant nothing bad. Fox would have called if things had taken a turn. Keme would have texted. Millie would have simply raised her voice, and I would have heard her all the way in Portland. But that didn't alleviate the sick feeling as the reality of Indira's situation crashed in on me again. So I took out my phone and sent a quick message to the group, asking for an update. I also filled them in on what had happened with Bobby, where we were, and that everything was more or less okay. No reply, which wasn't a great sign. I gave the contents of the fridge one final evaluative look and gave up. Yes, there were lots of staples. Yes, it all looked healthy and nutritious and, wholesome. The problem, though, was that it didn't look like any of it could be made either A, in the microwave, or B, by boiling some noodles in a pot and adding butter, milk, and orange cheese powder. And that was pretty much the extent of my off-the-cuff cooking. Shutting the fridge door, I turned. Bobby's dad stood in the archway to the living room. He wore khakis and a polo, and the kitchen light smeared across his glasses. My heart smashed into my ribcage, and I barely bit back some words that you are not supposed to say in front of your boyfriend's dad. "Hi, Mr. Mai," I said. And then, because I will always be Dashiell Dawson Dane, I added, sorry. "Do you need something?" "Oh, me?" That seemed like the worst question of the year, so I tried to smile, but I felt like I had fishhooks in my cheeks. Bobby's dad just looked at me, and I kept smiling, or whatever you could call what was happening to my face, and he was still looking at me, and I knew I had to do something. People always did something, or they said something, or they... What? I had this image of me saying, "a cold drink and a hot man," like I was some sort of aging Hollywood starlet, and then having one of those laughing fits that ended with them hauling you off to a padded room. And somehow Bobby's dad was still looking at me. "No," I said. "I was looking for something to eat." He nodded. "I'll make you something." No, thank you. I mean, that's super kind of you. I'm not hungry, actually. I'm never hungry. Not much of an eater of, food. A part of me that wasn't currently in panic mode sat back to watch my accelerating death spiral. "It's for Bobby, actually. But you know what? He's sleeping, so I'll just wait until he wakes up." "If you're hungry, you should eat something." I nodded my head like that was the wisest thing I'd ever heard. "Right, yeah, no, I'm totally good, but thank you." Bobby's dad nodded. I nodded too. It was a lot of nodding. My plan was to crawl under the kitchen table and wait for Bobby's dad to leave, since I had successfully discovered a new personal nightmare, being trapped with Bobby's dad while he made me something to eat, and achieved a new world record in awkward social interaction. Instead, though, Somebody inside my head, somebody who wanted to be a good boyfriend, somebody who could already hear myself telling Bobby about this conversation and how awkward I'd been, someone who could see Bobby's big, goofy grin and know that he loved me and was grateful I'd made the effort, decided to keep talking. Mr. Mai, I'm so sorry for your loss. I know I said that the other day, but I wanted to say it again. I didn't get a chance to meet your wife in person, but we interacted a little on social media, and she was so generous with her time and her help. Mostly by sending me every typo and grammatical error she found in my work. Bobby is the best person I know, and that's because of how you and your wife raised him. That's a real testament to the kind of person she was. Thank you. The refrigerator hummed. A drop of sweat ran down from under one of my arms. In the picture on the wall, little Bobby stood there all by himself, out in front of the rest of his family. His mom's hand on Eric's shoulder, his dad with his hands behind his back. More quickly than I knew how to handle, the urge rose up in me to tell him everything. How hard Bobby was taking this, and how I didn't know how to help him, how he wouldn't say anything to me, wouldn't respond, wouldn't tell me how he was feeling, or what he needed, or what I could do. Mr. Mai's silence dragged on me like gravity. I wanted to tell him that Bobby had almost died a few hours ago, and for some reason I couldn't understand Bobby hadn't told his family. An echo inside of me, the child that had never grown up, wanted to tell him that Bobby needed his dad. For a heartbeat, the fantasy shone clearly in my head, that the right words would come and Bobby's dad would understand, and he'd walk downstairs to Bobby's bedroom and everything would be all right. And then, thank God, the moment passed. Clarity swamped me with cold sweat at how close I'd come to opening my big mouth. Instead, I said, "How are you doing?" That streak of light on Mr. Mai's glasses made it impossible to read his eyes, and his voice was the same as always when he said, "Fine." Gee, now where had I heard that before? "Is there anything I can do for you?" He shook his head. "I'm going to check on Bobby," I said. "He's not feeling well." Mr. Mai nodded. We passed each other, me heading for the living room, Mr. Mai moving deeper into the kitchen. I caught a sidelong look at him, his face impassive, the sockets of his eyes dark. Fine. Apparently that was the Mai family motto. They could have it on a crest that showed a man driving a tractor while simultaneously shooting a gun into the air and wrestling a bear, or whatever emblems people traditionally used on a coat of arms to express the general sentiment, "You are such a freaking man." I was halfway across the living room when the front door opened. I mention this so that you'll understand. I had nowhere to hide. Eric pressed into the house. He didn't see me because he was looking over his shoulder, and his voice was low and hard. "For work. She's a nurse at the hospital. That's part of the job." Behind him came a pretty, dark-haired woman, mid-30s, Vietnamese, and wearing earrings and a necklace that had to have cost at least $10,000. Her voice had the same "we're fighting but not too loud" edge. "You can't answer my texts all day. You're not home. Nobody knows where you are, but you've got no problem answering her. It's work, and do you have any idea what kind of a violation that is, looking at my phone?" Eric spotted me and cut off. The woman stopped. She opened and closed her hands. She had expensive-looking nails. More of that famous Mai family silence sucked the air out of the room. "This is Dash," Eric said stiffly. "Dash, my wife, Alice." In the middle of my out-of-body experience, I managed to say, "Nice to meet you." Alice, to her credit, managed to smile. "Where's Bobby?" Eric asked. He's resting. He's not feeling well. An expression flashed across Eric's face. It was only there for a moment, but I saw it. Annoyance, or maybe a better word was exasperation. Like this, not feeling well, was something he'd had to put up with before. Which was strange, because Bobby was one of the healthiest people I knew. He ran miles and miles, he lifted weights, he had 0.0% body fat. One time he even said he'd have a peach for dessert instead of Indira's peanut butter icebox cake. To balance out the universe that night, I ate 2 slices. And it wasn't like Eric knew about Bobby being poisoned, or like Bobby had a history of being poisoned, although if he did, I wanted to know about it. It was almost like Eric was annoyed that Bobby was in his room? A long second ticked past, and then another. I'm going to check on him, I said. They moved aside so that I could get to the stairs. It was nice to meet you, Alice said as I went down. Nice to meet you too. Eric didn't say anything, but banked anger radiated off him. As I made my way back to Bobby's room, the sound of voices resumed, the clipped, suppressed hostility too low for me to make out the individual words. I tried focusing on the little decorative pieces I passed, a terracotta bottle with 2-tone paint, a wood carving of a tree hanging on the wall, an ornamental bird cage. God, I hoped it was ornamental. Otherwise, we were dealing with a prison break type situation. No dust anywhere, and the lemon scent of furniture polish. It wasn't any of my business, I told myself. I didn't know them, I didn't know their situation, and times like these wore on everybody, left raw nerves exposed, brought buried stuff to the surface, stuff that maybe wasn't even stuff, not really, imagined hurts, old insecurities, fears. Caught up in my own thoughts, I didn't register what I was hearing until I was almost at the door to Bobby's childhood bedroom. And then I stopped. Bobby was saying something, the words indistinct. He's on the phone, I thought. Someone called. Fox, or Indira, or Keme. But no, Keme would have texted unless it was an emergency. So maybe Millie... A choked sob from the bedroom froze me. That had been Bobby. Bobby had made that noise. I reached for the door handle, panic rising inside me, cold, dark waters up to my chin. And then he said, I've got to go, West. A gap came after the name of his ex-boyfriend, and then... Thanks, I really needed to talk to someone. My hand hovered above the doorknob. From the room, nothing. I stepped back. I wiped my hand on my joggers. He was upset. He'd been crying. He'd want time to pull himself together. The thoughts were like something wrapped in layers and layers of bubble wrap. I'll order pho, I thought as I turned toward the family room. I found my phone. My fingers felt slick against the case. The doctor said fluids, and Bobby loves pho. Chapter 13. Later, long after Bobby had finished eating and fallen back into a deep slumber, I lay there, staring up at the ceiling. The rumble of Eric's Land Rover told me when he and his wife finally left. Once, something moved out in the ornamental bushes, a burst of movement, the rustle of branches. Light pollution from the city filtered through the blinds, striping the carpet, the bedspread, the wall. Next to me, Bobby radiated warmth. His breathing was strong and deep. When I finally worked up the courage to look, it was hard to tell in the dark if he had tear tracks. What had I done wrong? As soon as he'd told me about his mom, I'd dropped everything. I'd come here with him. I'd insisted, as a matter of fact, because I wanted him to know I supported him, that I'd do anything for him. I'd asked him about his feelings so that he knew he was free to share them if he wanted to. But I'd also given him space. I'd sat with him and his dad and his brother. I'd been polite, or I thought I had. Had I crossed some invisible barrier and demanded too much? Had I been too needy in my own way? Or was it something I hadn't done? Should I have asked more questions, probed, tried to force words out of him? Should I have kissed him more, initiated something? Any time I'd touched Bobby, he'd pulled away. Had he wanted me to prove somehow that I still wanted him, that I wouldn't be put off? I couldn't help thinking of what had happened with Keme not too long ago. Had all this been some kind of test? If so, it seemed I had failed. He had called West. He had talked to him about his feelings. He had cried. I squeezed my eyes shut until sparks danced against the back of my eyelids. What made it all worse was that I couldn't even imagine West gloating. I couldn't imagine him getting off the phone and laughing at me, enjoying how much of a dunce I was, proud of the fact that Bobby had called him. West was too sweet, too kind. He wouldn't have done anything like that. He'd be home worrying about Bobby. God, he was so sweet, he was probably worrying about me. Bobby had called him. Some part of me wanted to pretend it had been a misunderstanding. Like in a romance novel, I thought. I'd overheard the wrong snippet of a conversation, and in my fear and insecurity, I'd jumped to the worst possible conclusion. But this wasn't a romance novel, and I didn't think I was jumping to conclusions. I had heard Bobby say, I really needed to talk to someone. I had heard him crying. If you tack an ending on it, my brain suggested. If you put it in a story. That was an old trick, and a good one. Isaac Dennison, a.k.a. Karen Blixen, had said, all sorrows can be born if you put them into a story or tell a story about them. And that's a fancy way of saying it, but we've all done it. We've all found a way to give the arc of pain in our life meaning. People say things like, it all worked out for the best, or everything happens for a reason. And the reason is the story they tell. For many people, death clarified, it magnified, it focused. People saw what really mattered. And of course, they also saw what didn't matter. People quit their jobs, people moved across the country, people did all sorts of things. You couldn't believe the kinds of things they did. At some point I must have slept, but it felt like an endless midnight until I finally dragged myself out of bed. By some improbable turn of events, it was late morning, and Bobby was still sleeping. I showered and dressed and made a call, and then I waited on the porch for someone from the rental car company to pick me up. My other good trick, when something truly awful happened, was simply not to deal with it. That's a life hack, by the way, and you're welcome. According to my phone, I'd missed approximately 300 calls from Millie, so as I drove to Hastings Rock, I called her back on the rented Chevy Malibu's Bluetooth system.
Dash, oh my God, are you okay?
That was when one of the car's speakers blew. I'm not kidding. I honestly had no idea if I'd opted for the rental insurance, and now it seemed like a pressing issue.
How's Bobby? Is it true he was poisoned? We were so worried. Keme stayed up all night. He was so worried.
No, Keme said in the background, a frantic edge to his voice. I was playing Xbox.
Where are you?
I don't know if this is historically accurate, but being trapped inside a mid-sized family car with Millie's amplified voice blasting me from every direction made me think of how nuns must have felt if they ever got trapped in the belfry. As I turned the volume down, I managed to cut in with, "We're fine. Everyone's fine. Yes, Bobby got poisoned, but only a little."
How do you get poisoned only a little?
Dash, Keme said as though that were an explanation. It's a long story, I said. I'm on my way back to Hastings Rock right now.
Dash,
Millie said.
Things are really bad.
Did they arrest Indira?
What? No, but she and Nalini had a big fight, and Nalini left, and the sheriff still thinks Indira did it.
A call from Bobby made the phone buzz. I hesitated, dismissed it, and said, "Okay, well, I'm working on it. That's why I called. I need your help. I want to talk to Larry Lizard."
"From Live with Larry Lizard? I love that show."
"Yeah, I don't know where he's staying, so if you could..."
"We'll find him. Do you want us to get him for you?"
Get him sounded like Millie speak for something felonious. Kidnapping, for starters. No, absolutely do not.
"Because we can totally do it. I have these hair scrunchies that are super strong, and Keme has his..."
The sudden silence was actually more terrifying than if she'd finished the sentence. "What does Keme have?" I asked in my best parental voice. It's not great. It lands somewhere between Peg Bundy and Roseanne Connor. "Say nothing," Keme whispered, not quietly enough. Millie said,
Nothing."
"Is it a knife?" I asked.
"We're going to find Larry now.
"Is it a gun? If it's a gun, tell him..."
No, wait, I want to talk to him myself." "Bye, Dash, love you."
"No, we don't," Keme began, and the call disconnected. I called Bobby back. "Hey, you're up. How are you doing?" Bobby's voice still had a hint of muzziness. "Fine. Where are you?" "Out running a few errands." Silence. All muzziness was gone when he said, "In what car?" "I rented one. I didn't want to wake you, and I thought you might need the pilot for your own errands." Bobby's unspoken questions practically vibrated across the call. Finally, he said, "Where are you?" "Oh!" That was me, a natural-born actor with an impresario's flair for the dramatic. "I found the flowers you were looking for. Lotus flowers, right?" "You did?" "Yeah, this place online." "That's great. Thank you." "Take a look at the confirmation to make sure I got the right ones, would you? And the address, it's in my email. Just jump on my laptop." The best word for Bobby's silence was profound. "Gotta run," I said. "I'll be back later." Later was good. Later wasn't specific. Later could mean next year. "What?" Bobby began. I disconnected. "Look, I know it was rude. I know it wasn't good boyfriend behavior, but on the one hand, fair was fair. The less said about Bobby's behavior the night before, the better. And I thought I'd done an admirable job of pretending not to have had my guts ripped out. So I tried not to think about the call, or Bobby, or any of it, really. Instead, I focused my morbid curiosity on my conversation with Millie and Keme for the next hour and a half. Specifically, whatever Keme had that I wasn't supposed to know about. I mean, it couldn't be a gun, could it? But on the other hand, Indira was basically his foster mom, so it most definitely could be a gun. It could be one of those big game rifles that could take down an elephant. Clouds had moved in overnight. The gray sky crouched overhead, clouds skimming the tops of the trees, and the light was so diffuse that the day was shadowless and pale. Was it pepper spray? I shook my head and focused on the road. Brass knuckles? I passed one of the freshwater fountains on the side of the road where 2 cars were waiting as an old man in a custard-colored poncho filled approximately 15 jugs. Keme didn't have access to lasers, did he? I was getting close to Hastings Rock when a message from Millie came through on the car's display. "He's at Fisherman's Market." Okay, that wasn't too bad. And then the next message came through. "We got him." I swear to God I dropped my foot on the gas. I figured if I hurried, maybe it would only be 1 felony. Fisherman's Market had at one point in Hastings Rock's history been an actual market, and presumably it had serviced fishermen. Fisher people? Actual details to be Googled later, I decided, especially since serviced sounded a little too adult for my tastes. As Hastings Rock had converted itself from a fishing village into a tourist destination, however, the market had been transformed into one of the most popular restaurants on the boardwalk. The restaurant itself was a small frame building that could only generously be described as a shack. But that wasn't the point. The point was that during the summer months, if you could fight your way through the crowds, it was the perfect spot to sit at one of the tables on the pier and enjoy some of the best seafood in the world. Fried, of course. During the winter, though, Fisherman's Market wasn't exactly overwhelmed with customers. For one reason, February wasn't tourist season in Hastings Rock. And for another, as I mentioned, the restaurant itself was shack-ish in its dimensions and, frankly, its aesthetic. There were a lot of hawsers being used as decor. And strangely enough, people didn't love sitting outside in the cold, especially with the wind cutting in off the ocean. In other words, for once in my life, it was easy to find parking. When I stepped inside, a wall of sound met me. Voices echoed in the small space. Sid Wofford, our resident Marxist, was laughing at something Dr. Shu had said. Jadana Powers and her husband, whom I thought of as Mr. Jadana Powers, were talking loudly with Mrs. Archer about some sort of local road improvement. Princess McAdams, disappointingly not a real princess, was tapping one of the refrigerated display cases where salmon and crab and tuna and other fish, I'm not a fisherman, lay in neat rows as she bellowed, excuse me," while the harried staff tried to get past her to deliver plastic baskets lined with red checked paper, each one holding a king's ransom of fish and chips. I'm not even joking. It's the best in the world. The smell of malt vinegar and raw seafood and hot frying oil mingled in the air. A neon crab flashed on one wall in a pattern that was supposed to make you think it was dancing. It took me about 0.5 seconds to find Millie, Keme, and Larry. On the other side of the shack, a wooden cutout that had been painted to look like a shark stood near the wall. It was the kind that you could stand behind and it would look like your head was in the shark's mouth. The summer before, I'd taken full advantage of it. I had pictures of me by myself, then with Bobby, and one time so it looked like Bobby was rescuing me. Obviously, that was my favorite. Right then, Millie was coaching Larry with unfeigned enthusiasm. No guns, no knives, not a single laser. Still, it was hard not to look at Larry and see a man being held hostage.
"But make your mouth wider,"
Millie instructed. Keme nodded. "Like you're a shark."
"Like you're a shark,"
Millie repeated for Larry's benefit. From the opening in the cutout, Larry frowned. "But I thought I was inside the shark." "You are," Keme said. "It's like the alien from Alien." "What if I just smile?" Larry asked. Millie let out a frustrated sound.
"Here, I'll show you."
"You know, I think I'd better finish my meal."
"Not yet,"
Millie barked. Larry gave a little jump and cracked his head on the shark's teeth. By that point, my legs had started working again, and I crossed the dining room. Whatever I'd planned to say flew out the window, and instead I asked, "What's going on here?"
"We're taking his picture,"
Millie explained.
"It's for his TV show."
With a frown, Larry said, "I thought you said you were from the Tourist Bureau." "Mr. Lizard," I said, "I'm sorry to interrupt, but could I talk to you?" "Gladly," Larry began. My phone buzzed. I glanced at it, and Bobby's name showed on the screen. I dismissed the call. Larry was extricating himself from the shark cutout, ignoring Millie's protests and Keme's silent threats. He looked like he was about to commit suicide by prawn if someone didn't rescue him. I said a few words that good little fishermen don't say out loud. Larry's eyebrows shot up until his bristly black hair looked like it was about to pop off his head. Hi, Millie, hi, Keme, good bumping into you, or something like that." "Something like that?" Keme asked. "I need to chat with Larry now, so why don't you guys go, play?" Keme cracked his neck. It's surprisingly terrifying if you've never heard an adolescent mini-Hulk do it. Then he said, "Go play?" But Millie took his hand and said, "Okay, bye, Dash. Bye, Mr. Lizard." And they were gone. Larry and I moved over to a two-top where a half-finished captain's platter was growing cold. He had the slightly concussed look of someone who has recently had their first sustained interaction with Millie. The lines around his mouth and eyes seemed deeper, and the sallow cast of his skin was even more pronounced. He took a notebook out of his pocket and said, "Do you think she'd let me interview her?" It took me a moment to process that. Millie? "We'd have to pretend it's random, of course." He started writing. "She's just another patron, and I happened to ask her how her food is." "That depends," I said. "How much time do you have, and how sensitive are the microphones?" He didn't answer, and kept scribbling. I wasn't an expert at reading upside down, but he only wrote 4 words, and they said, "Blonde girl, it factor." I didn't know a lot of things about my future, but I did know that if Millie was ever on an episode of Live with Larry Lizard, I'd TiVo the episode. Although TiVo wasn't really a thing, I'd DVR it. I'd buy the collectible DVD, something. The words circus fire came to mind. That triggered another thought, and a possible way to get to one of the questions I wanted to ask. So I said, "How's the food?" Larry glanced over at the half-finished captain's platter. "The breading is crisp and flavorful, not too oily. Everything tastes fresh. Sometimes people cheap out because they figure that frying it will cover up the quality, but you can't get away with that when you have a display case." "How's that?" "Well, sometimes people use fish that's not quite as fresh, for example." Something in my expression made him say, "When you buy fish, you want to watch for certain things. Firm flesh, the right color, mild smell. If it's fried, you can't tell as easily. You want to know the real secret, though? The eyes. You want them to be clear and shiny." "Uh-huh," I said. I decided not to tell Larry my personal policy of not looking at the eyes of anything I was going to eat. "Did you learn that when you worked in a restaurant?" "You pick up all sorts of things in this job," he said absently as he jotted something else in the notebook. "But you did work in a restaurant, didn't you?" He looked up at me, intent now, although the words remained casual. "You go somewhere like Mizzenmast and you're supposed to know. It's half of what they pay me for. There's a class of people who want to be able to say that they went to a restaurant where the chef trained in Japan, for example." "Wait, Talmadge trained in Japan?" Larry grimaced. I couldn't tell if it was an answer to my question or connected to something else. He fished around in his pocket, brought out a prescription vial, and swallowed 2 pills. Then he looked at me and said, "You think I killed Sparky?" "I mean..." My brain failed to come up with any way of padding the issue, and instead I heard myself say, "Did you?" Larry barked a laugh. "No, no, although God knows I wanted to sometimes. I tried telling myself she didn't have an easy life, but the truth is, she was a stupid, greedy woman. Did you know she worked at one of the restaurants Mal took over? He ran it into the ground. The chef who had started the restaurant killed herself, and Sparky still married Mal. Years later, sure, but..." He must have caught the look on my face because he added, "I didn't kill Mal either." "You were missing when Mal got shot, though," I said, "and you had an argument with him shortly before he died. You argued with Sparky, too, and now she's dead as well." "Trust me," Larry said with another barking laugh. "I'm a food critic. If everyone I argued with was dead, I'd be a serial killer." Silverware clinked. Chairs scraped against the floor. A woman shouted for more cocktail sauce. "God," he paled. "I didn't mean that. I didn't do anything to anyone. I went outside for some fresh air. It happened to be the same time Mal got shot. And all I did was sit there with Sparky. She was fine when I left." "What were you arguing about?" "She said she knew who killed Mal." "What? Who?" "I don't know. She wanted me to help her. She said she thought the information would be worth a lot of money, but she needed help. I said I wasn't interested, and I told her to go to the police. She needed help. That's what she said. Help with what? Blackmail isn't exactly a complicated setup. Larry shrugged. She was scared, even though she was trying to act tough. Sparky's not... He paused. Sparky wasn't the type to take a risk on her own. That's why she trotted after Mal all these years. She wanted to open her restaurant, but she didn't want to go to the bank, get a loan, any of that. She wanted Mal to take the risk, and she wanted it to be easy. But she knew how Mal treated people. She knew what he'd done to other chefs. Yeah, but I don't think owning the restaurant was what Sparky cared about. Not really. There are plenty of people who want to say they own a restaurant, or some of them they want to be there where all the patrons can see them, because what they actually want is to look important, or to get attention, or something. You'd be surprised how many people don't want the thing they say they want. That struck a little too close to home. One of the things you noticed if you spent enough time in the writing world was that there were a lot of writers who didn't actually write. They talked about writing. They told everyone they were a writer. Sometimes they'd even had a book published. Sometimes that book had even been a success, but they didn't write anymore. And there were the kinds of people Larry had described, the ones who wanted fame or money or status, and the writing was simply a stand-in for that. Look, I get that you've got a job to do, Larry said, so to speak. But you're barking up the wrong tree. I wouldn't have killed Mal, or Sparky. A lot of people believe that about themselves, I said, but the truth is, almost anyone is capable of killing under the right circumstances. What were you and Mal arguing about before he died? Larry's mouth twisted into a smile. Jadana Powers brayed laughter in the background. A trio of kids sprinted past us toward the shark cutout. At the display case, a middle-aged man with a bad comb-over was pressing the bell again and again. Larry was still smiling that awful smile. If you're really innocent, I began. I'm dying. The man at the counter was still ringing the bell. I'm sorry, I said, but the words were automatic, detached, half a question. Larry's smile tightened, and then his face relaxed, and he shook his head and looked away. Cancer. They caught it too late. Much too late. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. He touched his pocket where he'd placed the pills. Pain management, palliative care, I think they call it. They told me, and it was like... He gave a short laugh. It was like I couldn't hear them. I understood what they told me. I understood what it meant. But that was somebody else, or it wasn't real, or something. I left the doctor's office and went back to the studio, went back to work, like life was normal. And a week later, they told me this was the last season, and why didn't I wrap it up with something special? Kind of a retrospective. Famous chefs, my favorite dishes. And that was okay, too. It was all just happening, and I was going along with it. I'd already planned to be at Mizzenmast's opening night, so I came out here and got Mal alone for a minute. I told him what was happening. The finale, not the cancer. I said I wanted his help recruiting some big names for the last episode. He had a lot of influence, in spite of everything he'd done. You know what he said? He said, God, I was counting on you to give Mizzenmast some good press. And right then, that's when it was real. All of it. I lost my mind. He sat back. His skin looked clammy, and he ran the back of his hand across his forehead. I was going to die. Everything I'd worked for was going to be scrapped. And this jerk couldn't even give me the time of day because all he cared about was that stupid restaurant. A wave of ambient noise crashed over us. The door opening, a man cracking crab legs, the clatter of pans from the kitchen. Beneath it all, Larry's next words barely carried. I was glad when Mal died, but I didn't kill him. Did you know he was cheating Talmadge out of mizzenmast? Did I know? No, I didn't know, but I had my suspicions. Everyone knew they'd been on the rocks, and frankly, anyone stupid enough to do business with Mal deserves what's coming to them. Talmadge seems smart. She's assertive. She knows how to run a restaurant. So, Larry said dryly, finishing my unasked question. Why'd she fall into bed with Mal? Not exactly, but yeah, I guess. Why get involved with him at all? She had to have known who he was, what he'd done. I go to these restaurants, Larry said. The meat is overcooked, the sauces are bland, the decor is trash, the staff aren't trained properly. I could take a video and show it to 10 strangers, none of them experts, and they'd be appalled. But I do my review, and you know what happens? The owners are outraged. The chefs are furious. I get death threats. How dare you, blah, blah, blah. Because they don't care about the truth. And they don't care about doing a good job. What they care about is what other people think of them. And I ruined that for them. Talmadge doesn't seem like she cares too much about what people think. Yeah? Larry smiled, but the expression held a hint of pain, and he shifted in his seat and pressed a hand to his back. Why'd she set up shop out here, then? No offense, kid, but this is the middle of nowhere. Mizzenmast could be, first rate. Why isn't she in Portland or Seattle or Vancouver? Because her family's here? He put so much scorn on the words that I didn't know how to respond. Everybody cares about what other people think. Let me tell you, knowing that you're going to die soon gives you some perspective on your own life, and it's not pretty. All the things we sacrifice because we want to get ahead, the things we let go because it's more important to be successful or famous, the ways we make ourselves smaller because we hope that if we can just make the right person happy, it will somehow fix everything else. The question isn't if we care. It's who or what or where. Talmadge wasn't going to have a restaurant without Mal, and without a restaurant, she'd never get to come back here and rub her success in everyone's face. On the wall, the neon crab was still dancing. A little girl was trying to climb a fishing net tacked next to the door. Framed restaurant reviews and newspaper clippings circled the dining room, proof of the success and popularity of Fisherman's Market. Maybe Larry was right. Maybe we were all looking for some kind of validation. If so, that would only have added fuel to the fire when Talmadge discovered Mal was trying to take away mizzenmast, because what would her family think if they found out she'd lost the restaurant? What's the deal with Jethro? I asked. Now, that's an interesting question. What do you mean? But Larry shook his head. You first. I don't know. I guess everyone's been telling me how awful Mal was, but that's not exactly true. Because he must be charming sometimes, right? I mean, he keeps getting married. And Jethro told me how kind Mal was to him. That doesn't make sense either. Sparky told me Jethro wasn't a great assistant, so why did Mal keep him around? The first night I saw them at mizzenmast, I got this vibe. I don't know how else to put it. Larry burst out laughing. You think they were sleeping together? Is that possible? For a few seconds, Larry didn't say anything, and his face grew serious. I don't think so. Look, the restaurant industry is fairly open, but as far as I know, Mal always stuck to one side of the buffet. He'd be more likely to go for that pretty girl who was working for Talmadge. Nalini? Mal always liked them young. God, I shook my head. So, if Mal and Jethro weren't sleeping together, what's going on there? Larry toyed with the red-checked paper lining his basket of seafood. I don't know. You're right. It's strange. When I brought up Jethro, you said it was an interesting question. Larry's fingers stilled, and the crinkly paper went silent. What? I asked. I saw him going back into the restaurant. What? When? The night Mal was murdered. He went in through a side door. He told me he was sitting in his car. Larry snorted. He wasn't anywhere near his car. And I'll tell you something else. Yesterday, before Sparky started going on and on about how she knew who the killer was, she told me she'd caught Jethro going through her purse. Why would Jethro be going through her purse? Larry shrugged and sat back. He flipped his notebook shut. I opened my mouth to ask another question, and my phone buzzed. I went to dismiss it, but when I saw Fox's name on the screen, I stopped. Excuse me, I said. I have to take this. I answered as I stepped outside. Even under that low, gloomy sky, the day's relative brightness made me blink, and the breeze off the ocean sliced along the back of my neck. What happened? Is everything— The sheriff is going to arrest Indira, Fox said. What? I glanced up and down the pier. Where are you? Is she arresting Indira right now? No, Fox sounded out of breath, and noises from the other end of the call suggested movement. To someone else, away from the phone, they said, Hurry! Fox, what's going on? Is the sheriff there? Let me talk to her. The sheriff isn't here yet, but we only have a few minutes. The fingerprints came back on the gun, and they're a match. Thank God I have my sources. Again, they spoke away from the phone. Hurry! When their voice came back, the timbre was different, high and strained. We appreciate everything you've done for us, but you don't need to worry anymore. What does that mean? Fox, put Indira on the phone. We all need to calm down and think clearly about this. Let's talk to Bobby. Goodbye, Dash. Thank you for trying. And then the call disconnected. Chapter 14. I called Fox. They didn't answer. I called Indira. Nothing. I looked for Keme and Millie, but they were gone. I tried their phones, and they didn't answer either. When I turned to say goodbye to Larry, he was leaning on the refrigerated display case, pointing to one of the fish as he said something to a woman who must have been from out of town. I jumped in the Malibu and flew back to Hemlock House. A part of me wanted to call Bobby. If the sheriff was going to arrest Indira, maybe he could talk to her. But that was a childish hope. Bobby couldn't tell the sheriff what to do. And anyway, Sheriff Acosta was a good sheriff. If she thought she needed to arrest Indira, it was because she had evidence she could no longer explain away or ignore. Say, for example, Indira's fingerprints on the murder weapon. Indira, I thought as I drove. What did you do? When I got to Hemlock House, it was stark and black against the gray sky. No sign of Fox's van, no sign of Millie's Mazda 3 either. When I went into the coach house, no cars were parked inside. I ran up the stairs and pounded on Indira's door. No answer. I tried the handle, and it turned. Inside, the rooms looked as neat as they had on my last visit. Everything in its place, everything tidy. No drawers hanging open, no piles of sentimental trinkets that had been gathered and then abandoned. No signs, in other words, that someone living here had packed up and run. But no Indira, no Fox. I tried Hemlock House next, wandering through the high-ceilinged rooms, calling out names. The lamps and chandeliers were dark, and I was in too much of a rush to turn them on, so I moved through the house in the hazy gray light that filtered in through the windows. It gave the house new shadows and made familiar rooms strange. It was like coming back after a long time, or like something out of one of those post-apocalyptic movies where a house looks exactly as it did the day everyone disappeared. A blanket that had slid halfway off the Chesterfield, a glass of water left on the kitchen counter. Bobby's Adidas on the tray near the back door. The sound of the front door opening echoed through the house. Maybe they'd realized they'd made a mistake. Maybe they'd come back. I made my way toward the front of the house and reached the hall at the same time that Bobby stepped out of the vestibule. He looked better than he had the day before. His eyes were clear and alert, and the circles under them had faded, and he'd even combed his hair back into its familiar part. Today's outfit was a navy pullover and jeans that put him squarely in the category of a guy who plans on taking care of business. The first thing out of my mouth was, "Bobby?" I looked past him, but he was alone. "What are you doing here? I thought you were with your family." "I've been calling you." "Oh my God, is everything okay? Did something happen? Wait, were you the one who told Fox?" He took out his phone, tapped the screen, and held it out for me to see. "What is this?" All I could see at that distance was something red. "I don't..." He took 2 steps forward and made a peremptory movement with his hand. "What is this?" It was my spreadsheet, the one where I'd tracked all my agent submissions. The one with all the red highlighting to show, the universal rejection of a work in progress. "What is this?" Bobby asked again, more harshly this time. "Were you looking through my laptop?" "It was the first thing on the screen when I unlocked it," Bobby said. "I couldn't help seeing it." The flowers, I thought through the rising storm of emotion. I'd told him to check my email for the flowers I'd ordered. "Were you going to tell me?" Bobby asked. Were you going to tell me about this? It's a simple question, Dash, yes or no?" "Bobby..." But I stopped, and the question that fell out of my mouth next sounded like a child's. "What's happening?" "Why didn't you tell me?" "I don't know. I was going to. Bobby, what's happening right now?" "You were going to tell me? When? Next week? Next month?" "I don't understand what's happening right now. I got another rejection from an agent." "Hold on, is that why you were calling me? Is that why you drove all the way out here? Because it's not a big deal." "It is a big deal!" Bobby's shout rang out. "It's a very big deal. This is your career, Dash. This is the most important thing in your life, and you've worked so hard on it, and I can't believe you didn't tell me." "I didn't want to bother you. I'm your boyfriend!" It was beyond shouting now, a full-throated fury that had Bobby louder than I'd ever heard him before. "You're supposed to tell me this stuff so I can fix it!" Some essential linkage in my brain disconnected, and then I was looking at Bobby from a long way off, and everything got much quieter. There was so much to unpack in that sentence that, for a moment, I couldn't say or do anything. Then I latched onto the topmost part of it, and a sound of disbelief escaped me. Taking my phone from my pocket, I turned and started toward the den. "What's that supposed to mean?" Bobby asked, following me. I shut the door to the den behind me. Bobby opened it and came into the room. "Dash!" "What's that supposed to mean?" I asked. "What do you think it means?" He set his jaw. "I'm trying to have a conversation." "You're trying to have a conversation with me? Is that what you think you're doing? Great. So now's the time for a conversation." "That was a big deal. That was important to you. We've talked about your submissions. We've talked about how much finding an agent matters for your career. We talked about it being a big risk using a pen name, and how you were worried no one was going to offer to represent you. And then I find out you've been getting responses but not telling me about it? I don't understand how you could not tell me something like that. And then on top of that, I wake up and you're gone, Dash. Gone. Do you know what that was like? Panicking, not knowing what was going on or where you were or if you were even alive, and having to pretend everything was okay in front of my dad and Eric? You don't answer my calls. You won't tell me what's going on. Do you know how scared I've been? Is it too much to ask for you to talk to me?" For several seconds, there was only the high-pitched ringing in my ears, and then I said, "You're unbelievable. I'm unbelievable. If you'd talk to me, don't finish that sentence. Bobby's look of shock transformed into something else. Anger. Beyond anger. The closest I'd ever seen him come to rage. What did you say? I said, don't. Stop. I'm not going to do this right now. I can't do this right now. I started around him. I didn't know why I'd come into the den in the first place, but now I knew I had to get out. Away. Fox and Indira think they're Bonnie and Clyde, and I've got to find them before they do something truly stupid. Bobby grabbed my arm. Don't walk away from me! For a second, I did stop, because of the shock more than anything. That disconnected part of me watching this from the other side of a television screen couldn't believe this was happening. Couldn't believe this was Bobby. Then I ripped free of his grasp. If you want to talk to someone, I said, and my brain told me to stop, to let it go, not to say the words in anger, but I couldn't help myself. Call West. Bobby flinched. It was small, barely a movement at all, but it was there. I made my way toward the front of the house. Get back here! Bobby shouted after me. Dash, I'm talking to you! Get back here right now and talk to me! An inarticulate shout broke from him, and then his voice pitched after me, frenzied and almost unrecognizable. I'm trying to make this better! Chapter 15. Somehow I got out of the house. Somehow I got into the Malibu. And then I sat there, shaking, my hands locked around the steering wheel. I wasn't sure how much time passed before I was myself again, inside myself again. I came back by degrees, the ache in my hands from gripping the wheel, the tightness in my neck, the hard, compacted mass in my gut. Then the sound of the wind scraping along the Malibu's frame. The day was a sheet of iron flattened overhead. Lower clouds made seams and wrinkles, darker smears of gray that scudded along against the stationary mass of gray. The shadows were thick, but it was still early afternoon. My gaze moved to Hemlock House. No Bobby. No sign of Bobby. He hadn't come after me. The thought was a dizzying mixture. Relief, disappointment, hurt, worry. My eyes were hot. I squeezed them shut and counted in my head until the prickling faded. Fox and Indira. I had to find them before they did something stupid. My phone was on the seat next to me where I must have dropped it when I got back in the car. No missed calls. No messages. I tried calling Fox first, and then I tried calling Indira. I messaged Keme and Millie. Nothing from anybody. It reminded me of those high school fears, the suspicion that everyone was hanging out without me. Only this time my friends weren't hanging out without me. They were aiding and abetting a wanted felon without me, which maybe was the adult version of hanging out. I pressed one hand to my cheek, which still felt flushed, and tried to think. Fox had called. The sheriff was going to arrest Indira. They had decided to run. Now that I had a few seconds to think about it, that didn't seem like Indira. On the other hand, that did seem like Fox. Fox was exactly the kind of person I would suspect of making a dramatic phone call to tell me they were on the run from the law. But why? What was the end goal? Were they going to flee the country? The whole thing was insane. And Indira wasn't insane. She also wasn't a killer, which made the whole thing even more maddening. I knew she hadn't killed Mal. So why was she running? Because she had a reason to run. That wasn't what the Brits would call smashingly helpful. Do Brits say that? But it did feel like a step in the right direction. Indira would only have gone along with Fox's plan if she had a good reason. A reason to keep herself out of the sheriff's hands. Avoiding prison wasn't enough. Indira was very much of the be a good citizen and pick up that gum wrapper even though it's not yours school of thought. Yes, that was a real example, and yes, I washed my hands for like 2 minutes after. Normally, I would have said that Indira would have let herself be arrested. She would have stood trial, and if she'd been convicted, she would have gone to prison and begun the process of appealing. The only reason Indira would do something this foolish, the only reason would be if she was protecting someone. Keme? That was my first automatic thought. But of course Keme hadn't killed Mal. He'd been at the table with us when Mal had gotten shot. The next thought was the one that should have been obvious. Nalini. But why would Nalini have killed Mal? Because he got handsy? Or had it gone beyond that? Or was this some elaborate plot to get revenge on the man who had ruined her aunt's life? And in any case, wouldn't Indira have turned herself in anyway? How could she help anyone by running? I didn't know, but I knew I needed to talk to her. I tried her phone again, and this time I left a message. I know what you're doing, and I know who you're protecting, and I'm going to tell the sheriff everything if you don't call me back and tell me where you are. I called Fox's phone and asked them to relay the same message. I texted the same content to Keme and Millie. And wouldn't you know it, about 3 minutes later, Keme called me back. She wants to talk to you, he said. Okay, I said. Indira's voice came on the phone a moment later. Dashel, I know you're thinking you're doing the right thing, just Dash. Silence. Then she gave a watery little laugh. Do you know, you haven't said that to me in a long time? I give you extra wiggle room because I love you. Now, tell me where you are. I want to talk to you. It's too late, Indira. Her breathing roughened, and then, voice thick, she said, Please don't tell the sheriff. Where are you? Seconds trickled past. Fox's friend has a cabin. Have them send me the directions. I'm on my way. Chapter 16. Fox's friend's cabin was south of Hemlock House. I followed the state highway for a while and then cut inland on an aging 2-lane that eventually petered out. After that, the Malibu had to rough it up a winding dirt drive. The cabin itself was perched on a hill, nestled among a stand of lodgepole pine. Because this was one of Fox's friends, it was a genuine log cabin, the wood gray and worn from decades of exposure. It looked to be of the 2-room variety, with a little brick chimney leaking a trail of smoke and a wood shingle roof. You can pretty much sum up the whole experience by saying the roof had sprouted. It was like a miniature rainforest up there. When I knocked, Keme opened the door an inch. His expression was grim, and he planted himself in the narrow gap. Are you going to let me in? I asked. Or do I have to fight you? For some reason, he relaxed. He even smiled, just a little. Boys are the absolute weirdest, straight boys in particular. I'd been right about the 2-room floor plan. The front room took up most of the cabin's interior. There was an exceptionally lumpy-looking bed on one side of the room with wool blankets that somehow managed to look both like they were falling apart and like they'd be incredibly itchy. A table and chairs filled the rest of the space. A colorful rug lay in front of the hearth, and a fire burned on the grate, making the little cabin smell like wood smoke. The decorations on the walls were what you'd expect from one of Fox's friends: a dream catcher, a watercolor of a princess with the head of a trout, a little triptych of a shirtless Cary Grant. Indira sat at the table. She was dressed in her usual fashionably sensible attire: ankle boots, leggings, a white sweater, a simple gold necklace. Millie sat next to her, holding one of Indira's hands and glaring at me. Fox had pulled one of the chairs next to the fireplace. Today, they were dressed, I could only assume, as Captain Nemo from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. A navy coat, black trousers, black boots, and so many brass buttons. There was also a dash of James Bond villain in there. They were wearing one monocle and had another poking out of their pocket. When they were sure I was watching, they flicked their switchblade open, and a comb popped out. "All right," I said. "This is all very impressive. You all love Indira. I'm the bad guy. I get it. If I do anything to hurt her, you'll kill me. I get the message." "Do you?" Fox asked. "Everybody out, right now. I need to talk to Indira." Nobody moved. "You're all accomplices at this point," I said. "Keme, Millie, do you want to have a prison wedding? Fox can brew you some toilet wine."
"Oh my God! A prison wedding!"
That wasn't the response I'd been expecting. Keme tried to kick me in the back of the knee. That was closer. Fox lifted their chin and said haughtily, "It would be a toilet brandy." "Everybody out," I snapped. Indira squeezed Millie's hand. "Go on. Thank you all for trying to help." Fox rose stiffly to their feet. I got the sense that the boots were giving them blisters, and the weight of all those brass buttons must have added up. Millie gave me her most dangerously warning look, which she ruined by hugging me, one of those extra hard Millie hugs so that you know she means it. Keme took another swipe at my knee, but when he missed, he lingered near the door. "It's all right, Keme," Indira said gently. Keme glared at me. "Dummy," I said. "Give me a little credit." He rolled his eyes, but after a moment, with a last look to check Indira's expression, he slunk out of the cabin. The fire crackled and popped. I drew out one of the chairs. Indira's gaze followed me, but she didn't speak. Neither did I. The cabin was warm, and the smell of the wood smoke was surprisingly sweet. When the wind picked up, it sounded like a river running around the cabin, and above us, when the pines swayed, it had something of the ocean in it. "I'm sorry, Dash." I nodded. The wind died, and the silence felt longer this time. When Indira spoke again, her voice was clotted with emotion. "My God, what am I doing? What are you doing?" She shook her head. She folded her hands on the table. She was looking through me, past me. Finally, she said, "Being a fool. I think I'm being a fool." "Do you want to tell me what's going on?" "Not particularly." She gathered herself, and her eyes focused on me, as though seeing me again. "I've made a mistake, and I've put you in a bad position. I'm sorry about that, Dash. Why don't you call the sheriff and let her know where I am?" It was classic Indira, responsible, thoughtful, and somehow closed. Whatever moment of vulnerability I'd felt, it had passed, and the wall was back. And while most of the time I respected that wall, respected her right to privacy, right then it was something of an inconvenience. Primarily because it meant she was going to take the fall for a murder she didn't commit, and in doing so let the real killer walk away. And worse, no amount of cajoling, pleading, begging, or even reasoning could change her mind about this. Once Indira had decided something, it stayed decided. One time, she'd decided one of Keme's ratty old hoodies was going to be recycled. Keme, of course, had refused in his silent, feral wolf boy way, and Indira had said, "I'm not having this conversation again, give me the hoodie." And he'd given it to her, right then, when he'd been wearing it. On the other hand, and I was slightly ashamed of this knowledge, Indira was also a soft touch when it came to things like, well, taking care of people. And right then, I needed more than the classic closed-off Indira response. I needed the truth, which meant I needed to get her talking. I tried not to overdo it when I said, "I don't think anybody could put me in a worse position right now, actually. Bobby's furious with me. We're not talking, as a matter of fact, which is funny, since the argument started because he wanted to talk to me. Not ha-ha funny, but, tragically painful. That kind of funny. So you know what? I think I'll just stay here with you. If the sheriff finds us, great. Maybe that's what will bring me and Bobby back together. I think he'd find it very soothing to slap a pair of cuffs on me. Indira forgot some of the lady in black melodrama and asked, "What happened?" So I told her. I meant to keep it, well, is entertaining the right word when you're using the catastrophe of your romantic life as emotional leverage? If nothing else, I meant to keep it engaging. But instead, of course, it all came pouring out of me. The days of silence from Bobby, his complete and total withdrawal, his family, and the toxic silence that they all seemed determined to dwell in. And then that phone call with West and everything building up to that horrible argument in Hemlock House. "I ran away," I said. My face was hot. My eyes stung. I stared at the triptych of shirtless Cary Grant. It didn't help that he looked miserable too. "Again. I ran away again, Indira. And I'm so mad at myself. Because here I was. I thought I'd made all this progress. I was trying so hard to be a good boyfriend. And you know what? It turns out I'm not a good boyfriend. If I were a good boyfriend, Bobby would have talked to me, not to West. And I haven't made any progress. I still don't know anything about relationships. I'm still no good at them. Here I am, almost 2 years after I left Hugo, and I'm still doing the same stuff, messing everything up, and running away when it gets hard." Indira was silent for a long time. The wind picked up, and the rafters groaned, and the wind chased its tail down the chimney and made the fire gutter and spit. Then she held out her hand. After a few seconds of pure teenage petulance, I took it. And then, as my throat closed up, I mumbled, "I am not going to cry in front of these weird Cary Grant boudoir photos. I have enough psychosexual dreams about charade as it is, thank you very much." Indira, because she's Indira, said, "Mm-hmm." And then I did start to cry. I got myself under control pretty quickly, and weirdly enough, I did feel better. Part of that, I'm sure, was because I'd finally been able to put some of it into words, and part of it was because crying actually does help sometimes. "Dash, he's not angry at you," Indira said. I shook my head. I'd finally managed to look away from Cary, and now I watched the fire. "Grief," Indira stopped herself. Then she began again. "Grief is terrible, Dash. It's so dark, and it's so deep. And when you're in it, it's like there's nothing else. You don't know where you are. You don't know up from down. You are terribly, terribly alone, and no one can help you. No one can come to you. No one can make it any better." The flames danced. "Yeah," I said thickly. "I know." Indira squeezed my hand. "Bobby loves you." I nodded, but I said, "A lot of people break up after deaths. They get divorced." I wanted not to sound like my nose was full of snot when I said, "He called West." I tried to sit up and clear my throat. "I know I should be glad he talked to someone. I want Bobby to talk to someone. I mean, he's such an amazing person. He cares so much about everything, and he sets this impossibly high standard for himself that he can fix anything, that he can make it all better. Watching him these last few days, knowing that he was in pain and couldn't tell anyone about it, seeing him with his dad and his brother and wanting to scream, Indira." A laugh broke out of me.
I wanted to start banging on pots and pans or hire a marching band or anything so that the house wouldn't be so quiet. So someone would have to say something. So yes, if I were a better person, if I weren't so selfish, I'd be saying, God, I'm so happy Bobby finally was able to talk to someone. Because I love him and I want what's best for him. But I'm not. I keep hearing him in my head, how he sounded, and I'm so mad. And I know I'm mad because I'm hurt, but I can't help it. All I do is get angrier and angrier. Why does it hurt so much? Oh, never mind. Let's strike all that from the record and go back to the part where I was the bigger person and said I was happy Bobby had someone to talk to. She didn't say anything, but she did watch me in that way moms sometimes do, like her eyes could burn a hole in my head if it came to that. I don't know, I said. I did some squirming. It's embarrassing, Indira. I did some more squirming, but she didn't look away, and slowly the force of that gaze pulled the words out of me. There's this part of me that feels betrayed, I guess. I know that's ridiculous. I wouldn't feel this way if Bobby went to a therapist. Heck, or even if it was another friend, not someone he dated. Or maybe I would, I don't know. And what I said earlier, I've tried so hard to be a good boyfriend over the last few days. I've checked in, but not too much. I've given him space, but I've let him know I'm available to talk whenever he wants. I've tried communicating through Bobby talk, which means touching and being together and not forcing him to put things into words. I've tried to take on every task I possibly can, because I know he's overwhelmed and doesn't have the headspace for stuff like that. And I just want... I stopped because I felt the next words coming, and they were a surprise, something I hadn't managed to say even to myself yet. I just want him to tell me I'm a good boyfriend. It didn't sound great. In fact, it sounded downright crazy. But there was also this sudden, dizzying relief that I'd been able to frame it in words, finally. And Indira, bless her heart, only nodded, as if this weren't going to make the list for the top 10 craziest moments ever. I don't know if this will help, she said. But do you know what my mother told me once? She didn't want me to marry Mal. She thought he was wrong for me, and as it turns out, she was right, but for the wrong reasons. Or maybe not. She might have seen something in him that I couldn't. I don't know. But she told me that you shouldn't marry a man, or a woman, I might add, unless you've seen them sick or poor or grieving. At the time, it sounded so silly, old-fashioned. And Mal was never sick. He certainly wasn't poor. And when you're young, grief seems like something for other people. I've thought about that a lot, though, since. I still don't know if my mother's advice is necessarily true, but I do think that there's some truth to it. Pain cleaves us all to the bone, and it makes it impossible to hide who we really are. Meaning what? Bobby doesn't love me? I'm not a good boyfriend? Indira let out an exasperated breath. Don't be ridiculous. I'm saying this is your chance to see the kind of man Bobby is when his world falls apart. And I'd add that he's doing the best he can. So are you, Dash. You're a wonderful person, but have you considered the fact that right now, Bobby can't give you what you want? I'm not saying forever, but in this moment, when he's hurting so badly, he simply can't respond to you the way you'd like. He's in so much pain, Dash, and it's so disorienting, so isolating. I know. I even nodded, but the rest of it came rushing out. But he talked to West. He talked to West, Dash, because West isn't you. Because he's not dating West. He's not emotionally involved with West. You're trying so hard to be a good boyfriend. Did you consider that Bobby might be trying to do that too? His dad? His brother? What do you think it means for Bobby to be a good boyfriend? What do you think it means for him? I opened my mouth, but for once nothing came out, probably to Indira's relief. What did Bobby think it meant for him to be a good boyfriend? Some of the answers were obvious. I could have listed them in my sleep. It meant being responsible, taking care of me, being attentive and present and kind and patient. But it meant more than that. How had he put it today when he'd sounded so unhinged about my rejection emails? Fixing things. That had been one of the first things I'd learned about Bobby. He genuinely believed if he worked hard enough, if he tried long enough, he could fix anything. It was why he'd stayed so long with West. I was tempted to beat myself up about that, to wonder if that was what was happening with me. But Indira was still watching me with that look that brooked no self-pity, and so I forced myself to keep thinking. I thought about the men in Bobby's life, how he'd grown up, the silence in that suburban home. I'd known Bobby was, to put it politely, stoic. To put it less politely, he wasn't great at communicating. But I'd assumed that was a personality trait, that it was the way he'd been born. What if it wasn't? What if instead that was what Bobby had been taught? That this was what it meant to be a man. That this was what it meant to be a partner and a husband, to keep your troubles to yourself, to always be the strong one, to never show weakness. And when you couldn't show weakness to the person you loved the most in the world, what were you supposed to do? Who did you turn to? When Bobby and West had been dating, I'd felt, I'm embarrassed to admit it now, special that Bobby had been able to talk to me when it had been so difficult for him to talk to West. And I knew that something had changed in my relationship with Bobby once we'd moved past just friends. The ease he'd seemed to find in talking to me had disappeared. I'd believed, or let myself believe, it was simply the consequence of deeper emotions. But what if Bobby didn't think he was allowed to share those things with me? What if for Bobby sharing those things with his boyfriend meant more than the risk we all took in making ourselves vulnerable? What if, at some level that maybe wasn't even conscious, he actually thought it made him a bad partner? I said a few words you can't say in couples therapy. Okay, I actually think you can say them. I know, dear, Indira said. But you were going to get there eventually. I just helped things along. I wasn't sure about that, but I appreciated the vote of confidence. What am I supposed to do? You're not supposed to do anything. Nobody likes to hear that. We all want to know what to do. We all want to know how we can help, but we can't help. Not really. Everyone's grief is their own, and we can't touch it. We can't reach it. We can't make it go away. All we can do is be there, be ready when the person we love comes back. Her voice softened. And he will come back, Dash. I nodded. I didn't say what she knew and what she knew I knew, that not everyone came back, and they didn't always come back the same. Indira herself was proof of that. I also managed not to say the other thing I was thinking, that this was exactly the kind of terrible advice I'd gotten off the internet. I wanted more than that. I wanted some secret key. I wanted some way past or through or around it. You want to understand it, Indira said, as though reading my thoughts. But it's not something you can understand. Nobody understands it. You want to know how to make it better, but nobody can do that either. You want a perfect script of what to say and do, but those don't exist. That's what every culture and religion has tried to give people, and they all fall short. I rubbed my eyes. It doesn't seem particularly fair. It isn't, Indira said. She squeezed my hand again. Do you know what I wish I could have told the people around me? That I was sorry, because I knew how upsetting it was for them. It's upsetting for all of us. It's scary to see someone we know and love become a different person. It's terrifying to see the power of an emotion that we can't understand. Imagine how much scarier it is to be inside it all. She was silent for a long moment, and when she spoke again, the words were labored. I wish I'd told Mal how much I was hurting. But I didn't, of course. I drew in on myself. I hid. I blocked him out. I was hurting so badly, and I didn't want to know, I think, that he was hurting too. It was a selfish thing to think. But at the time, I couldn't imagine anyone else knowing the same kind of pain. I wish I'd tried harder to share that. She released my hand and sat up straight again. Bobby might not be able to think or say those things now, but one day he'll wish he'd been able to share that with you. Maybe, or maybe not, it was hard to say. But when I thought about how angry he'd been about that stupid spreadsheet, I thought maybe I understood a little better now what had been happening, what had really been going on inside his head. Thank you, I finally said. I hadn't thought about a lot of that. Indira nodded. I'm sorry for what you've been through in the last few days, Indira. I know how awful it is to be accused of something you didn't do. A trace of wariness rose in her face. But I know you didn't kill Mal, I said, and I'm not going to let you throw away your life. Something hit the roof and rattled against the wood shingles. You don't want to say anything? I asked. She stared back at me. So much for my brilliant plan. I'm not going to let you do this, I said. I know you're covering for Nalini. I know you love her. I know you think you're doing the right thing, and for all I know, Nalini might have a good reason for what she did. But that's for the courts to decide. Still nothing. The heat from the fire made me pull at my collar. Fine, I said. I'll tell the sheriff myself. I stood. I pushed in my chair. I turned toward the door and took a step. Dash, Indira said. Don't. I know you think you're doing the right thing, I said. But I love you, and you don't need to punish yourself or do penance or atone or whatever you think you're doing. When I put my hand on the door, Indira shifted in her seat. The rustle of clothing broke the stillness, and then she said, It's not Nalini. We argued, yes, because she's lying to me, but that's about something else entirely. I looked back. Indira was crying, shaking her head, face turned away from me. It's Jethro. Jethro? A dozen questions ran through my head, but I snatched the first one. Why? She shook her head again, and her features tightened. Fresh tears ran down her cheeks, and she sat, and she kept shaking her head. Indira, I said. I circled the table and crouched next to her. I put my hand on her arm. It's okay. It's not okay, she said thickly. It was so stupid. I was so stupid. And I'm so angry with myself. Angry that it can still hurt so much after all these years. Angry that I can't seem to stop hurting. She swallowed. I went to the Rock on Inn that night, after Mal was killed. I wasn't thinking clearly." She gave a shattered laugh. "That's putting it mildly. But I went, and I asked Cherry Ann which room was his, because I'd brought something from mizzenmast for him. I had to see him." "Who, Jethro? Why?" "And then I wasn't brave enough. I stood there at the top of the stairs, trying to work up the courage. That's when I saw someone come out of Jethro's room." "You saw Jethro come out of his room?" She shook her head. "Someone else. They were dressed in dark, bulky clothes, and I didn't get a good look at them, but I knew right away that something was wrong. They left, and I forced the lock and went into the room because I thought maybe something had happened to Jethro. But he wasn't there. And then I was even more confused. I thought maybe a robber." She wiped her cheeks. "It was sticking out from under a pillow. There was no way to miss it." "The gun," I said. "The gun that killed Mal." "I didn't even think about fingerprints. As soon as I saw it, I knew why that person had been in Jethro's room. They'd planted the gun to frame him, and I knew I had to get it out of there. I took it, and I went straight home and hid it. I didn't know what to do with it. I thought I should get rid of it." She gave me a watery look that still somehow managed a hint of amusement. "I know better than most people how foolish it is to hold on to a murder weapon. But a part of me kept thinking that if I did get rid of it, the real killer would get away with it. I was still trying to decide what to do the next day when the deputies came to search the flat." A note of frustration rang in her next words. "I don't know how they knew. But I did, or I thought I did. Whoever had planted that gun in Jethro's room had waited for Jethro to come home. They wanted to call the sheriff's office when he did, and instead, they'd seen Indira go inside." "I don't understand," I said. "Jethro seems like a nice kid, but why would you—" The words, "do something so stupid," rose in my throat. I managed to change them to, "take such a risk." Indira looked at me like I was, perhaps, denser than she'd thought. But her voice had a buckled-down quality when she spoke again. "I knew as soon as I saw him," she said. "You can see it in their faces. And I know it's foolish. But I couldn't help looking at him and thinking—" She stopped, and there was so much in the silence that came next. Thinking, what if things had been different? And then everything clicked, and I heard myself say, "Jethro is Mal's son." Chapter 17. I hurried out of the cabin, still trying to wrap my head around Indira's revelation, blinking in the gray daylight. Bobby's Pilot was parked behind the Malibu, blocking me in, and Bobby was leaning against it, arms folded. The anger from earlier was gone, and although he wore a semblance of his usual calm, beneath it, hurt and unhappiness swam together. The tightness in my chest relaxed, and I forgot all the things I'd been working myself up to say. Instead, all I wanted now was for things between us to be good again. I glanced over. Fox, Millie, and Keme huddled together under one of the pines. Their expressions ranged from truculence, Fox, to guilt, Millie, to adolescent combativeness, Keme. I knew I should go track down Jethro, or failing that, call the sheriff. I had a solid, nay, a legitimate, excuse for telling Bobby to move his SUV so that I could go solve a murder, and it made sense, didn't it? To have this conversation later,
It would give both of us time to cool down, and we were talking about a murder after all. What were my priorities? The wind picked up, stirring the trees. Branches creaked, needles whispered against each other. Something wet struck the back of my neck. With one last look over at the group of troublemakers, so that they knew I would find a way to pay them back for this, I clomped down the path toward the cars. Bobby watched me come. "Which one of them do I have to murder?" I asked. Some of the tension in his shoulders relaxed. "Take a guess." "Keme." Bobby's smile hovered somewhere between wry and fleeting, and then it was gone. "Dash. Oh no, we're not having this conversation with those," I pitched my voice to Carrie, "those meddlers eavesdropping." Fox booed. Then they hissed. Millie said, "We're not listening!" Keme's silence was, to put it politely, pugnacious. Bobby only nodded. "Come on," I said, and started off down one of the trails. To be totally fair, it was a beautiful corner of the world. The pines were big and old. They did a lot of creaking, and the wind made that rushing noise you hear in tall trees, carrying with it the sweet, sharp scent of resin. The duff was thick underfoot and swallowed the sounds of our steps, and we'd only gone 100 yards when the trees closed behind us, and we were alone. I stopped at a spot on the edge of the path where a break in the trees let us look down the hill. Below us, more trees spread out toward the narrow ribbon of the state highway. On the other side of the road, the Pacific broke against rocky bluffs. "I'm sorry," I said. Bobby shook his head. "Please let me talk," I said. Here's the thing about Bobby. He's so kind that he gives people like me an unfair advantage. Distress showed in his face. He wanted to apologize, but he also wanted to let me say whatever I needed to say, because that was who he was, and because he loved me. I almost smiled. This was my Bobby. "I want to apologize," I said, "for not telling you about the rejections. You were right. That's an important part of my life, and you've been so supportive, and you've had to talk to me, or listen to me talk, about every possible scenario 1,000,000 times." I stopped. I pressed my hands against my thighs. My heart thrummed in my throat. The first time, I shook it off. It was one agent, and it was easy to say that they didn't know what they were missing. And then it was another, and then another, and it was harder and harder to tell myself it was them and not me. And it hurt, Bobby. It was embarrassing, but it hurt so bad. And they kept coming, or they didn't say anything at all. And I was going to tell you. When I got the last one, I was going to tell you, mostly because I was in the process of having a meltdown. And then you told me your mom had passed, and it wasn't important. "It is important," Bobby said. "I know," a little more gently. "I know, but I think you know what I mean, too. I wasn't trying to keep it from you, not this time. But I do want to apologize that I didn't share what I was going through, that I didn't tell you sooner. I love you so much, and I know this is going to make me sound crazy, but I want you to be proud of me. And it is so freaking humiliating that after all this time I've spent going on and on about writing and how I'm a writer, and then I finally finished a manuscript and I thought it was good, Bobby. I really did. And then nothing. Worse than nothing. No after no after no. I took a deep breath. The air stirred, cold and wet against my face. I want you to be a part of my life, and I want to share everything with you. I want you to know how much this hurts and how hard it is for me. I'm not saying it's anywhere near the same scale as you losing your mom. That's not... I stopped. I shook my head, and I thought of Indira and how she'd stared off into the distance, shaking her head, and my throat closed up.
I wanted to tell him that it was okay to do this, to share even the things that made you feel most vulnerable. But I couldn't put it into words, for one thing, without going on a rant about his dad and his brother, and how I wanted to shake everybody in that family and introduce something I'd just invented called the talking stick. And that didn't seem like it would get me any points in the boyfriend column. "I'd like to give you a hug," Bobby said quietly. "Would that be all right?" I nodded. He slipped his arms around me. His embrace was light, uncertain. I pressed my face into his shoulder. His jacket was pleasantly cool against my flushed cheeks, and I wiped my eyes against the fabric. Slowly, his arms tightened around me. He was warm and solid and real, and when he ran his hand over the bumps of my spine, I had to fight another wave of tears. "I'm sorry I yelled at you," he said in that same low voice. "And God, Dash, I'm so sorry I grabbed you. I don't even know what to say or how to make that right. And West, I never should have called West. I don't know what I was thinking." After drying my eyes one more time on his jacket, I straightened. I broke his hold, but as I stepped back, I took his hands in mine. "No, I'm sorry for saying that about West. I want you to talk to your friends. Of course I want you to be able to tell them what you're feeling, but it brought up a lot of insecurities for me." Bobby's hands tightened around mine. Something startled overhead and scurried along the branches, and then there was silence again. "I am so..." Bobby's words dropped away. His chest heaved, but when he spoke, his voice still had that same locked-down control that made it small. "So angry. I'm furious, Dash, with myself for letting things get to this point, for not handling it better. Bobby, you don't have to end I'm mad at her. I'm so mad at her sometimes. It feels like I can't breathe. I know I should be hurt. I know I should be grieving, but I'm so angry, Dash. Sometimes I feel like I'm coming apart, and I think if I open my mouth, I'm going to scream, or I'll say something or do something that ruins everything." The forest's stillness rippled between us. "That's okay," I said. "You can be mad at her." He let out a jangled laugh and shook his head. "You can," I said. "Your feelings are valid, Bobby. Every feeling. You don't have to feel bad about them or guilty or anything. There's no right or wrong." His breathing changed. He huffed a few times, almost like a laugh, or, I realized with a twinge of panic, like he might cry. His grip became crushing. When he spoke, he fought for each phrase. "She went to this stupid holistic doctor. He wasn't even a doctor, he was I don't know. He did natural Vietnamese stuff. She never went to a real doctor. When the headaches got bad, she'd try something new. Acupuncture, or chewing some root nobody's ever heard of, or sleeping with a magic spell under her head. I told her she needed to see a doctor. I told her, and she wouldn't listen to me because she always knew better. And this is the same woman who said I was a disappointment because I wasn't going to med school. This is the same woman who said I had wasted the good life she'd given me. When Eric graduated, she said at least she had one son who was going to have a good career. But she couldn't go see a doctor, not once, because she always had to be right." The final words were a shout that ripped its way out of Bobby. They echoed among the trees. His chest rose and fell now, and he sucked in air like he couldn't catch his breath.
And Eric? I mean, my God, he's a doctor. Shouldn't he have known? Why didn't he tell her to go see a doctor? Why didn't he say anything? Because he's too busy pretending to be the perfect son, even though as soon as he's out the door, he tells everybody how awful our parents are, and how they abused him, and how he's had this horrible life. Which is why it doesn't matter if he sleeps around and treats Alice like crap, and we're all supposed to pretend it's okay because he's an anesthesiologist, and he gave them grandkids, and at least Mom and Dad are proud of him. I rubbed my thumbs against the back of Bobby's hands. He was clutching me so tightly that it hurt. And do you think my dad can do one thing to help me? One thing. He won't answer my texts. When I try to talk to him in person, when I ask him what he wants, he says whatever he thinks will end the conversation as quickly as possible. That's what he's done my whole life. When I came out to my parents, he stood up and walked out of the room. When I changed majors, he spent the rest of the day in the garage. When I broke up with West, he gave the phone to my mom. I know he doesn't want to talk to me, that's fine. That's just who he is. But I shouldn't have to do this alone. This shout had a raw edge. The wind whipped it away. Bobby squeezed his eyes shut. He gulped air. His hands tightened crushingly around mine. "I'm sorry," he said, the words broken and childlike, as though he knew he'd done wrong and wanted to make it better. I'm sorry. It's okay," I said. He shook his head, and then he started to cry. I pulled him against me, whispering, "Bobby, it's okay. It's okay. It's going to be okay. You're not alone." Chapter 18. We ended up sitting on a log. I had my arm around Bobby's shoulders, and he leaned into me. He stopped crying, and then we sat there, the quiet broken only by eddies of wind, the vast sound of trees moving, and Bobby's occasional noises of recovery. A hiccup, a sniffle, the rasp of him clearing his throat. He spoke first. "I kept telling myself to take a breath. Ever since she died, it's been like that. I catch myself not breathing, and then I start thinking about how it felt when I thought something bad was going to happen to you. So I kept telling myself, breathe, keep breathing." He made an unhappy noise that wasn't quite a laugh. "So that I wouldn't have a panic attack." I rubbed his back. "And when I woke up this morning and you were gone, that was the first thing that went through my head. Something happened to Dash. I'm sorry I didn't." He shook his head. "I knew that it was just my brain. I kept trying to calm myself down. I called you. You were fine. I knew I'd been pushing you away, and I wanted to apologize." That same not laugh trickled out of him again. "But I didn't. You told me about the flowers, and that was so sweet, so thoughtful, so you. I wanted to double-check the delivery address, so I got on your computer like you said. And I'd left the spreadsheet open. It took me a minute to realize what I was seeing, all those names in red, and then it was like all that anger I'd been holding back washed over me. Everything I'd been holding back, everything I knew I couldn't let out because..." His mouth slanted in an ugly version of the goofy grin I loved so much. "It's proof that I'm a terrible son. I was so mad. I couldn't think. I couldn't talk. My hands were shaking so badly that I could barely get the keys in the ignition. I kept telling myself, at least it's better than a panic attack. You've been under a lot of strain. You're hurting, and I kept something from you. It's okay for you to get mad, honest."
I don't know if it is. He seemed to consider that. I don't know. I couldn't believe you hadn't told me. It felt like this massive betrayal. When I opened my mouth, he said, I know it wasn't. That was the emotion talking, but I couldn't seem to turn the anger off. That scared me more than anything. It was like after West, when I felt so much and it never let up. I started driving. I called you and you didn't answer. That only made me angrier. I called again, and in my head I was playing out these huge explosions. Even though I wasn't really mad at you, I was mad at my mom for dying. He shivered. I pulled him closer. That's so messed up. Well, we're all messed up. I mean, you've met my parents. I'm Exhibit A in the Museum of Messed Up Children. He turned his face into my shoulder. His cheek was warm and his hair brushed my neck. You're allowed to be mad, I said, about whatever you want. I didn't know your mom and I wasn't part of that relationship, but I know you, Bobby. You're such a good, kind, loving person. If you feel conflicted, that's okay. It doesn't mean you didn't love her. It doesn't mean you don't miss her. People are complicated. Emotions are messy. I ran my fingers through his glossy black hair. Thank you for talking to me. It means a lot to me that you're letting me share this with you. Somewhere among the trees, a drop of water plonked. That clean, sporty scent of Bobby's deodorant rose on the air, mixing with the smell of sap and a recent rain. I don't want to feel like this anymore, he said in a low voice. I rubbed his back some more. The muscles there were broad and strong and firm. He was shivering, I realized. And then, the thought making me smile, he needed a haircut. You won't, I said. Feelings aren't forever. The wind picked up again. The trees wavered and bent, and the same wind pulled at my hair and speckled my glasses with little drops of water. I took a breath. In the spirit of talking about our feelings and apologizing, and, leaving no stone unturned, I guess. Bobby didn't exactly groan out loud, but that's only because he's a trooper. I wanted to say I'm sorry if I haven't done a good job, helping you. Bobby raised his head from my shoulder and looked at me. It's my first time, I said. And pure nerves, plus the fact that I'm still 13 years old inside, made me add, not like that first time, but you know that, ha ha. More like it's my first time trying to be, an emotional support for my partner, and I wanted to make sure you knew you could talk to me, but I also didn't want to press too much. And I knew you needed to eat, but I knew sometimes people honestly couldn't eat because they were grieving, and I think at one point I was worried about your pillow. What are you talking about? I literally have no idea. I'm trying to say that I'm going to keep working on this too, on being there for you in a way that's meaningful and right for you, because I love you and I want to be that person for you. Bobby did this little blink shrug shake of the head like he was having some kind of processing malfunction. And then he said, What would I want you to do differently? My baseline is usually pretty much everything. But you're perfect. It was, I'm sorry to say, literally the most Bobby thing Bobby had ever thought or said or done. 100% sincerity. Complete matter-of-factitude, and the general impression that he thought this was such an obvious truth that he didn't understand why we were even talking about it. So I did the obvious thing. I melted. I turned into goo. Every inch of me liquefied in a rush of warmth, and I realized I was smiling. Thanks, but I'm not perfect. Yes, you are. You're perfect for me. I love you so much. I can't imagine going through this with anyone else. He grimaced. I'm sorry again I called West. You don't have to apologize. I understand. There's less at stake, I guess. You can talk to him because he's not your boyfriend. Kind of like how you could talk to me when we were just friends. He cocked his head. What? I asked. Kind of. What? I asked again. That's kind of right. About it feeling less scary to talk to West because he's not my boyfriend and because I don't have to. He stopped, and I thought maybe Bobby had never put the rest of it into words for himself. After a moment, he said, and I'm going to work on that. Keep working on that, I mean. But that's not why I could talk to you when we were friends. I raised my eyebrows. I could talk to you, he said, because I was falling in love with you. Did you know sometimes you smile so hard you actually can't do anything else? It's a full-body operation. And because he was Bobby, that seemed to settle the matter for him. He shifted around on the log. I did too. My joggers were getting wet. And no offense intended to whoever first came up with the idea of sitting on a log, but they're not exactly comfortable. I mean, people invented chairs for a reason, and couches, and recliners. Oh, and beds. I can't believe I'm never going to talk to her again. He scuffed his sneaker through the litter of pine needles. She was always there, you know. I couldn't talk to my dad, but I could talk to her, even if we usually ended up fighting. God, I don't even know what I'm going to do. I mean, you've met my dad. I guess I'll call him once a week, ask him how he's doing. He'll say, fine, and I'll tell him what you and I are doing. And then I'll call him again the next week. He gave the needles another kick. Maybe Eric will have an easier time of it. They can take the kids over at least. At the risk of talking about things that are none of my business, I said. Bobby gave me a glance. And putting my foot in it, I said. He didn't smile, but his mouth did slant. And generally, saying the kind of thing that if this were a TV sitcom would get me sent to sleep on the couch for a week. This isn't a TV sitcom. But if it were, I would want to be played by The Rock. Interesting casting. What was that thing you were going to put your foot into? And you could be played by... Oh my God, wait, you should be played by The Rock. And I could be played by... Who's that gay guy with the great hair who's always a spy? And Millie could be played by that girl who kicked the paparazzo in the face when he tried to take her picture. Dash. I know I'm not an expert on your family, and it's none of my business, and you didn't ask me. This is a strong start. That made me grin. But I was thinking, about you and about your dad, and, well, I wonder if maybe you don't have to talk to him. Bobby shrugged. He's my dad. It'll be one awkward phone call a week. And with painful optimism, he added, maybe it'll turn out to be a good thing, Right, I said. And of course I want that. But I was thinking maybe he doesn't want someone to talk to. Maybe he wants someone to be there and do things with him, help him with a project, spend time with him, but doing something so you don't feel awkward not talking. And then if he talks, great, and if not, also great. After several seconds, Bobby said, "This is why you're so perfect." I would have pointed out that I most definitely was not perfect. You can't be perfect if you end up through a series of poor life decisions without any clean undies more than once a month. That's a rule. But I was too busy melting into a puddle of smiling goo. We sat there. The trees bent in the wind. Distantly, the sounds of Fox's outrage rose. Ordinary outrage, the kind of thing you recognize after you've heard it enough times. Probably because Millie suggested they wear a different kind of goggle, or Keme laughed at their boots. And then, because I will perpetually be Dashiell Dawson Dane, I said, "Okay, change the subject, but did you know Jethro was Mal's son?" "What?" "Indira just told me." Bobby shook his head. "Did you call the sheriff?" "Well, no, I was thinking more along the lines of, prepare yourselves for a mystery to be dramatically concluded." "Absolutely not," he said as he dug out his phone. As Bobby placed the call, I said, "Be sure to tell her that this gives Jethro a motive for killing Mal." Bobby nodded. "And tell her that Jethro doesn't have a good alibi for the shooting." Phone to his ear, Bobby gave me a look. "And tell her it's extremely suspicious that Jethro didn't tell us. Oh, and tell her that Indira is innocent and was only trying to cover for Jethro because of her tangled history with Mal and her own unresolved grief about the loss of a child. Oh, and tell her that I figured all of this out through a series of brilliant deductions, and tell her that Jethro is probably being set up." Bobby spoke into the phone. "Jethro is Mal's son." And then he disconnected. "Okay," I said. "Points for brevity." She didn't answer, Bobby said as he placed another call. This time, though, he frowned as a voice began to speak. I scooted closer and pulled at Bobby's hand until I could hear too. "On leave, in case you forgot," Deputy Derek was saying. Deputy Derek might have been, to put it politely, my least favorite deputy, and that's including the one who tried to kill me. Among other compelling character traits, Deputy Derek was loud, opinionated, small-minded, and had once told his mom to, quote, shove off in the middle of the keel haul. He's lucky Millie's mom wasn't around because that would have called for an immediate spanking. Also, word on the street was that one time in elementary school, he'd pushed his grandpa into the pool. Like I said, least favorite. "I know I'm on leave," Bobby was saying, "but I need to talk to the sheriff." "The sheriff is busy, and you're not supposed to call the station." "This is an emergency. It's about the investigation into Thomas Malek's death." Derek cut Bobby off with a crow of triumph. "I knew it! I knew it! I knew the two of you were trying to help your friend." "Of course we're trying to help our friend," I snapped. "It's not like it's a secret." Bobby sent me a clear message with the way he scrunched his eyes, but his tone was even as he said, "Derek." "Let me guess," Derek said over him. "You figured it out. You and Sherlock Holmes Jr. cracked the case. The rest of us can turn off the lights and see ourselves out." "I've got important information," Bobby tried. "Junior?" I couldn't help myself. "Sherlock Holmes Jr.?" Fortunately, Derek didn't follow up on that. "If you've got important information, you can tell me, and I'll pass it along to the sheriff." "Jethro is Mal's son," Bobby said. "That gives him a motive, and he doesn't have an alibi for the time of the shooting." "Well, isn't that a coincidence? Your friend had the murder weapon in her flat, her prints are on the gun. When the sheriff goes to arrest her, it turns out she's on the run, and your other friends are accomplices. And now you've cracked the case wide open, and surprise, surprise, it's not your friend." "Because it's not," I tried. "How many times do you think that's going to work?" Derek said. "Let the sheriff do her job. Keep your nose out of sheriff's office business, and enjoy your leave." "I wish I was on leave." Bobby disconnected. He took one long, deep breath through his nose. "Take it from me, it's a lot scarier than when he yells." "Okay," he said. "Here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk to Jethro." I'm not even joking. The entire forest froze. The wind stopped blowing, the trees stopped creaking, the crows stopped, crowing. Bobby has these remarkable burnt bronze eyes that, if I'm being 100% honest, sometimes have this laser-like intensity. "You know what?" I said. "You tell me what you were going to say." He got to his feet and started back toward the cabin. I let him get a head start. Chapter 19. The Rock-On Inn was Hastings Rock's best-known, and according to Travelocity, highest-rated, accommodation in the hotel, motel, and bed and breakfast category. I wrote bread and butter first, but only because I haven't eaten in hours. Also, if there was a bread and butter category on Travelocity, I would be all about that. In any case, the inn was located near the town's touristy area, close to the waterfront and screened by boxwood hedges. The building itself had gone up in stages as the town had grown, and the tourist industry had gone from charming to booming. The original building was pseudo-Victorian, with clapboard siding and decorative gables, and a single arched window of stained glass in the tower. Yes, it has a tower. Behind that structure, though, a more modern addition turned the inn from quaint to functional, offering the kind of space that families, and more importantly, families with money to stay in one of the town's most desirable locations, were looking for. I parked the Malibu in the Rock-On's parking lot. This was a novelty for me. The parking lot was full of signs that warned anyone who wasn't a guest of the inn from trying to use it. This was a real temptation, believe it or not. Hastings Rock was a small town, and during the tourist season, finding a parking spot was a small miracle, as evidenced by the number of tickets Bobby had given me during my first year. I gave the "violators will be towed" sign a second glance, and decided that since this was an emergency, it was practically life or death. Cherry Ann would understand. Bobby parked on the street. Look, I love him. He's basically the best human being in existence, and I totally get it. Rules exist for a reason. Law and order, the bedrock of civilization, yada, yada, yada. But once, just once, I want him to get a library fine. Something, anything. Indira had given us Jethro's room number, so we headed into the inn and marched past the front desk. Bobby marched. I trailed along in his wake. Cherry Ann, who ran the Rock-On Inn, who was an absolute ace at internet gambling, and who was single-handedly the biggest gossip in Hastings Rock, actually fluttered her hands in the air when she saw us and said, "Oh my God!" It was how people act when they win the jackpot. "Can't talk," I called as I hurried after Bobby. "Good to see you." "No, Dash, come back!" Fortunately, Bobby steamrolled ahead. We hurried up the stairs, our steps muffled by the thick old carpet. A cloud of old English furniture polish and lavender sachets, an abundance of lavender sachets, thickened around us as we went higher. It got to the point where Bobby stopped, looked around, and sneezed. I, on the other hand, was quickly on my way to a killer headache. Jethro had one of the seafront rooms, which told me something. The last time I'd been here on official business, you can call it official business if you're the town's resident snoop, that investigation had also involved a wealthy, difficult man and his much younger assistant. In that case, though, the assistant had been put in one of the rooms facing inland. And while Hastings Rock was scenic and cozy and charming and whatever else you wanted to say to describe a town that was basically like a gingerbread house for adults in retirement, it simply wasn't the same as having a room that looked out over the water. And while the oceanfront rooms weren't outrageously more expensive, at least not during the off-season, they were still a significant upgrade. The fact that Jethro was staying here meant that either Mal had been more generous with him than other people had expected, or Jethro might have been taking the initiative, possibly in more ways than one. By the way, I caught Cherry Ann looking up the stairwell after us. As soon as she saw that I'd noticed her, she darted away, and music swelled from the reception area. Peggy Lee. It took me a couple of bars to recognize, is that all there is? I suspected the volume was to cover the sound of Cherry Ann sneaking after us. Bobby knocked and motioned for me to stand to one side of the door. Nothing. He knocked again, and this time he called, "Jethro, we know you're in there." "What if he's not in there?" I whispered. "In theory, it doesn't matter because he doesn't know you tried it," Bobby said. And then, with that same unruffled tone, "It works better if your partner isn't undermining you." The outrage. Fortunately, at that point, the sounds of movement filtered out to us from the hotel room. Hurried steps, a door closing, all the unmistakable signs of someone in a hurry to hide something. I know because I had once been a teenager. More recently, I knew because one time Fox had been smoking a certain substance, and Indira had come home unexpectedly, and they'd run into the bathroom and clonked their head on the towel rack.
"Jethro,"
Bobby called, more hammering on the door. Below us, Peggy Lee was carrying on and on.
"Open up!"
The lock rattled, and the door opened. Now that Indira had pointed it out to me, it was easier to see the resemblance between Jethro and Mal. He had his father's dark hair and the same troublesome acne that must have driven Mal crazy. The shape of his face was the same. The most obvious features, Mal's eyes, he hadn't inherited, which was probably why the similarities hadn't struck me, or I suspected most people. Right then, those eyes were wide with fresh panic.
"We need to talk,"
Bobby said, and charged forward.
"Oh, no,"
Jethro tried, but Bobby kept moving, and Jethro stumbled back. As in the other rooms I'd seen at the Rock On Inn, the aesthetic was something like historically elegant, without anyone getting too nitty-gritty about exactly when, historically speaking. A large bed with a rumpled quilt, a needlepoint chair, a lamp with a tasseled shade, a footstool with more tassels, tasseled drapes pulled tight, in spite of the magnificent view the windows must have offered. Light fell from a pair of bedside lamps, leaving most of the room in shadow. Opposite the bed, a heavy-looking wooden door, part of the original structure, was closed. The bathroom, most likely.
I was actually about to go out and get a late lunch,"
Jethro said. "No, you weren't," I said. "Bobby, get out your truncheon." Nope, that sounded way too, adult. Nightstick. Even worse. I snapped my fingers. "Billy Club!" Bobby gave me a look that wasn't quite a nonverbal sigh. "Sit down." "Yes, God," I said, dropping into the needlepoint chair. "Thank you, I'm exhausted." The look was longer this time before he said, "Jethro." "Oh." "I don't know," Jethro began. "Sit down," Bobby said. No yelling, no arm waving, not even the tiniest threat of physical violence. Jethro sat on the bed. "Were you flushing your Coke?" I asked. Color rose in Jethro's cheeks. "What? No." "Uh-huh," I said. "What's going on?" he asked. He seemed to remember something and said, "You can't come in here." "It's a little late for that," I said. "We want to talk to you about Mal's murder," Bobby said. Jethro shifted on the bed. "What about it? I thought they caught the lady who did it. His ex-wife. Her fingerprints were on the gun and everything." "Really?" I said. "Do you seriously want to play it that way?" "I'm not playing anything." "You were pretty eager to be the boy detective earlier." The boy detective was my nickname in college. Actually, it wasn't. I tried to start the nickname Dashman, but it didn't take off. "But there's nothing to investigate," Jethro said. "That woman did it." "That woman is our friend," Bobby said. "She didn't kill Mal. I want to know if you did." Jethro gaped at him. He clearly wasn't used to the Bobby My school of earnest directness. He made a series of incoherent sounds. He waved his hands. I tried to settle back in the needlepoint chair, but it wasn't actually all that comfortable. Probably because it had been designed when sitting was still in its early stages. We hadn't really perfected the art as a species. I mean, pre-lazy boy. "I didn't kill Mal. Why would I kill him? He was my boss. I don't have a job anymore." "Well, he was a jerk," I said. "No, he wasn't. And a thief." "He was not." "And he abandoned people who needed him." "No, he didn't. He didn't do any of that stuff you're talking about. People didn't understand him because—" Jethro managed to stop himself. His color was high, and he gulped air as he got to his feet. "Because he wasn't their dad?" I asked. For a moment, it looked like he might try to deny it. His brows contracted, his lips parted. Then, rubbing his face, he sank back down onto the bed. "He was your dad?" Bobby asked. "Wasn't he?" Jethro nodded. Head still in his hands, he asked, "How'd you find out?" "The resemblance," I said. No need to explain that, someone had to point it out. The boy nodded again. "My mom used to say I looked like him. Other people didn't seem to see it, though. She's white, I think that's why. They look at Mal and they see he's half Japanese and they think his son is going to look half Japanese too." "Mal didn't raise you, did he?" Jethro shook his head. "But you knew he was your dad?" "I always knew. It's not like it was a secret. He sent money, but he didn't have any contact with us. Mom always said that was better. She wasn't bitter or anything, she just liked it that it was the two of us. A couple of times she said he wasn't a kind person, and she didn't want me to have to deal with that." Was, I thought, not is. "How long ago did your mom pass?" "About a year. It was a stroke. She looked like she was totally healthy, and then she was gone." Bobby's face tightened. "I'm sorry," I said. Jethro shrugged. "She was a good mom." He fell silent, and the muffled cries of gulls came to us from a distance. "She had life insurance, so the house and everything, that was okay. But I dropped out of college, and I didn't know what to do. I was cleaning out some of her stuff and found a bunch of old pictures. And he was in there. They looked happy together." He plucked at the quilt absently. "I guess I wanted to know." "How did you get in contact with him?" Bobby asked. "I read about him. I found the name of his company. I found an address, and I showed up one day. He was busy, but I told his secretary my name and my mom's name, and then Mal came out to talk to me. I don't know what I was expecting. He had no idea what to do. He shook my hand." Jethro gave a little laugh. "I could tell he was really happy, and I hadn't been expecting that. He took me into his office, and we talked, and I told him about Mom. He said how sorry he was, and how much he'd cared about her, and he was sorry it hadn't worked out. He wanted to know if I was okay. He kept asking me that. Everybody talks about him like he's this monster, but he wasn't like that at all. Not with me. When he figured out I wasn't in school and didn't have a job, he asked me if I wanted to work with him." Jethro looked up, his eyes rimmed in red. "That's it." "How long ago was that?" I asked. "About 6 months. "Why did you lie?" Bobby asked. "I didn't lie. Nobody asked me if I was his son, and it's not anybody's business." "It's the sheriff's business," Bobby said, "particularly if you killed him." "But I didn't." Jethro's gaze cut away. "I keep telling you that." I took a few breaths of lavender and Old English, and then I said, "You're going to inherit everything, aren't you?" Jethro froze. "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to," I said, "but it'll come out eventually. How do you think it's going to look that Mal's son didn't identify himself after Mal's death, and not only that, but he inherits everything? That's a big motive, Jethro. And you can give me that story about going to sit out in your car that night, but that doesn't hold water. I've got an eyewitness who saw you going back into the restaurant at the exact same time you claim you were quietly sitting in your car." Jethro pushed himself up from the bed again. He folded his arms. "I think you should leave." "You're not doing yourself any favors," Bobby said. "Do you know what I think happened?" I asked. "I think you did shoot Mal. I think you hated him because he'd abandoned you and your mom. And I think you played along with the whole reconciliation scenario until you knew you were going to get everything. Then you decided to get rid of him."
No, I didn't, Jethro said. It verged on a shout. I think you hid the gun somewhere, went back and got it, and instead of getting rid of it, you brought it back here, because you already knew you needed to get rid of Sparky. You were going to hold on to the gun so that you could use it to frame her. That's crazy! But instead, Indira found it. You saw her break into your room. You saw her take the gun. And that made things even easier for you because now you had a suspect who had incriminated herself. You made an anonymous call to the sheriff's office to tell them about the gun, and then you followed me around to make sure I didn't get too close to the truth. None of this is true. I wouldn't have hurt Mal. I never would have hurt anybody. Then where were you when Mal was being shot? And don't give me that story about being out in your car, because we both know it's a bunch of horseplop. I didn't exactly say horseplop. Jethro set his jaw. He was trembling. A second passed, and then 2. He blinked his eyes to keep the tears from falling. And then the bathroom door opened, and Nalini stepped out. He wasn't in his car, Nalini said. He was with me. He went out the front like he was going to his car, and then he came in through a side door. We were in one of the storage closets. She tilted her chin, the gesture defiant, and in its own way it reminded me of Indira. Together. Bobby looked at me. I said, I was wondering what it would take for you to come out of there. Nalini blinked. Jethro's shoulders sagged, and he blurted, You knew? For heaven's sake, I said. I have an 18-year-old living in my house, and his girlfriend practically lives there too. Do you think I've never heard somebody try to hide the fact that he has a girl in his room? Jethro looked at Bobby. Bobby said, It's a lot. One time, I said, she was wearing roller skates, and I don't even want to know why. Back on topic, Bobby urged quietly. Right, well, the point is that Jethro has an alibi, Nalini said, crossing the room to stand next to him. And I do too. We were together when Mal was shot. Neither of us had anything to do with it. Or you're in on it together, Bobby said. Nalini didn't exactly have the same witchy energy as Indira, but let me tell you, that girl's gaze could have melted stone. Bobby, of course, was unfazed. What about the gun? I asked. How did it get into your room? What gun? Jethro asked. I didn't have a gun. I never touched a gun. Your key, Nalini said. Jethro said one of those words that would have made Cherry Ann run for the Old English. My key! I lost my key that night. Or I thought I lost it. I had to ask Cherry Ann to make me a new one. Why all the sneaking around? I asked. Why not come forward with your alibi? Why try to hide any of this? You're both adults. Oh my God, Nalini, you're not married, are you? Jethro goggled at me. Nalini stared daggers. Bobby cocked his head. I don't know, I snapped. I'm brainstorming, and there are no bad ideas in brainstorming. My parents are very strict, Nalini said. I'm not allowed to date. That's why I have to be so reserved in my behavior around men. This time I couldn't look at Bobby. I couldn't look at anyone. I had to silently count to 10 and try not to think about Nalini and Keme, or Nalini and Mal, or Nalini and any warm-bodied adult male who happened to get within range of her tractor beam. Please don't tell Bobby I said that. He knows I'm a nerd, but sometimes even I think it might be too much. On the other hand, a detached voice observed in my head, the plus side is that Millie isn't going to murder her now. I glanced at Bobby. Did Sparky know you were Mal's son? He asked. Jethro dropped his gaze to the floor. I don't know. You don't know? I asked, with a definite tone. Maybe. Jethro. I don't know. I mean, she came to Mal's office a lot. She liked to talk, not just to me, but to everybody. After the first few visits, something seemed a little different. I caught her looking at me a couple of times. Nalini hissed. She must have done something with her nails, because Jethro flinched and patted the hand holding his arm soothingly. Not like that. Like, I don't know. I guess, like, she was actually seeing me instead of treating me like another assistant who would be gone in a few months. It made a certain sense that Sparky might have recognized the similarities. She had, after all, been married to Mal, and maybe, like Indira, at one point, she had even wondered if there would be a child. Was that what she had meant when she'd told Larry she knew who the killer was? Had she recognized Jethro and assumed he had done it, for revenge or gain or some other reason? "She didn't ever say anything to you about it?" Bobby asked. "She never brought it up?" Jethro shook his head. "What about after Mal's death?" I asked. "Did she talk to you, check on you, make sure you were okay?" Frowning, Jethro gave a slower shake of his head. "Nothing like that. She just sent me that picture." "What picture?" Jethro worked his phone out of his pocket, swiped a few times, and displayed it. I stood to get a better look. It was a candid photo of Jethro, Larry, and Talmadge. The three of them huddled together. Talmadge's face was splotchy, Larry looked sallow and grim, Jethro had a kind of numbed detachment that I now understood. The background, with the reclaimed wood and the candles and the white tablecloths, was unmistakably mizzen-mast. "Do you know when this was?" I asked. "After Mal died," Jethro said. "People kept coming over to talk about Mal. I kept having to remind myself they didn't know he was my dad. They were only saying it because he'd been my boss." A low-grade buzz started in my chest. "I don't know why she sent it to me," Jethro said. Neither did I. The composition wasn't any good. It had clearly been a quick, furtive snap taken with the camera on Sparky's phone. There was nothing particularly compelling about the emotions visible on the three people in the frame. "Were you close to Larry and Talmadge?" Bobby asked. "Did Sparky think you'd want a picture of the three of you?" "Not really," Jethro said. "I knew who Talmadge was, of course, and I talked to her on the phone when she called, or Mal needed something, but that's it. And I didn't meet Larry until he came to talk to Mal about the TV show." It was like a static charge building in my head. This was it. This photo was the last piece to the puzzle, and Sparky had sent it to Jethro because he'd been playing boy detective, and she'd hoped... What? That if something happened to her, he'd figure it out? I examined the photo more closely. Jethro's hair was wet. Damp spots on the jacket Mal had loaned him showed where he'd been out in the rain. Talmadge's hair was escaping from under the chef's hat. She was twisting a dish towel between her hands. Larry's hoodie was dark with water. He had curled one hand in, as though protecting it, and when I zoomed in as closely as I could, I thought I could see a scratch. His sneakers were a dazzling Bobby Mai-approved white. Did the scratch mean something? Had Larry tussled with Mal and somehow gotten himself injured in the process? If so, it wasn't anything close to proof. I had no idea how it was supposed to help us identify the killer. Or was it something to do with Talmadge? Was she hiding something in that towel? Was it supposed to mean something to me that she was blotchy? Or God, was I being a dope and I was supposed to see something in the photo that incriminated Jethro? Sparky had told Larry she was going to try to blackmail the killer, and she had sent this photo to Jethro. What was I missing? The water didn't mean anything because Jethro and Larry had both admitted to being outside, and if they'd somehow managed to walk through a wet parking lot without getting wet. And then it all came together. Mal's murder, Sparky's poisoning, even why Bobby had almost died. Outside, the gulls were screaming. "I know who killed Mal," I said as I sent myself the photo from Jethro's phone. The only warning was the squeak of hinges. I glanced over. Next to me, Bobby tensed. Larry stood there, holding a gun. Took you long enough.
Chapter 20. For a long second, no one moved. Bobby, Nalini, Jethro, and I all stared at Larry. He stared back. His eyes were glassy. That bristly dark hair made his skin look even sallower than usual under the inn's lights. The gun in his hand was pointed somewhere between me and Bobby. "Put the gun down," Bobby said. "You're under arrest." Larry laughed as he stepped inside and shut the door behind him. "Nice try." "Larry," I said, "you're making a big mistake. You don't want to hurt anybody."
"Don't I?"
Larry said. His eyes moved to Nalini, who was clutching Jethro's hand, and he crooned,
"Isn't that sweet? I wondered if you two were knocking boots."
"You can't kill all of us and get away with it," I said.
"I don't know."
Larry smiled, and it was totally empty.
"I don't have a lot to live for, if you know what I mean."
"But we're not a threat to you," I said. "And what does it matter anyway? Wasn't that the whole point of your plan, that none of it mattered? You really are sick, aren't you? And that's why you decided—"
"That's why I decided to put down that miserable son of a gun," Larry said.
"Because it didn't matter if—"
"Nothing mattered, don't you understand? Nothing mattered because I was going to die. I could walk up to him and shoot him in the street, and either way I'd be dead in 6 months."
"As a matter of fact, I do understand. That's what I was trying to explain."
"And I did," Larry said. "I walked right up to him and shot him. All those years Mal thought he was so much better than everyone else. All the years he thought he'd gotten away with it, using people up and throwing them away, stealing their hopes and dreams without any consequences. You should have seen the look on his face when I took out the gun. He thought it was a joke."
"I don't understand," Bobby said. "Why did you want Mal dead?" Larry offered that empty smile again. I thought about Indira and Mal, about Sparky and Mal, about Jethro's mom and Mal, about the parade of women Mal had taken advantage of. And I remembered something Talmadge had said, and something Larry himself had told me. Maybe, I wondered, because some part of him had wanted me to know. "That restaurant," I said. "You knew Sparky from a restaurant you'd both worked at. That's what you told me. And Talmadge told me the restaurant folded and the chef killed herself. But the restaurant didn't just fold, did it? Mal ran his first few restaurants into the ground. Sparky told me that. And Indira mentioned a rumor about Mal, about how a young chef had killed herself. You didn't just work at that restaurant, did you? The chef was—"
"She was my girlfriend."
I said a few words under my breath you wouldn't hear from Julia Child.
"Right," I said. "I loved her. Girlfriend makes it sound casual, but it wasn't casual. I loved Paisley more than anyone I've ever met, and that restaurant was her dream. You don't know what it's like to get to spend every day with the person you love, to wake up together, to go to work together, to build a dream together. And then one day some spoiled child comes along and takes it away from you simply because he can. Mal didn't need the money. He did it because he wanted it, and what he wanted, he took."
"And then Paisley died."
"It took me a long time not to blame her," Larry said. "I was so angry."
The hand holding the gun was starting to tremble, and he wiped his free hand on his shirt.
"Then I realized who was really to blame. After that, it was easier to be angry. I spent years hating Mal, wishing he'd have something horrible happen to him, that he'd lose everything. But he never did.
He kept doing what he'd always done, trampling through people's lives without any care for the consequences. I told you that when I got the diagnosis. It didn't seem to mean anything. I went back to work. But then they told me they were canceling the show, and they had that idea for a finale episode. And then it was real. For a couple of days, I couldn't even get out of bed. And then I thought about Paisley, about what she would have done. And I realized this was a gift. Nothing mattered anymore. Nothing. Not even killing Mal. He deserved it. Larry reined in his shout, but he gestured wildly with the gun, and Bobby put a hand on my shoulder like he might shove me to the floor. He deserved to die. He deserved to go down like an animal in that filthy alley. That wasn't the original plan. The original plan was, well, subtler. The tetrodotoxin you'd prepared. You knew all about tetrodotoxin because that's the kind of thing you have to know in my job. Okay, at this point it's not even about me. Interrupting is rude on general principles, and I, for one, am standing up for a more civilized society. Larry didn't even bother responding. I interviewed a chef one time who was renowned for preparing pufferfish. I knew how dangerous it could be. It's hard to prepare pufferfish well. A grim smile crossed his mouth. It's not hard to prepare it poorly. It would have been written off as something natural, I thought, and I'd find somewhere beautiful on the beach, and then I'd be with Paisley. So casually I almost missed it, Bobby slid his free hand into his pocket. Why didn't you? Because I saw him. Larry shook his head with a kind of dazed disbelief. I saw him in that stupid restaurant. I saw him with her. The barrel of the gun swung toward Nalini. And I saw him with that boy, with his son. How'd you know Jethro was his son? I asked. I took one look at him. He indicated Jethro. And then I heard Talmadge lose her mind, and I knew Mal was doing it all again. I'd brought the gun as a backup. 2 guns, actually. A weak smile. Mise en place and all that. I couldn't even think. It was the injustice of it all, that this man, who had done so much evil, could stand there with a pretty young woman chasing after him, with the son he'd never had time for, with another woman who had trusted him, and who was now about to lose everything because of him. And he was going to get away with it. Again. Strain distorted his voice. I wanted him to see me. I wanted him to know. Another, longer silence opened in the flow of words, but when he spoke again, his voice was still taut with emotion. I walked right up to him, and I said, "This is for Paisley." He started to smile. And that was it. Bobby's fingers were moving inside his pocket, placing a call blindly on his phone, I suspected. But then Indira stumbled on you, I said. She had a gun, and she fired a shot, and you had to run. You had to hide the gun, and you knew the police would search the area, so you picked a spot where no one would think to look. You buried it! Jethro shouted. Are you freaking kidding me? I asked. I took a breath. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Yes, you— Oh my God, Nalini said. Jethro, you're so smart. You really are a detective. Seriously? He's so smart. I'm in the middle of explaining— That's why you had that scratch on your hand, Jethro said. And why the landscaping was all messed up, from where you hid the gun. I made a sound only dogs could hear.
I didn't have time to make it look perfect, Larry said, but I lucked out. The sheriff and her deputies were too focused on Indira. She had a gun and it had recently been fired. And once the scene had cleared, I said, you went back. You retrieved the gun and you planted it. I planted it here, in this room, Larry said. I was still in shock. I'd gone up to a man right out in public and shot him, and I'd walked away from it. I stood in the dining room at that restaurant listening to everyone else talk about what had happened, and it was like waking up. I didn't have to go find a spot on the beach and die. I didn't have to do anything but walk away. I could spend the next 6 months enjoying my life. I could travel. I could spend those 6 months eating good food and drinking good scotch, and everything would be so much sweeter because Mal had finally paid for what he'd done. Because I'd done that. I'd made him pay. Larry took a breath. But I wasn't sure. I didn't know what kind of gun Indira had. I didn't know if they'd think she was capable of killing him. All I knew was that I didn't want to go to prison, and I didn't want to die. And so, I needed someone else to take the fall. Mal made it easy. He'd given me a built-in suspect, his secret son, who'd disappeared during the murder. Even Talmadge didn't know who Jethro really was. I could tell from how she talked to him. It was so perfect. So, I waited for an opportunity, and Jethro gave it to me. He emptied his pockets on the bar. He was looking for cash because he wanted a drink. The key card was right there.
But it didn't work out the way you thought, I said. You were going to call the sheriff's office after Jethro came home. Instead, though, Indira came, and she went into Jethro's room.
God, I couldn't believe it, Larry said. I knew as soon as she came out of the inn that she'd found it. It was the way she walked, like she'd robbed a bank. If a deputy had seen her, he probably would have arrested her on the spot and made my life a whole lot easier. I followed her back to that big old house, and I watched her go into her little flat, and I waited to see if she'd come out again. When she didn't, I knew she'd kept the gun. She was trying to find a place to hide it. So I called the sheriff's office with an anonymous tip.
When did Sparky contact you? I asked.
The next day. She said she knew what I'd done and that we needed to talk. I knew what that meant. I knew she wanted money. I told her I'd only talk in person, and she made a big deal about how it had to be somewhere with other people around. She always thought she was so smart, and she was sure nothing bad could happen to her if we met in public.
He gave me an unexpectedly curious look.
How'd I mess up?
Telling me she saw Jethro getting in her purse? Larry sighed and shook his head. I should have seen it earlier, I said, but I was fixated on the idea that someone had tried to poison me and that I'd only survived because Nalini had delivered my food to the wrong person.
Oh my God,
Nalini said. That was my ego, and to be fair, you'd planned it well. Everyone told me that Sparky hadn't touched anything while she'd been with you. Nothing to eat, nothing to drink, not until you left. The only thing she ate were my fish and chips, and so it seemed like it had to be someone with access to the kitchen. Talmadge, who was angry at me, or Nalini, who had been acting so suspiciously, or Jethro, who had been lurking and spying on me through the window. I wasn't lurking, Jethro protested, but he subsided when I gave him a look. If it wasn't the food, Bobby asked, what was it? How did it get transferred to me? It was her, I began.
Her lip balm,
Larry said over me. More of those not-so-Julia Child words. Tetrodotoxin can enter through abraded or damaged skin, I said. Larry nodded. She was so particular about that lip balm. It wasn't hard to find the brand she liked, mix in something special, and swap it in her bag when she wasn't looking. She poisoned herself, I said, and by the time it happened, you were long gone and in the clear. I kept thinking I had made a mistake telling you that, Larry sighed again. But I thought you needed a nudge. What about the rest of it? How'd you figure it out? Sparky took a picture of you after the shooting, I said. Your coat was wet, but your shoes were dry. Nalini bounced on her toes. I knew something was weird about that picture. I just figured it out. Bobby gave me an evaluating glance, like he wondered if I was going to have a stroke. Not just dry, I managed to choke out. Clean. I was in that alley, remember? My shoes were filthy after only taking a few steps. I figured if anyone saw the grime, Larry said, they'd know where I'd been. I wiped my shoes down before I came back inside. I guess a little too well. Downstairs, Peggy Lee was still singing. It was Take a Little Time to Smile. I wondered if Peggy Lee would have been so cheerful if someone had held her at gunpoint. Now, Larry said, what are we going to do with you? You're going to walk out of this room, Bobby said, and you're going to get in your car and drive as fast as you can and try to get away from here. If you're lucky, maybe you'll make it across the border. Larry nodded as though that all made perfect sense, but then he said, I don't think so. That music is pretty loud, and this gun doesn't make all that much noise. I think it'll be the culmination of a tragic series of events. A certain local snoop will have gone to the Rock-On Inn to confront Mal's true killer. The killer will be dangerous when cornered, and then, after shooting the local snoop and the snoop's boyfriend, he'll kill his little girlfriend and himself. And that will be the end of the story. Down the hall, Sherry Ann's vacuum came to life with a muffled roar. Honestly, it sounded like a jet engine. God bless her, I thought with horrified wonder. She's so desperate for the next hot bit of gossip that she's pretending to vacuum. Although how she expected to hear us over the world's loudest vacuum, patent pending, I had no idea. Maybe she'd be a witness when Larry killed us. Maybe she'd call the sheriff. That won't work, Bobby said. I guess I'll find out, Larry said. You won't be around to see, though. Panic crystallized my thoughts. I wasn't going to die here in this historical mashup of a hotel. I certainly wasn't going to die standing. The horror. And I wasn't going to let Bobby die either. I did a quick scan of the room, looking for some way out of this. Anything. I could knock over the lamps, create a distraction, but I wasn't standing close to them, and Larry would probably shoot me before I had a chance. I could pull Bobby down to the floor and we could hide behind the bed, but that would only buy us a few seconds, and that left Nalini and Jethro to be Larry's first victims. The best thing to do in a situation like this was attack, but I was too far from Larry. Then my eyes fell on the dresser, and the knickknacks posed atop it, a truly hideous seahorse with crystal eyes, a rhinestone turtle, an enameled toad riding a skateboard. The sound of the vacuum grew louder as Cherry Ann worked her way toward us. Larry's lips were parted, his fingers flexed around the grip of the gun. It had to be now. As I readied myself to grab one of the trinkets, though, the door opened, and Indira stepped into the room. I had a single moment when I thought she might do something, jump on Larry or smash him on the back of the head, but if that was her plan, she was too slow. Larry spun around, swinging the gun toward her. I could see his face in profile. He stared, the tension in his face slackening for a moment. Indira, run, I tried, but she pushed the door shut behind her. Larry gave a roller coaster laugh. What are you doing here? Stopping you, Indira said. Out in the hall, the vacuum bumped a baseboard. It whined as it caught something, a snag in the carpet maybe. Cherry Ann thumped it around a few times. Nobody moved. You've got to be kidding me, Larry said. Don't tell me you care what happened to Mal, not after everything he put you through. Of course I care about what happened to Mal, Indira said. Her voice was calm and even, but she had her hands clenched at her sides, and she held herself like she was made out of barbed wire. He was a human being. No matter what he'd done, you didn't have the right to kill him. I didn't have the right. I didn't. That roller coaster laugh rose and fell again. You've got to be kidding me. Mal took everything from you. He ruined your life, and he did it to so many other people. He did it to Paisley. I loved her, and he killed her. Larry pressed his free hand to his back without seeming to realize it. He did it to Sparky. He did it to this kid. He didn't ruin my life, Jethro shouted. And he would have done it to Talmadge. Larry waved the gun at Indira, but Indira simply clenched her fists tighter and stared back at him. Don't give me that moral high ground act. You hated him as much as I did. Cherry Ann's vacuum bumped along in the hallway outside. I had this vision of her opening the door, just to check on you, dear, and vacuuming around us while Larry pumped us full of lead. God, she'd be dining out on that story for a year. I did hate him, Indira said. I hated him for a long time, and for even longer, I grieved. I hid inside that grief, and I let that grief isolate me because I thought it would be easier to be alone with my hurt. And I'm sorry, Larry. I'm sorry for what you lost. I'm sorry that you're still carrying that hurt, and I'm so sorry that you were alone with it for so long. I don't need you to be sorry. Do you know what I learned? Indira asked. What I learned is that being alone doesn't make it any easier to grieve. It doesn't make your pain sacred. All it does is make you lonely. But I'm not alone anymore, Larry, and I'm not going to let you hurt my friends. For a moment, he stared at her as though the words hadn't made sense, and then a sneer hooked his lip. He made a sound that might have been a laugh, and then he gestured with the gun for Indira to join the rest of us. Nice speech. Unfortunately, I'm the one with the gun. They took yours, remember? Get over there. Indira looked at me, and for a moment our eyes met. Listen, I know I've gone on and on about this. I know it's probably all in my head, maybe. But here's the thing. If you'd been there, if you'd felt the way I did, every hair on your body stand up straight like lightning was about to strike, maybe you'd believe too that in some way Indira really was magic. Because right then, with goosebumps breaking out all over me, feeling like someone had stuffed me into the microwave and set it to zap, I knew. I knew what Indira wanted me to do. I even thought I heard her say, now. I snatched up that hideous seahorse with the crystal eyes, shouted, "Hey, over here!" and hurled it at Larry. The seahorse missed him by about 3 feet. Larry started to turn. The reaction was automatic more than anything, the natural human impulse to, well, look. And then Indira cast a spell on him. I swear to God, that's what it looked like. She stepped forward, opened one fist so that her hand was lying flat, and blew some sort of dust off her palm. The dust rose in a cloud and flew at Larry's face. He drew back instinctively, and then he coughed. What the? He started to say one of those words that happy little seahorses don't say, but Indira spoke over him. Do you know something else? She asked. How did you put it, Larry? It's not hard to prepare pufferfish poorly. It took about 2 seconds for Larry's breathing to change. Already it sounded thin and shrill. He pawed at his face. "Get it off me! Get it off me!" He must have had some degree of clarity still, because he dropped the gun and rushed toward the bathroom. Bobby clotheslined him. Here's the thing about Bobby. He's my short king. He absolutely hates that term, but do you know who hates it even more? Keme. And I have to remind myself of that fact sometimes when Bobby tells me ice cream isn't the fourth food group, or yes, you have to wash the towels in the bathroom every week. But Bobby is also built entirely out of muscle, bone, and boyish good looks. Larry ran straight into Bobby's outstretched arm. The force of the impact knocked Larry backward. Larry's feet went up into the air, and he hit the floor on his back. Everyone in the room heard the air whoosh out of his lungs. Indira stooped, collected Larry's gun, and drew down on the gasping man. Her face was unreadable. Cherry Ann was still vacuuming. "Indira," I said, and held up a hand. "Put it down," Bobby barked. With a look at each of us as though we were crazy, Indira pressed something on the gun. "The safety," my frazzled brain suggested, and handed it to Bobby. Chapter 21. Big surprise, Indira hadn't actually created an airborne poison out of dried pufferfish, spleen, or whatever part of the pufferfish contains the poison, which was probably a good thing because if she had, we would have all died. It had been nothing more dangerous than powdered, non-dairy creamer. It had definitely freaked Larry out, though. He'd sobbed and blubbered until Nalini finally wiped his face clean with a washcloth from the bathroom. And Cherry Ann, who had finally given up and come into the room, see, my suspicions were correct, gave him a Luden's cough drop. They don't really help, but they do taste pretty good. Salk and Dahlberg came, they split us up, and thank God they took the gun before Indira got any more ideas. Indira and Larry ended up in the back of separate cruisers. When the sheriff got there, the questioning began. It was a long night, made longer by the fact that even with Larry in custody, I couldn't help worrying about what would happen to Indira. So I sat by the window in Rock On Inn's parlor and watched the night painted red and blue by the cruiser lights. I couldn't see Indira, the shadows were too deep, but I thought maybe she could see me. I also drank a lot of tea and ate so many of Cherry Ann's shortbread cookies that she started laughing nervously every time she replenished the plate and saying things like, "Boy, I thought I just filled this up." Yes, Cherry Ann, you did. It's called emotional eating. It's one of my top 10 skills. I didn't say that, though. Not because I'm afraid of her. Bobby, as always the best boyfriend ever, sat by me and held my hand, which was more contact than we'd had in days. After what felt like an eternity, the sheriff opened the back of Salk's cruiser and helped Indira out. I sprinted outside, Bobby close on my heels. I also grabbed the last cookies from the plate because I knew I was going to need them to keep my strength up. I hugged Indira first, then she hugged Bobby. Nalini appeared a moment later, wrapping her arms around her aunt, while Jethro hung back and tried to smile and rubbed the back of his neck. To be fair, the boy was having a version of Meet the Parents combined with the gunfight at the OK Corral, so I couldn't actually blame him. And then, somehow, Keme was there. Indira drew him against her. She held him for a long time. His thin shoulders never shook, but his hands were knotted in her sweater. She murmured something to him over and over again. The security lights in the parking lot threw a clean white sheet across her face, and she kept blinking away the glitter of tears. This is a side note, but I feel obliged to share. Keme was also in one of those ridiculous clay face masks because apparently Millie had convinced him to let her practice her facials, supposedly to help him relax while they waited to hear what was going on. Millie had drawn a little heart in the clay on Keme's forehead, and it made him look like a particularly grumpy Care Bear when he finally finished hugging Indira. When all the hugging was over, Fox wrapped a blanket around Indira's shoulders and held her hand. It was hard to tell if it was simply one old friend supporting another, or if it was more than that. I couldn't help wondering. And since I have such a great poker face, that was probably why Bobby whispered, "It's none of your business." "I know," I whispered back, but I couldn't help asking. "But Do you think, maybe? He did something with his eyebrows to express judgment of me and my wondering, and then he put his arm around me and pulled me close. The best part of the evening was that Bobby had managed to record Larry's confession. This was why we made such a good team. I had the gift of gab. Well, not really. I had the gift of social anxiety, which apparently somehow transformed at moments of intense stress into the gift of yammering while someone tried to kill me. And Bobby had the common sense to remember that a recording would be admissible in court. Eventually, the sheriff sent us all home. "If you want," Bobby said as he walked me to the Malibu. "We're going to Portland," I told him. He was silent for the last few steps. Then he kissed me. And then he lifted me up without any apparent effort, which definitely tells you something after all that shortbread, and swatted me on the, bum and put me down again. I was gathering my dignity and my words when he headed toward the pilot. He shot back over his shoulder. "There's a hydrant at the end of my parents' block." Finally, I managed, "How dare you? I love you and I respect you, but just to be clear, don't park there." And then he climbed into the pilot. It was weird, or maybe I was weird, because that little interaction made me smile for most of the drive. It was good to have some quiet time, good to be alone for a few minutes. I kept the stereo off, and I listened to the hum of the tires and the wind skimming the door of the sedan. The headlights picked out hanging moss and the sword-like blades of ferns. Reflector strips glimmered on utility poles. When I drove over a 2-lane bridge and the wall of trees broke, the whole world seemed bright as day, and I looked down onto a crooked creek where a deer was drinking. That room in the Rockon Inn seemed far away, and I let myself eventually stop thinking about Larry's grief and Indira's and the fresh sorrows that had opened up in the lives of people who had cared about Sparky and even Mal, if no one else, Jethro. There was so much hurt in the world, and so much loneliness, and I thought maybe Will Gower would understand that if he ever had to solve a case like this. I did not park in front of the fire hydrant for everyone's information. The house was quiet when we went inside. A single lamp illuminated the living room, and the same yellow light trickled out from the kitchen. The only change was a small table that had been set near that Brady Bunch-style fireplace. Did they even have a fireplace in the Brady Bunch? Why do I remember an episode about Alice getting stuck in the chimney? Bobby stared at the table for a long second, and then he put his hand at the small of my back and led me downstairs. We showered, we got into our PJs, I climbed into bed, and Bobby turned off the lights. The sheets rustled, and the mattress dipped, and then his warm arm brushed mine. His breathing slowed, but it wasn't the slowness of sleep. He moved around a little more, and I heard him putting in his earphones. There wasn't much in the world Bobby loved more than music, except maybe surfing, writing parking tickets, exercise, and, I hoped, me. I wasn't sure he'd listened to his music since his mom had died, not even once. I lay there next to him as he listened. He relaxed by degrees next to me, and then, to my surprise, he pulled out his earbuds and set them on the nightstand. The back of his hand pressed against mine, and after a second I realized it was a question. A Bobby Mai question. I looped my pinky around his and tugged. "I want to," he said, as though we were in the middle of a conversation, which for anyone who's dated Bobby Mai, we pretty much were. But it's like that part of my brain got turned off. It took me a second. Okay, it took me a couple of seconds. Don't judge, I'd had a long day. Oh, Bobby, it doesn't matter, I don't care about that. But I want to, because I almost lost you today, and I want you to know how much I love you. Propping myself up on one elbow, I got a better look at him. He was mostly shadows in the dark room, but I could follow the shape of him. I found his hand again and brought it to my lips and kissed his knuckles. "I know you love me," I said, and to my surprise it was difficult to say the words, not because I didn't believe them, but because a wave of mixed emotions tightened my throat. "I know, Bobby. You don't have to worry about that." His hand tightened around mine. "I know that's important. I heard what you said to me, expressing that stuff. Validation. Yeah, well, let's not put too much stock in that because I definitely fall into the category of too needy. I don't need you to do anything you don't want to do, Bobby. I just don't want to let you down. I don't want you to feel like..." I was glad for the dark because my face was hot. "I don't want you to feel like I failed you." He sat up. He cupped the back of my head and kissed me. It wasn't that kind of kiss. Ladies and gentlemen, stop revving your engines. But it was so vulnerable, so unguarded, and in its own way that made it more intimate than the adults-only step behind this beaded curtain variety of kisses. "I love you," I said when he broke away. "I love you too. Lie down and go to sleep." He laughed quietly, but he lay down, and so did I. And then, in a way that had become so familiar, he rolled onto his side, and one strong arm pulled me back to his chest. He kissed my neck the way he so often did, and I thought I could feel his heartbeat. And that's how I fell asleep. Chapter 22. The next morning, it's still morning if McDonald's is still serving breakfast, Bobby was gone when I woke up. Sunlight filtered into the room through the blinds, and in spite of my body's determination that another 6 hours of sleep were absolutely necessary, my brain told me it was time to get up. I showered, I dressed. I realized Bobby and I were both running low on clothes, so I found the Mize utility room and started a load of laundry. I made my way upstairs, trying to catch any sound that would indicate that Bobby was nearby, or that his dad was moving around, or that Eric was in the house. I felt like one of those admirals summoned to talk to Darth Vader. You knew it wasn't going to go well. But I pushed that thought aside. I decided to be optimistic. I was an optimist at heart. That's because I remembered I still had the Malibu, and if necessary, I could drive straight north and flee the country. Instead, though, the main floor of the house was empty. Cooking wasn't exactly my strong suit, and it felt doubly hazardous in a kitchen that wasn't my own. I put in a delivery order for coffee. Lots of coffee. And 3 different breakfast scrambles. I told myself it was because Bobby would probably want something to eat. But let's be honest. How is a human being supposed to decide between Aiken Bacon Egg Scramble and the Hamster's Delight? It's got ham, not hamsters, in it, just to be clear. While I waited, I went back downstairs and got out my laptop. I'd been putting this off as long as I could, mostly because I was a procrastinator, which was mostly because I was a perfectionist. Although you'd never believe it to see my sock drawer, Bobby gasped the first time he saw it. He didn't. I made that up. And for frick's sake, they're socks. As long as you can find 2 of them, what does it matter? What is everyone's obsession with folding them in neat little pairs, which is, now that I think about it, probably heteronormative? You can say anything is heteronormative if you're gay. Anyway, I went to work on my laptop. I'd spent enough time feeling sorry for myself about the agent rejections. Now it was time to get back on the horse. See, that's the thing about writing. You never know if you're going to touch a live wire. You never know if it's going to be as good as you hope. That's why in all art there's some degree of magic. All you can do is try your best and keep creating. Keep working toward that moment when the muse speaks or whispers or tickles. All you can do is keep trying, so that someday you'll make something that will touch someone else, comfort them or excite them or make them smile. All you can do, and I guess this goes for life in general, is hope. I worked my way through each rejection email again. If you haven't gotten a bevy of rejections before, cue jokes about my dating life, you might not know that there's a range of quality, at least in terms of feedback. Some agents simply don't respond, like ever. Rude, right? And others send a one-line rejection. I've even gotten a one-word rejection once. The word was no. But sometimes they write a little more. They might tell you what wasn't working for them with the opening pages, or with the character, or with the voice. They might tell you they got bored. At the end of the day, all feedback is data. The trick is mining that data for something valuable. So I set to work, combing through the emails, making a list of the feedback I'd gotten. Like I said, it wasn't a ton, but I'd go back. I'd take another look at a work in progress. I'd see if there were ways I could make Will Gower's first story stronger, if I could make it better, if I could address the things that these agents had stumbled over. And then at some point I'd have to let it go, and I'd write something else. I mean, all that was in theory. Let me tell you, I am a master at avoidance, and I was already brainstorming all the time I could waste turning this data into spreadsheets and graphs, and maybe even rallying a focus group that didn't include a certain 40-something who had once thrown themselves dramatically on a fainting sofa in the middle of my reading and declaimed, "If he waffles about which door to open one more time, I'm going to scream." And then they did scream. My phone buzzed. I grabbed it, expecting it to be Bobby, but instead Indira's name showed on the screen. "Are you okay?" I asked. "Oh my God, the sheriff didn't arrest you, did she?" Indira laughed. "No, I am apparently cleared of all charges, although the sheriff did give me a talking to about my decision to avoid arrest." "She's terrifying, right? I mean, she's amazing, but terrifying." "She's a formidable woman, and an excellent sheriff." Indira's tone lilted with amusement. "She told me that she plans on having a conversation with you about your decision to investigate, even after she asked you not to." "Thank God I'm in Portland. I'll be back in about 10 years. Indira laughed quietly. When it faded, she said, "Thank you for what you did, Dash." "You don't have to thank me." "Of course I do. You saved my life." "Well, technically you saved my life." In a rush, I added, "And I love you, so obviously I'm going to help you." "I love you too," she said. "My life is much better and much more interesting with you in it. I hope you know that." There wasn't much I could say to that. "How's Bobby?" she asked. I didn't want to bother him. "Better, I think, day by day. You know how it is." "I do." "How are you?" I asked. "Better, I think." "You don't have to be better. You don't have to have some sort of miracle cure. What you went through was awful, and it doesn't matter how many years it's been or what's happened since then." "I know, I do, Dash, believe me. And I appreciate you saying that, but I meant what I told Larry. I'm not alone anymore. I'll be all right." A part of me wanted to rush in and offer more reassurances, that she didn't have to be all right, that she could feel whatever she needed to feel for as long as she needed to feel it. But she knew all that. And by some miracle, I kept my trap shut. "In happier news," Indira said, "I've been talking to Talmadge." "You have?" Indira laughed. "Believe it or not, we have a lot to talk about." "That's putting it lightly." She laughed again, but her voice grew brisk again as she said, "Mal had managed things so that she doesn't really have any ownership in Mizzenmast." "Since Jethro's inheriting everything, what's she going to do? Take him to court?" "I don't think so. In fact, Jethro seemed amenable to a new arrangement. He's a sweet young man, and I think he really does want to do the right thing." Her voice grew dry. "Although my brother is going to have a fit when he finds out Nalini has a boyfriend." "A very rich boyfriend." "There is that." "So what's the new arrangement?" "Oh, well, I still have the money from my settlement with Mal. I asked Talmadge if she wanted a silent partner. She really is talented, you know, and I think Mizzenmast could do quite well under the right management." "Wow," I said. "Indira, that's really kind of you." "It's a bit selfish, actually. We'd be partners." A note I couldn't quite identify ran under the next words. "I'd even do some work in the kitchen." The sting in my eyes caught me off guard, and it took me a moment to swallow, take a deep breath, and try to find a normal voice. "That's great," I finally managed. "You're going to be great." From upstairs came the sound of the front door, and then the familiar timbre of Bobby's voice, although the words were indistinct. "I'd better go," I said. "Give Bobby my love," Indira said, "and let us know if he needs anything." "Will do. We'd like to come to the service, if that'd be okay." "I think that would mean a lot to him. I'll let you know once they have it all arranged." Pocketing the phone, I trotted up the spiral staircase. Bobby was crouched next to a cardboard box in the living room. His dad was draping a red cloth across the small table I'd noticed the night before. Mr. Mai nodded at me. Bobby glanced up, smiled, and said, "Morning, babe." "Morning." I joined him next to the box and scritched lightly at the back of his neck. "Where have you guys been?" "Storage unit," Bobby said. He lifted out a frame and displayed it for me. It held a faded photo with the saturated colors of another era. The woman in it was young and slender, with a bob of black hair and sensible bangs. Her expression was serious, but she looked happy. And even in the slightly yellow cast to the photo's colors, her eyes were an unmistakable burnt bronze. A matching pair was looking up at me. "It's for the ancestral altar," Bobby said, although Eric threw a fit, so we're splitting the difference in calling it a memory table. For the second time that day, my throat was tight. "That's a nice picture." He looked at it as though seeing it for the first time. His thumb rubbed the corner of the frame. Then his dad held out a hand, and Bobby passed him the picture and went back to rummaging in the box. I was lowering myself to the floor to help him when my phone buzzed with a notification that my 3, count them, 3, breakfast bowls had been delivered, along with approximately an oil tanker's worth of coffee, which I would now have to carry in from the porch in front of Bobby's dad. I only groaned a little. "Everything okay?" Bobby asked. "Peachy." When I came back from the porch with the bags loaded with food, Bobby got that huge, goofy grin again. He must have seen something on my face, though, because he ducked his head and got very busy looking inside that box again. "Mr. Mai," I said, "I got us breakfast." Honest to God, Bobby broke up laughing. It only lasted for a second, and then he burrowed even deeper inside that box. "Thank you," Mr. Mai said. "We're going to keep working, babe," he said. He was still rummaging around, finding excuses not to look at me, but I could hear the edge of laughter in his voice. "You go ahead without us." And that was how I ended up eating my breakfast bowl on the couch. For the record, I went half and half with the hamster and the bacon breakfast, or whatever it was called. I drank coffee. I checked crime cats on my phone. There was one about a Siamese who had concocted a perfect plan to sleep inside a box in the sun, and it was honestly so heartwarming that I forgot about my plans for revenge on Bobby Mai. I moved on to an expose about cats sitting in things that weren't boxes. One was a kitten in a mug. God, it was so cute I almost died. Bobby and his dad worked silently while I ate. Their interactions were minimal. They handed things back and forth, held things up for inspection, moved around each other without needing to say anything. The memory table was slowly coming together. On it now there was the red cloth and the framed photo of a young Mrs. Mai, and an incense burner. A vase held lilies and chrysanthemums, and Bobby was unpacking plastic containers of the lotus flowers I'd finally managed to track down. Dash found these, Bobby said to his dad as he set the first one on the table. Mr. Mize said, "Thank you, Dash." And then the two of them went back to their silent work together. As Bobby started rooting around inside the box again, his dad stepped out of the room. Bobby pulled a small wooden painting of a dragon out of the box and smiled as he showed it to me. "She did this in 8th grade. That's amazing you still have it." "Yeah," Bobby said. "It is. It's pretty good, right? I didn't even know she liked to paint." He turned his attention back to the table, and he was busy trying to find a place for the painting when his dad came back. Mr. Mai was carrying something in his hand. He knelt next to Bobby, and Bobby shifted automatically, moving to give his dad space as he turned back to the box. Mr. Mai held out the small item he'd brought with him, and Bobby stopped. It was an old iPod, like old. It was scratched. The screen had a crack in it. The symbols were wearing off from use. And I saw in my mind Bobby lying in bed, or stretched out on the floor, or folding laundry, always with his earbuds in, always with his music. Bobby looked at the iPod for a long time. Then he took it from his dad and started to set it on the table. Mr. Mai stopped him. It was the first time I'd seen them touch. Mr. Mai's weathered hands caught Bobby's, and he brought Bobby's hands back down, away from the table. And then, trembling, Mr. Mai folded Bobby's fingers around the iPod and squeezed Bobby's hands in his own. This has been Wham Line, The Last Picks, Book 10, written by Gregory Ashe, narrated by Andrew Gibson. Text copyright 2025 by Gregory Ashe. Production copyright 2025 by Gregory Ashe. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.